Things are about to change forever. 2 of the past 3 episodes I've made for the Scariest Media series have been questionable and hard to watch, not due to terror, but due to terrible execution. In the midst of trying to find more pieces to analyze for Scariest Media, I came across this. As I said, things are going to change forever. This list is perfect for this series. Recently, I couldn't help but notice that the Iceberg genre of video is doing pretty well, to say the least. So here we are with the next episode of Scariest Media. The first episode of Scariest Media's The Iceberg Chronicles. For this series, I'm going to implement a new aspect to the ranking system. If a movie is so terrible and disgusting in material that it is downright unbearable to watch, then I'm going to give it a do not watch rating. The tiers go as such in this iceberg: horror movies, then grindhouse pictures, exploitation movies, extremism films, pseudo-snuff movies, necrofilmology, disgusting adult films, and snuff mixtape films. Also, I must mention that towards the bottom 2 to 3 tiers, I am not going to be watching the majority of these films, mainly for my mental health and emotional health, and some of this shit is just so disgusting I don't want to see it. Movies such as the famous Serbian film Cannibal, Holocaust, and Salo, or the 120 Days of Sodom, are in tier 3 of 8, just to give the best reference point of where to go with this. I have seen many of the movies in the first 3 tiers, actually seeing all of them until a few in tier 3. So, what is today's movie? Well, let's spice it up and not just do the ranking of the movies from tier 1 and then tier 2, blah blah, whatever. Let's start out with the movie from tier 3, a movie that I have been wanting to see for quite some time. That movie is Lars von Trier's The House That Jack Built. Without further ado, let's watch this and then break it down. So anyways, we're gonna go ahead and watch the movie The House That Jack Built. Just bought it on Blu-ray, and I figured if I'm gonna do this series, I'm gonna start it out with something that isn't so terrible and far down the list, but also not start with something as mundane as Nightmare on Elm Street. So, without further ado, let's start off this disturbing movie's iceberg with Iceberg Chronicles Part 1, The House That Jack Built. The House That Jack Built, Lars von Trier. First incident. Okay.
To 5 randomly chosen incidents over a 12-year period.
Okay, five incidents over a 12-year period. Is he, like, telling us this in the sense of, like, being just, like, a narrator, or, like, is he talking to the guy that he's talking to? Holy shit, is that Uma Thurman?
That's odd. I thought everyone had a Jack.
I don't...
Ha, I get it. Everybody could have a Jack. That is Jack! Why the fuck would he need a Jack when he is a Jack?
You might as well be a serial killer. I'm sorry, but you do kind of look like one.
Wow, okay, that's a bit of a fucking mean thing to say. You look like a bit of a serial killer. Did she just say she can take care of herself? I get what this is doing. It's foreshadowing. It's a bit of irony. It's a bit of, like, you know, poking fun at the tropes of what these movies always do. Why, in God's name, is she saying all this? You motherfucker. Why? She's even telling him how to do it. Oh, is he just gonna let her go?
Good.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Sonny was just distracted by your goddamn blabbering. That's none of your goddamn business.
Wow, okay. He's gonna kill her. I just know he is, but the reason why he's not gonna... The reason why he does it, I'm guessing, is because, like, she annoyed the hell out of him. Oh! Damn. Okay, so it goes from the murder to somebody playing the piano. Is it kind of like... Okay, yeah. He symbolized... So the murder to him is art. Like serial killer... This is interesting. I get it. This is just cool. He's comparing his murders to art. So he's always wanted to be an architect. And he's wanted to always build a house. Literally is, like, by the end of it gonna be like by the end of it, he builds a house and maybe he murders people in the house or something like that? Or maybe he builds the house and he stops murdering people?
Pizza, motherfucker.
Did he really just say the Little Caesars, like, fucking slogan? Pizza, pizza.
A fucking neurotic, riddled with obsessive compulsions and a pathetic dream of something greater.
That was a big insult, damn. What the fuck is he doing? Like, hey, that's Fred Ficklehorn's mom from the fucking Fred movies. What the fuck is she doing in this? Is she gonna be the one that gets killed?
My badge? It's, at the silversmith.
What the fuck? That's a fucking horrible ass lie.
What's your rank now?
We're not at liberty to discuss.
Actually, it's okay for... That is not classified information. Your fucking rank should never be classified. Wow, this motherfucker is manipulating a widow. He's manipulating a widow, telling her that he can double her pension. Fucking bullshit. Oh, okay, here we go. No, Fred. Poor Fred's mom. Oh my god. He's saying I'm sorry to killing her. Oh, is he gonna fucking take pictures of it? This is fucked up. He's just gonna take a picture of her after killing Fred Ficklehorn's mom. The poor lady literally just wanted an increase on her pension because her husband passed. Oh, that's just sad. I really shouldn't be laughing at this. This is kind of funny. The way he's just dragging her down the fucking stairs in the front of the house. Like, what's he doing? Oh, is he gonna clean up the place in case of anything? Continuously. So he just went back and he checked on everything. Yeah, I was about to say, don't tell me he's gonna go back and check the house. Bro, you've got it all. It's all good. It's all gone. Bro, it's good. Just fucking leave the house. It's not that hard. You stupid idiot. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Just fucking go. Leave the house. Everything's fine. Holy shit. Bro, if they're not going for you, then just fucking leave. Okay, what the fuck is this cop doing? And so he moved the body out of the back because he didn't want the fucking cop to see the body in there. I mean, come on, this cop can't be stupid to buy that shit. He was very vague about everything. Is the cop gonna find a bloodstain and then fucking, he's gonna kill the cop? He's still checking with the cop in the house.
I'd like to recommend one thing, and it's within my rights, that this room is inspected impeccably.
It is within my constitutional rights that you... I don't know whether or not I think he's a genius or a fucking idiot. I feel like everybody else is just a fucking idiot and buys into his stupid ass lies. Like, everything so far has been working out quite well for him. Just saying. Like, everything's been working out quite well, so... yeah. He's just tracking the body behind? Holy shit. Dude, there's a blood trail. What in God's name? There's a fucking blood trail. What makes it think that he's gonna be okay? Surely somebody's gonna come across that fucking blood trail and realize where the fuck it leads back to.
The great rain. It washed away a long track from my escape.
So does this make him think of like God and shit? Oh, dude. What the fuck? Oh, that's fucking nasty. Egotism, vulgarity, rudeness, impulsiveness, narcissism, intelligence, irrationality, manipulation, mood swings, verbal superiority. Why does he do that? I feel like what I'm thinking here is like, the reason why he does that is like they're all things that, like, this whole thing is all about like his perspective on everything, like his perspective on art, now his perspective on faith a little bit, his perspective on like his own murders and how he perceives them as art, and now how he wants us to perceive him are what those cards are. So he sees himself as like a tutor force, like he sees himself as like somebody important, an architect. He's gonna kill the duck, isn't he? Okay. That just like broke my heart. Damn. Yeah, throw that pair. What is he doing? Huh? What is going on? We're not on the third incident, are we? And I just fucking missed it? Damn, look at the vein coming out of her head. You see that? Oh, her eyes are bloodshot. Damn. So I heard him say that the guy that he's talking to is Verge. A guy named Verge. Mr. Verge. Oh, really? You don't say. Just fucking bringing a body out and around in a fucking apartment building, but that's okay. It's only a human body after all. Oh, did somebody, like, witness him? Damn. Damn, okay. So in a weird, twisted way, he feels that he's honoring people. So far, I'm really digging this movie. This movie is actually pretty interesting. Such a critique of his, or such a critic of his own shit that he's like, oh yeah, that dead body added a whole bunch of comedy to my fucking massacre. Wow.
It is so great, it outweighs my pleasure. And with every step forward, pleasure dissolves.
I love that fucking analogy right there. That was a great analogy. No. He's got a fucking... He's got a family. Are those actually his kids? Or is that just like somebody that he's dating and he has... And they have kids?
It has a tinge of ethnic cleansing about it.
He is just going on and on and on and on. He is such a narcissistic fucking prick that, like, he's going on. He's rambling. He won't shut the fuck up. He thinks he's top dog. Wait, no. No, this is so fucked up. No.
Perhaps you'd like some of that pie.
Wait, what? Holy shit.
Do you have a favorite number?
What the fuck? What does he care? What?
1, 2,
Oh my gosh.
11, 12.
This is fucked up. Man, like, he just killed that mom's kids and is gonna kill her now. This is just sad. Put her out of her fucking misery, man. You just killed her kids. Shot the kid's leg completely off, had shot the other one, and then killed her. I feel awful, actually.
Was that torture after?
Oh my god!
Was you being without becoming?
What the fuck? Holy shit. Man, some of this shit is just sickening. So is this like a new girlfriend and everything? So he's gonna, so by technical definition, he won't leave her. He's just gonna kill her.
Hey. You've got great tits.
Hey. You got great tits. Don't take that out of fucking context either.
I'm not completely stupid.
That fucking depends on your definition of completely.
Wow. He's a fucking dick. This guy is ruthless. You're as dumb as fuck. Bring me a magic marker. What are you talking about? Cool, great. Now I can't show it on YouTube. What is he doing?
This woman has said is true. I have killed 60 people. I've also been a horrible human being to this woman right here.
Please don't fucking do anything. Don't help him. Just go. Run. What the fuck are you doing? And he locked her inside. That's why he took the keys and he locked her inside too. He's not even using the crutch anymore.
You're walking without your crutch.
Oh wow, I just said it without. Okay. Wow, he's just a narcissistic prick. He couldn't give a shit.
In the building! It's Mr. Sophistication! Help! Help!
He's just taunting her. This asshole. Fucking asshole. I think these are all stories that, like, Jack is construed to make them the way that he wants us to perceive them. Hence the cards, like, hence the idea of, like, perceiving each incident the way he wants us to perceive it. He's Mr. Sophistication. He wants us to perceive him in a certain light. We want to perceive him as sophisticated, like, on top of his game, knows what he's doing. So, I think I understand the point of this movie. Wow, this motherfucker. No, he's gonna cut off. Is he gonna cut off her boobs? Is that cop?
All the king's horses and all the king's men.
He seriously just put her boob underneath his windshield wiper?
I don't agree.
Wait a
I
minute.
believe heaven and hell are one and the same.
These are fucking movies that Lars von Trier made.
The soul is reason, and the body...
Yeah, that's fucking Antichrist. That is egotistical as fuck. Talking about what is real art and real icon as your own art in a separate movie of your own. That is so stupid. Oh my god, I hate that. I fucking hate that. Wait, whoa, what the fuck? Oh, damn. Fuck yeah. Do you not know how to turn off a fucking siren, dude? Oh, is he just gonna leave it on, do this really quick, and like fucking kill these guys, and then fucking whatever? I'm fucking confused. What's going on?
Notice me.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
There's something about you building a house. Is Jack going to build a house?
Ah, it's the title. The house that Jack built. Ah. So, find something to build the house. The house that Jack builds is just out of dead bodies. What the fuck? You gonna miss out on doing your 6 headshot? Catabasis? Epilogue Catabasis.
And not all of it can be said to be of greater regard.
So now it's the beginning. So this is what we were hearing. So now what he means by like, don't tell me something you think I haven't heard before, it's not in the sense of like, he's heard it from other criminals, it's that this guy, Verge, has been following Jack this whole time. Now this is some guerrilla style videography. Jeez, where the fuck are they in real life even? If this is just a set, it's a damn good set. It looks very real. This is very cool looking. What the hell? I am loving these fucking shots. Like, cinematography is awesome. What is this? This is just weird and wacky, but I enjoy it. The cinematography is fucking amazing during this shit. Oh, it's the scythes. I'm so confused. Like, are they going through... Are they going to hell? Or why? Why the fuck is he... Why does he got a tear in his eye? Why is he crying? Yeah, that's hell. I wasn't expecting it to go this way.
But a couple of circles higher up.
Wait, circles? No, this is like Dante's Inferno. And wait, Virgil, like the fucking guy that led Dante through hell. Holy shit, that's awesome. What the fuck? Is he gonna be the very first guy to ever make it to heaven as a serial killer? Like, he's done his art. Like, his murder was only for art. It wasn't like, he isn't gonna make it. There's no way. A, his character doesn't deserve it. And B, I just don't see it going that way. No, he's not gonna make it. There's no way. Come on. Fucking fall. You know you deserve it. There we go. Jack has fallen to hell. We see the darkness of light. Wow. Some fucking movie, isn't it? Okay, so I think that this movie has a lot going for it right away, and I actually really enjoyed it. I think the movie, The House That Jack Built, was overall a pretty good movie. It has a few moments in it that I truly don't like, but the one thing that I truly didn't like was the director using his own clips as art and being made by an icon or whatever, being iconic. That's just egotistical as fuck. But I think the movie was good, really good. I really enjoyed The House That Jack Built, but that's not the point of this series, right? It's about how scary is it, right? Well, it's got some things going for it, so let's see how truly scary The House That Jack Built truly is. So before we get started, I'm just going to clarify this, that this is basically an exact copy of the Scariest Media series, except there's a new ranking for, well, these kinds of movies, and that is do not watch. That is just saying that if a movie's too disgusting in material, too disturbing, too whatever, for audiences, it's going to get a do not watch rating. So without further ado, let's talk about The House That Jack Built. Starting off with quality and production, I have to say that though Lars von Trier is incredibly narcissistic, I have to say I enjoyed the shit out of this movie. I think that the production for the movie is impeccable. It is a very well crafted, well thought out, and well shot movie. The direction is very good. The main thing that I liked about this movie, though, is Matt Dillon's performance as Jack. He is as scary as he is interesting, as he is funny, and I really enjoyed his character. He is as scary to me as just about any serial killer from a movie, honestly. He is as cunning as he is just, you know, in your face. So I think the movie has a great production, has good acting, and very minimal score, which is good. I also liked the ending and where the ending went in terms of Dante's Inferno. It kind of gave it this more of an epic feel, that there was kind of like a purpose to the movie. So on that note, the only thing that I disliked was that part where Lars von Trier used his own movies to describe what is considered iconography. When he used his own movies to basically describe someone who should be seen as an icon for their artistic masterpieces. Narcissistic as fuck, and totally pulled me out of the movie. But because of that small little infraction, I'm going to go ahead and give The House That Jack Built for the quality and production a 1.75 out of 2. Now moving on to realism. So this movie is really grounded in reality in a sense until kind of like the ending and everything. In terms of realism, I won't say that it feels entirely realistic, not because of the ending, but because it just doesn't feel as realistic as maybe it would have been. Like, for example, Jack routinely makes mistakes throughout the entire movie and never gets caught per se until the end. And it just doesn't make sense to me, because the way he describes his stories make him seem like as if everyone else is dumber than him. No one is as intelligent as him, so therefore he is truly the master of his own puppet. So in my opinion, the realism isn't necessarily there. The realism of the violence is there for sure. It talks about rigor mortis, shows how violent like some of the things he does to these people like truly are, how violent they are. Like having the kid's leg get blown off by the rifle was definitely the turning point for me. That was a lot for me to see. But in terms of realism, I think that the acting is realistic. I think that some of the emotions conveyed are realistic. It's kind of hard to say how realistic this could be, but so the things that I'd say that they got right were definitely the violence, definitely the emotions of some of the scenes, and some of the actions of Jack. But other stuff like how he tells his story and how everyone else is presented, along with that ending, just makes it overall to be a not so realistic movie. But hey, it's not why we're here. So I'm going to go ahead and give The House That Jack Built on the realism scale a 1 out of 2. Now moving on to the gore score. So this movie is incredibly brutal and frightening. to like behold. I think that this movie is incredibly brutal, especially when it comes down to that third and fourth incident. I kind of lost my shit. The scene where he drags the body through the street with the back of his car and then we finally see what the body looks like totally threw me off guard. And then the scene where we see him propping up the body of the young child to form this demented smile that it's been frozen into is also really creepy and really scary and really fucked up. So the violence in the movie is definitely there. It definitely is depraved as shit. And I gotta say, as much as I don't like seeing a kid get his leg blown off, the violence in the movie is very entertaining and is the whole reason you're here. I have to say that I was entertained by all the violent scenes, especially when we see the body after it's been dragged down the street, when we see the kid get his own leg shot off, then when he starts to unfortunately cut the boob off of that one lady. Yeah, the violence is there and is very, very hard to handle. So because of that, on the Gore score scale, I'm going to go ahead and give The House That Jack Built a 2 out of 2. Now moving on to creep factor. So this movie isn't necessarily creepy. It's definitely got some moments where it is very hard to handle and it makes you want to turn away from the screen and maybe you might want to stop watching it and you might get afraid a little bit of like serial killers after, but the main point of the movie is to tell an intellectual story about a serial killer who compares his killings to art and how eventually his ego gets the best of him when he thinks that he can cross a path into heaven and then eventually falls down to hell, which is what he deserves, almost like a karma, if you will. I think the movie is good, for sure, but is it creepy? It's more brutal than it is creepy, but it has moments where it shines through, where those moments are like, ugh, okay. The main thing that got to me was the little boy, when he takes the boy and he makes that really deformed smile. That is undoubtedly creepy. There are certain moments that are supposed to be kind of creepy in other movies, but in this movie it's played up for comedy, especially when he drags the body through the street, because it's just like there's rock music playing over it and you're like, wait, why is he doing that? And like, I'm just saying that the movie isn't overall very creepy, but it does have its moments. It has its moments that really stick with you, that you don't really know how to stomach. So because of that alone, I feel I'm going to give the creep factor for The House That Jack Built a 2 out of 4. So with a 1.75 out of 2 for the quality of production, a 1 out of 2 for the realism, a 2 out of 2 for the gore score, and a 2 out of 4 for the creep factor, The House That Jack Built lands at a decent 6.75 out of 10. Which means that this is a slightly unnerving movie. So, there you go, guys. This has been the first episode of what we're calling the Iceberg Chronicles. Now, for the next episode, I figure might as well talk about something that gets into the shits. So, expect a little something from Tier 8. So, alright, guys. Here you go. My name is Brendan Reviews, and I hope you guys have a great day, evening, night, whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this, and I'll see you all next time. I've been sitting on this for a while. I don't even know how really to talk about this, because it's not like as if I can present it to you and then just have me react to it. So we got a lot to think about right here. MDPOPE, or more known as the most disturbed person on planet Earth, is something to behold, to say the least. I personally, this is the very first film of this kind that introduced me to this whole kind of genre of mixtape film, if you will. So, I guess without further ado, let's talk about the history behind MDPOPE and why you should not watch it. What is MDPOPE? MDPOPE, or the most disturbed person on planet Earth, is an internet mixtape film. Now, what is an internet mixtape film? It's a film that shows nothing more than the most disgusting and disturbing content that can be found anywhere on the internet. From the most insane styles of pornography to medical disabilities to murders, these films are the place to go to find the worst side of the internet. However, despite this knowledge, these films are completely legal, considering the footage within is nothing that hasn't already been discovered and investigated, nor has it ever shown any form of cheese pizza. And for those who want to find out what I mean by cheese pizza, just take a guess what the initials are supposed to mean. I haven't personally watched these mixtape films, but the one that I have seen the most of is, of course, MDPOPE for its cryptic title and infamous reputation. I happen to know that most consider the MDPOPE series to be some of the worst of these kinds of mixtape films, if not the literal worst. The mixtape was released in 2013 by Thomas Extreme Cinema Gore? Whatever fucking name that is. Online at 147 minutes long, or 2 hours and 27 minutes. The film is a combination of the worst kinds of content on the internet. The topics, more specifically, that it goes over are listed as such: scat, violence, necrophilia, various types of torture, animal cruelty, unusual looking people, gore, and just regular to create what has been considered by IMDb as a horror documentary. At the beginning of the film, Thomas warns that this is not for the faint of heart, and he is most certainly not kidding. I have seen some of the clips as previously stated, and it is true that this is one of the most disturbing pieces of media out there. It is deeply unsettling to watch many of these clips, especially the ones of actual murder. The murders are not even simple executions of criminals or prisoners of war from other countries or from ISIS, but rather actual filmed attacks on unsuspecting and innocent civilians. Clips from the infamous One Lunatic, One Ice Pick, or as it's also known, the Luca Magnotta murder video, are shown in this film, just to give you a reference point for what to expect. MDPOPE is one of the most disturbing pieces of media online, and it can only continue to get worse knowing that sequels have been made in 2014 and 2016. Supposedly, these ones are much worse than this original film. So, as I said, I don't know if I would ever recommend you watch this. As a matter of fact, I'm telling you, do not watch MDPOPE. It is something to behold, truly. You dare find it and manage to sit through it, you're a better man than me, because I ain't gonna sit through this shit. I'm not. Though I have seen far worse than what the movie entails. You really think I'm gonna sit through 2.5 hours of it? You're joking. So, guys, my name is Brendan Reviews, and I'm telling you, do not watch MDPOPE. How are we doing today, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Brendan Reviews, and the last episode of Iceberg Chronicles, we touched upon MDPOPE, right? Well, that was just a taste of what is to come throughout this entire series. I'm not going to keep giving you heavy hitters right up the front, so I'm going to go ahead and dial it back halfway to Tier 4, not Tier 8. So, in Tier 4, there is a movie called August Underground. It is a movie that came out in 2001, directed by a guy named Fred Vogel, and it's about a guy who's best friends with a serial killer, and he just follows him around as he does all of his shit. So, pretty simple story, found footage. It's on every top 20 disturbing movies list. So, you know what? I haven't seen it. Let's see if it's as bad as everyone says it is, and then we'll break it down. So, this is August Underground. Warning, this film contains adult language, graphic violence, and nudity. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. Already, that got me laughing. Oh, really, huh? What am I gonna love, huh? Oh, shit, we're already jumping into it. Okay. Oh, my gosh. I got one question. How much did they pay this damn actress? Oh, they're stepping in her feces. Is it a problem to say that this is strangely comedic?
He is my fucking prize, man. I'm so fucking excited for her.
Oh, are they just gonna, like, gut her? Oh, this is just sickening. Oh, please don't cut it off on screen. If that's actually an apple, it's not that bad because, I mean, I've eaten a few apple cores in my day when I was, like, extremely hungry.
Oh, fucking shit!
Why is he disgusted by that? He's mutilating these people and he's disgusted by the shit? They just left her down there? Why? Well, I mean, I guess that's the point. Never mind. I was gonna ask a stupid question, like, why are they talking like they're normal people? I think that's supposed to be the point. Duh.
How much you got on you? You got shit, right?
Come on. Show them your tits, come on.
Yeah, these guys are real classy. If you're holding the camera, you just rewind it back. You don't... Wow, these guys are assholes, man. She already showed her. Classy. I love this. I especially can't show anything on YouTube. That's what I like the most. Oh my god. Who the heck? Who do they pay? How? Like?
Come on, get the fuck out of the car, please.
Oh my god. He's gonna rape her or some shit. Well, I mean, he technically is raping her. I mean, he forced her into it, right? You know? Oh, shit! Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, haha. So funny. You gotta think about how humiliating that is in real life. Like, your final moments are on camera of these two douchebags taking advantage of you where you don't have any money, and they force you to show your, like, breasts, force you to show your genitals, and then degrade you in such a way by telling you to suck his, yeah, and then he kills you. Like, he pummels you in the face until you are dead. All on camera.
Don't fucking laugh, dude. Don't fucking laugh.
Don't laugh? Oh, we're back at it.
That's disgusting.
Oh. Oh, that's just disgusting. They smeared it all over her crotch. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I literally can't show a fucking thing. A fucking thing.
What do you want to do tonight, man?
What do you want to do tonight? Thrown up in the very toilet that he cut that dude's penis off of and threw it into.
Let me see. What do I have in my bag of goodies?
This is the Santa Claus of fucking dismemberment.
And smile.
Coming in with his big fat sack of goodies.
Smile. I'm gonna put shit in.
Holy shit.
Smile.
Okay, so now they're at a party, and I don't know what the party's for, but okay. If you guys feel like you're missing anything, you're not. It literally will just cut from one scene to the next because it's supposed to be like a daily vlog of their fucking life. Oh, we got our boy out there. Oh, another fight's breaking out. Oh, are our guys getting thrown out? Yep, they are. Oh, no? I thought that maybe he would, like, grab a rock and go up to him and pummel his ass with it.
Laura?
I was gonna say, is she finally dead? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. What the fuck? But the friend ain't laughing there. The friend isn't laughing there because his best friend just happens to be a fucking serial killer. Throws him up and, like, he knows that that joke could actually mean something one day. Oh no, they're gonna use this to get access to the house and they're gonna kill that elderly woman, aren't they? This is fucking ridiculous.
You too, buddy. Ow! Fuck you, I already left, man.
Holy shit, you guys just act like fucking 5-year-olds. Despite them being killers, like... Catch your ass! Let me ask this, like... Did the director, like, in real life know these people? And let him, like, film inside of their stores or whatever? So they're, like, bribing him, so they're gonna bribe him not to call the police?
You.
Got a fucking magazine. Let me guess, it's a porn magazine, because he just reached from behind the counter to give it. And, oh, shit. They keep going back.
Hey, fucker!
What just happened? What? Oh, shit. This has escalated. These guys just don't even fucking care at all. You know, they're in a public place. This is amped up. Like, it's gone from crime in their house to random crime to fighting in public, and now there's 3 people that they're trying to fuck up.
I want to fucking look at this fat. Look at this fucking trim it.
No. Come on, don't do it.
Get your ass out now! Now!
Jesus. These guys are just the sickest, most disgusting, despising, like this, oh my, despised group of delinquents.
Lick that shit up!
Oh! He just hit her in the back of the fucking head with a baseball bat. Oh! gas station did they get to film this in? Oh shit. He just cracked his head on the glass. What happened to, yeah, what happened to the other guy? What happened to the guy that actually owns the gas station?
He wants to fuck me. Look at him.
What did they stab him with?
Oh shit, dude. Fuck.
Oh shit. Wait, the police just showed up and then... Did they outrun the police? Now I'm super classy. What can I say? Like, out of anything right now, this is a realistic, like, out of everything, the realism factor, it's really up there. So yeah. What the fuck?
I should have been stand-up.
Did they do this downstairs in their own basement and like just propped up a whole bunch of nude images on the wall? Or did they like kidnap them and bring them back to his house? I don't know. Regardless, the brother's dead, and yeah. Oh, I'm going to hell for laughing. Oh, with the fucking hammer? Oh man, I feel like I should start this thing where, like, I put up the, like I have this thing where I can, like, put up a fucking sign that says awkward. Like, it'd keep a tally for every single time I do one of these. An awkward tally. Oh my god. Did they actually pay these people? I'm so like, how do they get people to do this? I don't like this shit. I really don't. How much is left of this fucking movie? Okay, 10 minutes. Jesus.
1 hour later.
Now I need to bypass this entire part. I don't even know how I'm really gonna show me reacting to this damn movie.
2 hours later.
Jesus Christ. Can this scene just end?
3 hours later.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
So they are at his house.
Oh, shit.
What the fuck were you expecting to happen? Of course she's gonna run.
Shit.
Oh, that was it. Okay. That is August Underground. God damn. Oh, shit. Okay. I need to think for a minute on how to even go about rating this, so I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut to when I'm actually gonna review it, but I need a minute. Without further ado, let's hop into this shit. Quality and production of this. Okay, so what is the whole point of the movie? The point of the movie is to be a realistic, found footage-esque style of movie, right? Supposed to act as if it is very real. So I'll say this, the quality of like the actual video style, the way it's presented in this really guerrilla-esque like mood, the ferociousness of it, and most of the acting, save for like save for that one guy in the gas station, not the gas station attendant, but like the guy who had to sniff his girlfriend's butt. Besides him, all the other acting in this movie is pretty good. So those are two big pluses for it. The other big thing is with how much the movie has an emphasis on like random account of just two guys like filming their lives at just so happens they're deranged as shit. It feels very believable. Like if this movie wasn't called August Underground, didn't have the warning at the beginning of it, and didn't have the credits or anything, and you just took the footage and threw it out onto somebody's yard, they would probably think this is real. So that's a huge plus to it. I don't know of too much of a negative, honestly. Besides just the one actor, the quality and production of this thing is pretty damn good. The effects look real. Like gory looked, all the gore looked very grimy and like visceral, and it's just like, yeah. So you know what? Just because of that one actor, I'm gonna take off 0.25 points and give August Underground for the quality and production a 1.75 out of 2. Now, moving into realism. So, as I said, this thing feels very realistic. You throw this out into somebody's yard and they pick up the tapes without the warning and without the credits or any of that, somebody is gonna think this is real. Made by like absolute deranged madmen. I personally think that though some of the stuff is a little bit unrealistic, like with how they were able to get away with so much. The elderly woman, she was really dumb for letting him into the house, and then we have how he's able to get so many people over to his house and kill them in the basement, right? Not to mention, where did all of those bodies even go? Maybe that's figured out in the sequels, or maybe that's never even touched upon because that's not the point, but still, how is he getting everyone into the house? And it's kind of like what I wanted to know. And then the other part of it that is a little unrealistic is how much he got away with, especially in that gas station. He fucked up 3 people there. 2 men, 1 woman. One of them even worked there and called the police, and they managed to outrun the police too. So, not too realistic, but still realistic enough to give off a lasting impression. So I'm gonna go ahead and give, for the realism, because it is a little too unrealistic at times, they got away from the police and they managed to get away with a lot more than I think guys like them would have. I'm going to go ahead and give August Underground for the realism a 1.25 out of 2. Now moving into the gore score. This thing is undoubtedly brutal, very disgusting, and the violence in it is hard to handle. It is bloody, it is gory, it is sickening on every level, and for it, I'm gonna give August Underground for the gore score, baby, a 2 out of 2. And finally, moving on to creep factor. As I said during the reaction, I got goosebumps at times, and so that's a very good sign that you're getting somewhere with it. Like, I kind of want to turn on the lights a little bit, but at the same time, like, I'm good. So, overall, I think the movie has some definite disturbing moments that are incredibly hard to handle. I think that there are some moments that will truly make the hair stand up on the back of your neck, but what's the overall lasting impression? To me, it doesn't leave that much of a lasting impression. It doesn't leave as big of an impression as, you know, even Daddy by Korn in the other Scariest Media series. Overall, but I can't deny that this thing is hard to watch. It does make your skin crawl. It does make the hair stand up on the back of your neck, but it doesn't leave that lasting impression. So I'm gonna knock off 1 point for it and give August Underground for the creep factor a 3 out of 4, with a 1.75 out of 2 for the quality of production, with a 1.25 out of 2 for the realism, with a 2 out of 2 for the gore score, and a 3 out of 4 for the creep factor. That brings August Underground to an 8 out of 10 on the Scariest Media scale. I gotta be honest, this is definitely hard to watch. Do I recommend it? If you're a sick fuck like me, sure, I recommend it, because it is not like any other horror movies I've seen. It is definitely hard to watch, and I fully recommend this to the sickest of the sick who are into this kind of movie. If you cannot find any good horror movie that can get to you at all, this is the kind of movie I'd recommend. Because serial killers are in real life, right? Serial killers are in real life. This kind of violence can happen in real life, and all it takes is just one mistake, running into the wrong person at the wrong time, and you could end up like some of the victims in this movie. So for that, that's why August Underground gets an 8 out of 10. Well, there you go. My name is Brendan Reviews, and I hope you all have a great day, evening, night, whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this, and I will see you all next time. And you're still here, please just turn off the fucking video. I know that half of you guys are watching this while you're going to bed, so turn off the TV, go the fuck to bed. Yeehaw, ladies and cocksuckers, how are we fucking doing today? My name is Brendan Reviews, and I'm finally doing it. I'm doing a big one, but this is gonna be a little bit of something interesting. So, I have a series, another spin-off series of Scariest Media called the Iceberg Chronicles, right? And I haven't done one in a long fucking time, and there's a big reason for it. So, the reason why I haven't done an Iceberg Chronicles thing is because I lost access to all of the movies that were on the iceberg. I actually had access to a drive that had every single movie on that iceberg. And now I don't have access to it. So it's like, it's very hard to find some of these movies, meaning I couldn't exactly do a video on them or a reaction on them, so I was kind of stuck in the idea of like, should I even continue doing it? Well, here's what I'm gonna do. For the first 2 tiers, I'm not gonna watch any of those movies because I've already fucking seen every single one of them. I'm not gonna watch any of them. I'm just gonna go ahead and do one big fat video for tier 1 and one big fat video for tier 2 covering all of those movies. Then for tier 3, on to tier 6, I'm gonna be watching 95% of them. Most of them. There might be 1 or 2 that I skip, but I will be watching 95% of all the movies from tier 3 into tier 6. Tier 7 and 8, I'm not watching a single fucking one of them. You can't tell me otherwise. Without further fucking ado, let's talk about today's movie. Today's movie is the 10th episode, 10th official episode of Scariest Media, which I thought would be a perfect way to cross over with its brother series, the Iceberg Chronicles, with a movie from tier 3 that I have previously already done a video on. This movie fucks me up on a whole new level. Cannibal Holocaust profoundly disturbs me. Only seen it one time, and that one time I watched it, I was 14. And I am now 21 years old. And I can't exactly remember everything that took place in the movie. And truth be told, I don't exactly remember how the events play out, so I have basically shut out the movie from my mind, and I'm sitting here going, you damn pussy. Going up to this movie, you're gonna give it one hell of a... We're gonna watch Cannibal Holocaust, and also, I hope you guys don't mind, I'm hungry as fuck, so I bought myself some breakfast this morning to watch it as well. Nothing says Holocaust like McDonald's breakfast. Holocaust in my ass, man. Heck, that I was fucking eating on camera. This opening is perfect for the movie because it totally deceives you into thinking like it's gonna be like a lot less dark than it actually is. Like, it's a perfect contrast to the actual movie. The light music over sweeping shots of the rainforest compared to what we actually do see. Oh yeah. The premise of this movie, with it being about a documentary film crew traveling to the Amazon rainforest to meet this tribe, and eventually you find out what, like, the reason why these people were killed, and it's because of how much of shitholes these guys actually were, how much of an asshole this group was to the tribe. It's a fantastic premise. Go in there to rescue the filmmakers. And to anybody who thinks that this movie's fucking goofy at first, oh boy, it gets tough very quick.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
Gotta love that funky music.
Thanks. All I can say is...
If only it was that easy in real life, you just slap the fucking thing to turn it down.
Sure, you've got enough problems of your own. I'll have to be honest with you. No.
Oh, this guy just loves hitting. He just fucking he just looked down the barrel of the gun. You don't fucking do that shit. You don't ever do that. So this is an airsoft gun, right? You do that, right? You look down the barrel of the gun. The fuck it, even if you're not, even if your finger's not on the trigger, what if that fucking thing goes off? That thing goes off. Just saying. It's basically the last half hour, or last 45 minutes of the movie, that, what makes this movie so remembered and revered as, like, one of the most disturbing movies of all time. This is a good reveal. That music as it drones over the whole, like, corpse reveal, like it not being a jump scare, right, where it just goes, whatever, with it just being a genuine droning sound, it leaves more of an impression.
Right, that's for sure. Hey, Chaco, what the hell are you doing?
For our Yakumo friend, a little bit of this stuff in him, he will forget all about trying to run away tonight. Atalaka, gata.
Ritualistic punishment for adultery. Fuck. And that music is just a lot. Genital mutilation and then beaten over the head. It's fucked up. So they come here looking for that fucking film crew, right? And basically they're discovering they're already dead. This movie is a lot more sad the second time watching it, because, like, if you know part of what happened, like, then yeah. Like, these are all clues showing what happened. That's one of the most unsettling parts about this movie, and that is, honest to God, the music. The music in this movie is extremely unsettling for what goes on in the movie. I can't remember who did the music, but whoever did the music did a damn good job, because it definitely adds a lot to this movie. It adds a ton. Yeah, I don't remember half of this shit. Can't show this. So they helped the swamp people, the Yakumo, save some of their women that have been kidnapped. Okay. I can't show a fucking thing, but basically, he got naked to show his trust of the tribe, and now the women are basically, like, enthralling over him and, like, pushing him around, whatever, inside of the bath, or inside of the water. Poor guy, gotta eat human flesh.
Well, just to give you an idea how Alan and the others worked, everything you just saw was a put-on.
You mean this was...
That was no enemy army approaching. Alan paid those soldiers to do a bit of acting for him. You'll have to excuse
So,
me now. I'll join you later.
Alan paid some of those people to act.
Go ahead.
Now you get the idea of how fake some of this shit is.
No brains, though. It's too easily influenced.
So basically, you find out that not very many of these people knew their own kids, knew their own, like they're not who they were.
Just one question. One question. About your son. I just want to know, what kind of man was he?
My son was a son of a bitch, and he was no good.
This is a guy that obviously doesn't like his own fucking kid.
Now leave me alone.
Here we go. Fuck. Actual animal violence on film. This was during a time when laws about animal violence weren't really a thing. My fucking God! Fucking damn it! Well, there's the tortoise shell right there. Poor spider just chopped in fucking half.
God, my leg! God, my leg!
Oh, the snake.
Do it now! I'm getting it all! Do it!
In order to prevent the poison from spreading, they fucking cut off his leg. And then they use the machete after it's on fire to cook it, to cauterize the fucking wound. So Felipe is dead, and that's the guy that they found earlier with like the worms and maggots and caterpillars crawling out of his fucking eye. Oh, yep. Oh, fuck! Fucking... damn it!
Time in the jungle, it's survival of the fittest. In the jungle, it's the daily violence of the strong overcoming the weak. Jack!
It's the strong overcoming the weak, eh? So they kill the pig for the fuck of it, force him inside of these buildings. They even take the fucking kid and put it in there? Jesus! Now you know what the ashes were earlier in the movie. These guys terrorizing the tribe, all for the sake of faking a supposed massacre from a neighboring tribe in their documentary. They literally burned some of those kids alive in there. So, literally after they just massacre this fucking tribe, these two just go ahead out in the woods and fuck. There's so much I just simply cannot show on YouTube, ever. Literally fucking right next to where they just burnt children's bodies. Oh my god, wait, no! She wasn't giving birth! They just... Oh my god, they just ripped the fucking fetus out of her and then beat her to death.
Long discussion last night about whether to...
What the fuck? I don't remember that at all. Holy shit. There we go. The last, like, 15 minutes that make this movie one of the most disturbing movies ever made.
I think we got one! Grab it. Look what we found! I know. Why don't you ask her?
What do you want to do with it?
Take care of the little monkey. Judging from the looks of this girl, we finally found the Yanomamos, the 3 people. But we're gonna have to be very careful, because these people are known for their cruelty.
Known for their cruelty, eh?
Jack, what do you want to use it for? A porno film, stupid.
That's not a bad idea.
They all literally gang rape her. Literally, he tries to rape this other tribeswoman in front of his girlfriend. Holy fucking shit. If I remember correctly, the guys did this. The film crew did that. Because they wanted to, you know, frame it. Here we go. The tribe is surrounding them.
Alan, you can't! You can't!
Look, he's had it anyway!
He's still alive, you bastard! You can't!
How about you, Mark?
Get
the fuck
He just shot Jack. So that way...
You got it. Right down to the last foot.
So that way they can film what the tribe do with a dead body. His fucking head is right there. That's the thing. Is like the violence in this movie looks so realistic and the bodies look so real as they're being like chopped up. That's what makes it so disturbing, is it looks very real.
Try to scare him away with this. I hope it works. Stay by me, Faye! Don't get far away! Stay over here! You motherfuckers!
They got Faye. Oh, fuck, here we go. Where they literally just massacre Faye. Gang. Her. The fact that they're filming it instead of trying to help. Now they're clubbing her to death. Needless to say, I'm not gonna finish this thing. I'm not gonna finish it. Oh, her head. Now they got the rest of the crew.
I wonder who the real cannibals are.
The message about sensationalism of violence in the media, along with honesty in the media, literally is split directly down the middle. Because by not showing the footage to the public allows for the esteemed reputation of the filmmakers to stay the way it is. And if they were to show the footage, it's a sensationalism of violence. Showing the massacre of these tribes, and then eventually showing the massacre of the film crew. Perfect example of smart hypocrisy. By making a movie about exploitation while being a movie that is as exploitative as the footage is in this movie. Oh, fuck! For a second time rewatching it, it still hurts. It still packs as hell of a punch as it did back then. Oh. I find this movie disturbing way more disturbing than most other movies. Though it feels over the top, it doesn't feel like unrealistic. It feels very real. And it escalates. It escalates and escalates and escalates. And with the violence of the actual, like with actual animal violence in the movie, and with how realistic the actual human violence looks, it's very hard to look at this and go, this is fake. I mean, obviously, you can take that approach with it. You can look at it and say it's fake because, obviously, the other half of the movie is obviously fake. It's about a crew, it's about a rescue team getting a hold of the footage. That's the other half of the movie, and then the other half, the second half, is the actual footage. And that's probably the hardest part about this movie is like, obviously, it's a fake movie, but it feels so damn realistic. It is easily one of the most disturbing found footage movies of all time. It is still to this day the most controversial movie ever fucking made. And that's because no other movie has ever had a trial about it where the director was brought up on murder charges because of how real the murders looked in this movie. Yeah, the director literally needed to bring in the actors from the movie to the trial to testify and prove that they were still alive. Because after the movie was released, they signed a contract saying that they would not go out in public for a whole fucking year. So in that way, this movie could seem as realistic as it did. That's how you know Cannibal Holocaust is still to this day the most controversial movie ever made, and is still to this day one of the most disturbing movies ever made. Personally, I think that this movie should have been in tier 4. It is a fucked up movie. So fucked up. And I think it's way more fucked up than some of the stuff on tier 4, which I haven't seen yet. I have seen August Underground. I'd say this is on par as with August Underground. So, without further fucking ado, let's talk about Cannibal Holocaust. So for quality in production, now this is a movie that came out in 1980 and was made by the Italian cinema. So, given the time and given the fact that it's 1980, I'm not gonna judge it based off of like, oh, the dubbing doesn't exactly line up, you know? What I am gonna judge it though is based off of story, based off of how well the story is executed, the actual, like, just overall quality of the movie. And in my opinion, I think that this movie, it comes off very, very gritty. It comes off realistic. The feel to this movie is like in your face, and it's an all-out attack on the senses. It is everything that makes a movie disturbing. It is everything that makes a movie very unsettling. It is everything that gets into your skin. The music, despite only hearing like 3 or 4 like actual tracks in the movie, those tracks actually add a lot to the scenes. Though the scenes are very disturbing, probably without the music, those scenes with the music, normally I hate it when music is played over a disturbing scene, but because this music itself is like very pulse pounding, it's supposed to like get into your skin, it's supposed to raise your senses, make you ultra aware with ultra high pitched violins, with screeching synthesizers and pulse pounding drums and whatever. Yeah, in my opinion the music adds a lot to it. The found footage is easily the best part of the movie. The found footage aspect looks fan-fucking-tastic. It looks gritty, it looks real, it looks visceral, it looks gory, it looks just downright disturbing. It is absolutely hard to watch when somebody's getting killed, when one of the animals is getting murdered. The violence in this movie looks fucking visceral, and in my opinion, it is a very good movie. It is a very good movie for that reason. The moral of the story of how media is always deceiving the public, and this and that, and exploitation, and sensationalism of violence, it's ultra in your face. And I love it for that reason. The only thing I am gonna dock it off for is just like some of the hokiness with some of the moments in the movie, like giving the fucking tribesmen cocaine. I think it's very hokey at times in the very beginning, but outside of that, I think it's a fantastic movie with a fantastic premise, and it's pretty damn well executed. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 1.75 out of 2. Moving on to realism. Yeah, it's a 2. Gore score, also a 2 out of 2. Creep factor. This movie disturbs the living shit out of me. It really does. This is one of the few movies where, like, I watch it and I genuinely never want to watch it again. The only reason I did it is for you fuckers. That's how much I love you guys. Oh my god. This movie really gets to me. It absolutely gets to me. Despite some of the hokiness in that first 45 minutes, until the found footage really hits, this movie isn't very scary. But the second half of this movie is some of the scariest, most disturbing, most in-your-face, gut-punchingly brutal, ruthless shit you will ever see in a movie. But the first half is relatively tame. But because of all the animal violence, because of all that stuff, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a, I'm feeling personally I feel a 3.25 out of 4. Yeah. With a 1.75 out of 2 on the quality and production, a 2 out of 2 on the realism, a 2 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 3.25 out of 4 on the fucking creep factor. That brings our boy Cannibal Holocaust to a 9 out of 10, which gives it a terrifying rating, which I think is definitely 100% true. This is hands down a absolutely terrifying movie that is extremely well made, in my opinion, for the time. I personally really enjoy Cannibal Holocaust, but I will probably never watch it again after this. So, yep, 9 out of 10. Cannibal Holocaust. Guys, go ahead, like, comment, subscribe. Tell me what the hell you guys want me to go ahead and watch, want me to listen to, whatever. Just send stuff over for me to go ahead and react to, stuff that has personally creeped you out. If you guys have some of your own stuff that you guys would like to send in, go ahead and send it over, and I'll go ahead and do a little video on it if you guys want me to. And, yep, there you go. My name is Brendan Reviews, and I hope you guys have a great day, evening, night, whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this. And I will see you guys next time in Iceberg Chronicles for another movie review. I'll see you all next time. Mr. Krabs, take it away.
Subscribe to Brendan Reviews or else I'll come to your house and eat your kids.
How we doing today? As I said, and if you guys watched it, because it's a different series, if you guys watched the regular Scariest Media series, you would have heard me say that certain tiers, I'm just going to go over them because I've already seen the shit out of the movies, alright? Like tier 1 and tier 2, I'm just going to cover the whole tier in one big fat fucking video, right? And I said with tiers 3 through 6, I would be watching a majority of the films, pretty much most of them, if not all of them. And then once tier 7 and 8 hit, I'm done watching. I'm never going to, I'm just not going to watch any of those, and I will cover each one in their own separate video. There's a little bit of a change up for this, but for now, we're going to hit tier 6. Buried in the Sand, The Deception of America. It is a documentary, came out in 2004. It's extremely biased in terms of the fact that it came from the Iraq, like it was around the time that the War on Terror had just started. It was 3 years into it. It was 3 years after 9/11. And this is basically a documentary that shows why we should be in the Middle East. So it's very biased, and they'll show all this bad footage in it. I know for a fact there is human violence in this, which I'll preface this. I have seen human violence for a few reasons. One, I'm in the military, and I have not like visually seen someone get shot, but I'm saying I have seen footage from people showing me them that are in the military. We've often seen video clips of people being shot at, and people in war. We've seen pictures of injuries, people getting killed, and I have seen various amounts of other videos that are very disturbing. One of them was actually on TikTok, which was surprising. But without further ado, this is Buried in the Sand, The Deception of America. It's an hour and 5 minutes, should be an interesting watch. So without further ado, let's hop into it. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, I'm Mark Taylor. The program you are about to see is disturbing. Sipping coffee at local cafes. A paradise of happy Islamic people, free to live their lives until the evil Americans invade their sovereign
Jesus, this is already a lot. Wow.
During this presentation, you'll witness a view of radical Islam most of us are not familiar with. However, it is a view that innocent Muslims throughout the Middle East have seen and experienced all too often. Rights and freedoms are for those with the power to take them. The program you're about to view contains graphic and brutal images. Like the horror of the concentration camps of Nazi Germany, they demand to be seen. Naysayers from denying it happened.
We're getting right to it.
We will not, like the secrets of Saddam, keep these and our heads buried in the sand.
Oh, time drop! Can You Handle Life Pictures presents. Yeah, that music is badass, you know? Damn, I can fuck with that music. Oh, okay. We're getting straight to it. Okay. Saddam Hussein, oh god. Oh my god, we're getting right to it. Holy fuck. They just showed images of dead people over fucking this badass music. It's hosted by Mark Taylor. Okay. Why is he like inside of this like news like podium? Like why is he acting like as if he's like speaking to the public as if he was on the news? This is just funny.
Was the cutting off of right fingers or hands. Many of these people were innocent Baghdad merchants whose amputated hands and fingers were presented to Saddam as evidence of their punishment, or simply displeasing Saddam Hussein. Oppression and fear were this tyrannical regime's greatest weapons. The acts of barbarism you're about to see is actual footage of atrocities committed by Saddam Hussein. They're graphic. He would then halt the beating, order medical tests, and have the thrashings resumed until physicians determined complete failure of the kidney.
Oh my god. Here's the biggest problem with this documentary is we do not know the actual context of it. We just know what he's saying is the context. We actually genuinely don't know what was going on.
The amputation of one's tongue was approved in mid-2000.
Oh, fuck. Thankfully, you really can't see anything because the footage is so grainy and it's so bad, but like...
The removal of the hand was deemed appropriate punishment by the Revolutionary Command Council of 1994.
The removal of the hand.
Arm amputation.
Plastic surgery? Really? I don't know if that's like the whole reason for us to be going to the Middle East and Saddam Hussein. Like, we should have just stayed out of it. Ah. And they're cutting off the fingers, damn.
In 2002, Senator Hillary Clinton had this to say. It is clear that if left unchecked, Saddam Hussein will continue this to say. We have known for many years that Saddam Hussein is seeking the threat of Saddam Hussein with weapons of mass destruction.
Okay, I'll be honest, this shit is badass. Like, watching these fights is absolutely badass, but it's horrifying. Those things are so fucking cool in real life. I love them. That guy just got shot down. Damn. Tank is on fire. Guy's like hand looks like it got blown off, kind of. something must have exploded inside of there, because the guy's coming out and like his face is covered. Damn. The reason why I'm not so disturbed by stuff like this is because if you watch a whole bunch of documentaries, especially like ones about the Holocaust, you do see shit like this. Like you do see firing squads in Nazi Germany during World War II, which is just insane. So this shit isn't the most insane thing I've ever seen, but it's, you know, it's impactful. It definitely is.
See this? Yep. I got a guy running, throwing a weapon. Smoke him. Stand by. Ready to start to lose a weapon. Positive.
This is kind of cool. The whole AC-130 aspect of this shit. This is some Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 shit. I like it.
Got him. Good. Second one. Hit the other one.
Damn.
Hit the truck.
Damn.
Roger.
Like, though this is like an actual loss of life, like,
Come out of field of view. Roger.
this shows like the power of the military that we have here in America. I think it's fucking badass.
We've enjoyed freedom for more than 200 years and should not allow acts like you are about to witness to deter us. These images were taped by the terrorists for you. They were meant to shake your resolve, to force you to quit.
Here's the worst part about this. I can't tell if this is one whole video that was edited by, you know, what they say are the terrorists, or if this is just a compilation of clips made by the documentary, played with this Islamic music over it to try to force in a message. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these clips were not even from the fucking Middle East. Oh, so that was like that one of those first pictures in the beginning of this. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, that was bad. I can't even describe what I'm seeing because it's that bad. It's that bad. Holy shit! Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, so this is like what is going on here. They're saying that this prison treatment is worse than the Americans' treatment of the prisoners, right? But I guess the documentary misses the fucking point. Even the way the Americans are treating the prisoners, it's not good. So I think that's the point. Okay, so we're halfway done right now. We are at 31 minutes and 20 seconds. And this is probably one of the most insufferable documentaries I think I've ever seen. Like, it's got some good footage of something, right? But the problem is I can't tell what the context of this stuff truly is. Like, is it truly what the documentary says it is for? Like, the points it's trying to prove just are immediately rebutted, kind of thing. Like, why we needed to go to Iraq, and why Saddam Hussein was such a bad dictator, why we should stay in the Middle East, why the left is completely wrong, why America's treatment of prisoners, hey, it's much better than what Saddam Hussein was doing to these prisoners, but you still missed the fucking point. It's still not good. So, this is a pretty blind documentary. Like, it really doesn't see the grand point to a lot of these issues.
Piercing of hands with electric drills were all common methods of torture and punishment by the Hussein family. The favorite of Uday, Saddam's oldest son, was the medieval public punishment. Involves a rod with bindings that go around the offender's ankles, so that, feet in the air, the victim can be beaten on the soles of their bare feet with a stick, resulting in fractures and extreme pain.
But I can't tell, like, if what they said was true, you know, like, that he was getting getting beat for literally having made a grammatical error on a news broadcast or showing up late for a meeting. I understand getting fired for showing up late to like some really big meeting. I understanding like maybe having a little bit of a lecture after your news broadcast is done, being like, hey man, like read the prompter better or something like that. But beating the soles of their feet, okay, works for me. In a mild way, this is kind of funny. Like just people taking sticks and going, oh, that's not funny at all. Okay. That's not funny at fucking all. That guy just got...
First, these victims, reportedly picked at random from the population, are blindfolded and tied to poles.
Alright, what? Are they gonna be like fire squatted to death or something like that? Just shot at multiple times? Is the music added in by the documentary? Because it's truly unnecessary. The music just takes away from the actual impact of this shit. So I thought it's a firing squad.
Here, the Taliban gives a knife to a mother to saw off the head of an alleged murderer of her son.
This footage is so bad. It's so grainy. What the hell does this even matter? It just seems like people who believe in a religion, A, and B, like, patriotism. Like, they're patriotic to their own country, you know? I don't see a problem with this, truthfully. I'm like, it's people having inspirational music about their religion. You're telling me that Christianity doesn't do the same fucking thing, that Judaism doesn't have songs? You're telling me that Buddhism doesn't have songs? I just don't see the fucking point. Every religion has songs preaching about the afterlife, preaching about doing good in this life to meet your Father, meet your God, meet your higher power, right? To reach Nirvana, to meet Jesus, to meet Allah, right? And it just, it's stupid. It's stupid to think that this is indoctrination.
At ever younger ages, these children are trained in the most hideous form of terrorism.
Please don't tell me we're gonna get to...
Control, whether it be over children or adults, religion or government, its people or the citizens of other nations, is a powerful...
What the fuck? I mean, they just acted like they were about to do like one of those decapitation videos where they had a prisoner. I mean, no matter what my opinion is on the documentary, that is messed up and just downright... that's sickening. That's... yeah.
Weapon of both brutal regimes and terrorists alike. Symbolism is a major component of that control, and any innocent American can become a symbol, still powerful, and fear that its brave American liberators will be persuaded to cut and run. In addition, the killing of aid workers delays the delivery of vital services to Iraqis. The absence of such services then becomes a rallying cry for American withdrawal. Is the horrific death of the hostage. With camera in hand, the hostage is taped kneeling in front of several masked cowards. After spouting several lines of religious rhetoric, the terrorists restrain their victim and saw off their head with a knife. The recording is then disseminated throughout the world. The video images you are about to witness are of these diabolical acts. These are some of the most horrifying images ever recorded and should be viewed with discretion. In a sign of escalating violence, insurgents in Iraq kidnapped 3 Japanese, 8 South Koreans, and 2 Arab Israelis. The terrorists threatened to burn the Japanese alive if Tokyo did not withdraw from the U.S.-led coalition within 3 days.
Paul Marshall Johnson Jr., American, sir. I'm American out of the United States. In the front end of the Apache helicopter.
Jesus. The documentary really punishes you for actually having stayed till the fucking end. I don't even want to drink. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Tyrannical beliefs on the innocent people of Afghanistan. A people who, for the first time, will soon experience free and open elections thanks to our efforts. The liberation of Iraq is complete. Saddam and his oppressive Ba'athist party have been ousted. His sons Uday and Qusay are gone, meeting their end while resisting American troops. Saddam Hussein has been captured, found after an interrogation of a prisoner revealed his location. The once mighty dictator was found cowering in a hole with approximately $800,000 in United States currency. Although we still face challenges in Iraq, the transfer to the transitional government went smoothly and ahead of schedule. Iraqi athletes for the first time competed in the Olympic Games without the threat of torture or death by Uday Hussein. The people of Iraq, like their neighbors in Afghanistan, will soon experience the first taste of democracy with free and open elections. Yes, we are winning the war on terror, and the world is a safer place. To participate in this historic moment. 3 weeks of war were enough to topple this political regime which ruled Iraq for more than 30 years, where Saddam Hussein has left his marks. Will find it necessary to send its brave young men and women into harm's way. In this we have no choice. As a brave American soldier said, "I would much rather fight them here than at home. Here we all carry guns. God bless the United States of America."
President of the
I got a few things to say. One, that's a very stark, happy ending right there, right? Assuming that, well, everything was now fucking great. Well, it's, as of this moment of filming it, it is February 5th, 2022. Afghanistan has fallen back to the Taliban, and we have heard from the Middle East citizens saying that we should have left a long time ago, especially after Osama bin Laden's death. You want to know why? Because the citizens were the ones suffering the worst. Not the enemies, not the Americans, the citizens. Because they were caught in the crossfire between two totally different ideologies and caught in the crossfire between two totally different firepowers. One more ruthless than the other and one more advanced than the other. So ultimately this documentary proves futile, does not work as a documentary today. It is extremely out of date. And it's very right-winged, which is, insane, like, far right. And though right-winged is not a problem, neither is being left-winged, just how blind it is to, like, the actual issues at hand shows the, lackluster ability to create an impact that this documentary has. So, without further ado, let's talk about it. So starting off with quality and production, as I said, this documentary is not well made and does not hold up to this day. Today, it is very outdated, it is very biased, and it does not serve its point the way it wants to. It very much so tries to display this idea that us going to the Middle East was necessary due to how terrible it was in the Middle East, and ultimately American presence was a good thing, when nowadays in 2022 we have learned that it was never a good thing. Though we have done some great things in the Middle East, it was never a good thing to truly stay as long as we did. We stayed in for 21 years. After 9/11 had happened, we were there for 21 years. It wasn't until late 2021 when we finally fucking left. So, and I think that the biggest problem with this documentary ultimately comes down to just how much it can't prove its point. So that's a big con for it. 2, though the announcer is good, that's about the only quality thing with this whole thing. The announcer, the narrator, the host of the documentary is about the only good thing this documentary has going for it. The effects are outdated, and the footage they use is grainy and doesn't really do a good enough job of displaying how bad things probably are over there. I don't know. Fuck, I haven't been there. So, the biggest problem with it is it's not well made, it's outdated, and it doesn't do a good job of proving its point. I'm going to go ahead and give for the quality and production, honestly, a 0 out of 2. It's not a good documentary. Moving on to realism. Now, of course, this shows actual graphic violence, and it shows real documented cases of murder, violence, terrorism, all that. Of course, that is a big pro for it in the sense of, like, it is very realistic, but the problem is we don't understand the context of half of it. We keep being told that what we're looking at is something done by Saddam Hussein, something done by his military, something done by the Iraqi government, or something done by the Taliban, or something done by the Afghanistan government, something done by radical Islamists. We don't know that for sure. Not to mention, we don't understand where half of these video clips even take place, or who they're even by. We keep being told it's underneath Saddam Hussein, which obviously wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Just because maybe Saddam Hussein may have been a, ally to the terrorists doesn't mean that it was Saddam Hussein who was responsible for it. So I don't understand why we keep painting this big-ass picture that Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi environment, the Iraqi country, the Iraqi people are the problem. In my opinion, it's bullshit, and I think it's totally out of context. So just because you got realistic clips, real clips of actual war crimes being filmed and committed, we don't know the true context. The dates that the footage range from are all the way from 1979 to 2004. You're telling me there's not some gray area somewhere in between? You bet your ass there is. So for realism, I'm only going to give it 1 out of 2. Moving on to, I don't even want to say the word, but you guys can look at the fucking name of it. But real violence, and I feel bad even trying to give a score for that because it's real violence and it is impactful. It's just that, yeah, whatever, moving on, we're just going to give it a 2 out of 2. Now moving on to creep factor. This is not creepy. It's slightly disturbing only when the footage is used and the footage isn't grainy and you can tell what's going on. But outside of that, the overuse of music over the clips, the overuse of various kinds of Islamic music or some kind of loud dramatic percussion to try to drive home the idea of how big and scary these people are, it doesn't add to the documentary. It just doesn't make it feel that important. It doesn't do its job really, which is a big fucking problem in my eyes. So I don't know, it's just kind of eh. So guys, truthfully, I'm just gonna go ahead and give it 0.5. Just because it has some disturbing moments, it doesn't hold its impact because it's outdated and just doesn't work today. So yeah, so with the 0 out of 2 on quality and production, a 1 out of 2 on realism, a 2 out of 2 on the score, I'm not saying the word, and then a 0.5 on the creep factor, that brings Buried in the Sand, The Deception of America to a 3.5 out of 10, which is a Goosebumps rating, which, as I said, whenever we're dealing with realistic shit, I would throw in another thing, right, about respect. And that is the biggest problem with this, is I do not feel like it is very respectful to the American public, nor the Middle East, because it treats us like idiots, thinking that we're just going to buy into its message. And for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and bump it down a point to 2.5 for a not very much rating, because this is not very much of anything. It is not a good documentary. It is not a good display of the actual war crimes in the Middle East. It is not a good display of the actual context and situations that Americans were put into, along with the Iraqi people and the Iraqi government. So, guys, do I recommend it? Absolutely not. Not only does it have really disturbing footage that most people probably couldn't watch, it also has just these absolutely lackluster, bare-boned, not like terrible ideas that add to the supposed factor of, A, terrorism is bad. Ultimately, what did I learn from this? A, terrorism is fucking bad, and Americans should be there, right? Everybody agrees with that terrorism is bad, and that if Americans deal with terrorists, we should do something about it, you know? If Americans have a terrorist attack on them, we should stop terrorists, right? I think most people can agree with that there are bad people out there, let's stop the bad. It's not that hard of a concept to grasp, and unfortunately, that's all this thing boils down to. Nothing more than what a kid thinks of when he's dealing with a bully. That guy is a bad guy, and I want to either stay away from him, or I want to do something about it. And that's all this really is. That's all this is summed up to be. So, Buried in the Sand is kind of a joke. The Deception of America, I don't understand what the fuck the title means of it, or I don't understand what the hell the title even means. The Deception of America. It makes me feel like as if America is being deceived, and I guess that's its point, like, America's being deceived, like, the Middle East, we keep being told we shouldn't be there, this is why we should be there. It's like, right. So, anyways guys, my name is Brendan Reviews, thank you for watching. I hope you guys like and subscribe, because I'm trying to make it to 500. I want 500 subs, and that way I can make community posts, and you guys can learn what it is I am working on next. And, guys, go ahead and subscribe, and I promise you, I will keep you guys up to date. Alright? Love you guys. I hope you guys have a great day, evening, night, whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this, and I will see you all next time.
Subscribe to Brendan Reviews, or else I'll come to your house and eat your...
Guys, the world is a very dark and mysterious place, and as we've seen throughout this whole series of dealing with disturbing movies, people show no bounds in how disturbing they can get, especially when I looked over the second episode to the Iceberg Chronicles, and well, if there's any other movie that's worth talking about from that same tier, it's a little movie called Snuff R73. And guys, trust me when I say this. It's not like as if the movie itself is bad for what it is. It's bad for what it's not. Let's take a look at Snuff R73. Snuff R73 is another mixtape film, but is certainly an interesting case for a mixtape film. The urban legend of what Snuff R73 even is somewhat up for debate. So, the mixtape project was released in 2015 as a response to the craze that the 2013 mixtape MDPOPE had stirred up. The footage in Snuff R73 is just as bad, but not as long, nor is it any different because the footage is 85% the same as MDPOPE I, which actually caused somewhat of a drama in the mixtape community. Thomas MD Cinemagore was absolutely pissed when this mixtape came out because it was a copy of his MDPOPE series. But what made Snuff R73 so legendary wasn't because of what it was. It was because of what it wasn't. The myth of Snuff R73 is a serious one. The myth states that there is a version of the actual film which is reportedly sold on the dark web and is a child abuse and fetish film of the worst kinds. I can't even mention it here without the risk of a community guideline strike. There was once even an IMDb page for this mixtape which had some very strange additions to its page, mainly the addition of Luca Magnotta. Yes, the Luca Magnotta from Don't Fuck With Cats that created One Lunatic, One Ice Pick as an actor and producer of the mixtape. But this one makes sense given that Luca Magnotta was arrested in 2012 for the murder of Jun Lin, the man murdered in the One Lunatic, One Ice Pick video. On top of all of this and those rumors of a worse version with child abuse and cheese pizza, the status of Snuff R73 continued with the mention that people believed others were making footage for the project. Like, people were saying that there were actual snuff movie makers putting their footage into the project for monetary gain. There are even rumors stating that this deep, dark, and mysterious cut of the mixtape contains scenes from one of the worst videos ever made on the internet named Daisy's Destruction. Daisy's Destruction is a video made by a man in the Philippines named Peter Scully. He was a routine sex offender who preyed on little girls. His way of life was making videos of him sexually abusing these young girls and selling them on the dark web for anywhere between $1,000 to even $10,000. Before I dive in further, I must say that any finding and watching of this footage is illegal and not permitted by me nor my channel. If one in the comments says that they have access to this file or says that they have seen the footage, even if not a pedophile, will be reported to the authorities. I myself have never seen the footage, nor do I ever want to watch it. All upcoming knowledge has come from careful research and other people's analysis on the situation. Daisy's Destruction is by far the worst of Peter Scully's videos, and one of the, if not the worst videos ever made on the internet. It is a video showing the sexual abuse of an 18-month-old girl named Daisy. Filmed by Peter Scully with the help of two female companions, this video was priced at $10,000 and was sent throughout many pedophile circuits and hurtcore websites. And for those who don't know, hurtcore is labeled as a fetish, where pedophiles cause pain to victims they get a hold of. The two conditions of this kind of fetish is that they must be a child and must be unwilling. With this knowledge, the simple idea that there is any mixtape out there with this kind of footage and sadism is innately disturbing. But once again, with this Snuff R73 background, none of it is real. As I have concluded, along with many others before me, all of these rumors are fake. Daisy's Destruction is not in the mixtape, nor is there any type of harder Snuff R73 where this footage even exists. Not only this, but Luca Magnotta was not a producer or an actor in the traditional sense other than having the One Lunatic, One Ice Pick video placed in the actual mixtape. The mixtape is not an actual snuff movie. Just because actual death is on screen does not mean that someone was murdered for the sake of the film, nor is this an actual movie where someone dies on screen. This is a mixtape of death and disgusting acts similar to MDPOPE, but what makes this mixtape anything special is not what is contained within, but what has been said about it. The myth of Snuff R73 is a big one and must be debunked for good. So guys, there you go. That is Snuff R73 and kind of like a breakdown of its, history. It's a weird history to talk about, and it calls into question a whole variety of topics that are better left unspoken about. Either that, or two, better left approached in a different video, rather than trying to compile it all into one connecting topic. Guys, Snuff R73 is not something I would recommend you go ahead and watch due to not only what it actually is, but also due to its history. Its history of it possibly being connected to all these child pedophile rings, connected to actual snuff movies. Whether or not that version even exists shows that if you were to try to be finding that other version, you are doing something illegal. because I think we all know cheese pizza is not legal. Guys, do not watch Snuff R73.
Baby, oh. Oh my god. What is that?
Fires of our infernal quest.
What the fuck? Oh! Oh!
Hey guys, how are we doing today? My name is Brendan Reviews, and I have my boy Ryan Nunikin 2. Well, no, you don't go by Nunikin 2 anymore.
I quit that.
Yeah, okay. So
let's be honest here. This sucked.
I enjoyed your content back in the day.
I just don't have time to do YouTube anymore, so I just do the cheap content like reviews now.
Yep. Welcome to the club, Dick. I have him dragged along into this wonderful little series I have, Iceberg Chronicles, to watch a particular movie from Tier 5. And,
I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it's about.
Alright. Am I right? Can I tell you the title now?
Yes.
It is called The Necro Files. And, it
like
is...
necrophilia?
That's the pun. It's Necro Files, like space. It's like files of necro stuff. Necrophiles, alright? And I don't know what it's really about. All I know is it has to do with cops, some teenagers doing some Satanist shit, and a zombie running around that I think is like either eating people or it's like raping women or whatever. So, all I know is this is supposed to be a joke movie, and I figured I could at least show you this one. So, we're gonna start this movie in 3, 2, 1. Threat Theater International Incorporated production.
That sounds made up.
Yeah. See what I said?
Yeah, I know.
Oh boy.
Damn, are we getting a shower soon? Alright.
So this movie was made in 1997, just so you know. Okay, we're already getting right to it. I wasn't expecting this.
This is what you get for hiring a porn actress, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
Is that a swastika?
I think so, man.
Head and Shoulders product placement. Also, who showers with the shower curtain like wide open?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering here. And who the hell puts on like a fucking robe as they're still soaking wet? You see that?
Yeah.
God, that's not a fucking towel.
And this is Tier 5, like it's supposed to be
this is supposed
pretty fucked up.
It's supposed to... I think it's a joke, though. I think it's included as a joke by the guy that made the Iceberg. But everything on Tier 5 is not disturbing, it's just cringy.
Yeah.
Is what it is. Like... Can't do this. The phone line has been cut, hasn't it?
It's been cut. Oh my god.
Is that like... Oh, is he about to strangle her with the phone wire?
Oh, yeah.
Man, I feel bad for this actress. How much do they pay her? Look at that. That's just fucked up.
Looks like a freak.
What the hell does it even say in his shirt? If it's so
Box? I don't know, he's taking it off.
Oh,
now.
he's gonna...
Oh, please don't.
He's gonna... Yeah, he's gonna fucking...
Yeah.
Oh, please don't. I don't want...
Oh.
Wait, no. Oh, no. It is what we thought. Oh my god.
God.
Oh, no. Do his shit right there. Oh my god. I've never seen this shit before in my life.
We're gonna get that son of a bitch. He raped and slaughtered my sister, Maggie. She's only 1 out of 2.
There he is. Nighttime.
Don't even think about it, fuckface.
Oh.
You son of a bitch. You like the right women, huh? You like the right women? Done. What's with you, man? Come on. It's all right. We're done. Sick fuck.
What the fuck? This doesn't even know.
It looks like he likes it.
Yeah, he does. Please peg me. Oh! That was like 9 shots before he ran out.
And he just emptied the clip right on.
It's not a clip, Ryan.
You know what I'm saying. He emptied the revolver. Nobody says that.
A lot of people, man.
Well, 9 months later, okay, forget it.
Hey, he was pregnant. He had a kid.
Offering to rise up before us by the 7th key of Solomon. I set thee free to come by the power of my faith. I rise, 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 rise. Come to us, fires of our infernal quest.
What the fuck? Oh! Oh! This time. Oh, what the? Dream like that. Oh! Oh! Holy shit! Oh! Oh! Just ripping out something.
He's good as got jeans on underneath. There's probably somebody in the background like actually mourning. They're like,
you guys aren't saying what the fuck is that when he stabbed the baby and pulled his dick out and pissed on a grave? I like the gloves for the monster. You see
yeah,
that?
very nice and rubbery.
Yeah. Oh, is that a flashback? That must have been his sister. Yeah, it was. Who called it?
Yeah, his sister's not back. What did you just throw out?
I don't know.
You lit it with a lighter. You're not throwing it.
It's like he's murdering and raping over and over again. And have Maggie. I can't do anything to help her.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Oh,
man, this guy's been littered so much in this movie.
You know what?
For a cop, he should arrest himself.
Yeah.
What the hell is this, man? Forgot my cinnamon Crispitos. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Sorry, man.
Kind of like you.
Cinnamon Crispitos.
Hey, where's my 2 large fries?
I said a large Coke, you fucking ass. I think that's a dildo.
Oh, God.
God.
Isn't it?
I feel bad for these people. Oh, another window transition.
No.
Does he just
oh, God, that's his dick.
Wait, it was?
Yes.
I don't fucking see that.
You didn't see that?
No, I was too busy looking at his... Oh my God!
Oh my God, it's huge! It's humongous. Oh my...
Oh my God!
Oh shit! He just walks in like, hey. Oh God.
Oh no, he rapes the guy?
Oh no.
Oh God. Oh no.
Wow. Going deep, I guess. Oh, he's eating her. Okay.
Yeah, there's that music again for every fucking scene. Okay, why would you go back to that fucking one grave?
Oh, hear us, Dark Master, Lord of Darkness and ruler of all things unholy, our Lord and ruler for all eternity.
Why does he keep darting his head?
I don't know.
Thinking about his sister. It's supposed to be a metaphor for how him and his sister have parted ways.
What happened, Manners? Did you make the bus?
God damn it, they didn't show.
What do you mean they didn't show? Didn't you make the bus? Alright, unit 12 will be there. Over and out.
Oh, he just did
What
coke.
the fuck you doing, Manners?
It's nothing, man. It's coke medicine.
Cold
medicine. Man, we gotta do something about this fucking rapist. Governor's freaking out.
Yeah, well, this is an election year. The heat's on us to nail this scumbag.
Was that just supposed to be a joke that like somebody just got shot at the Capitol? Wow, he really finished her.
Wow,
damn.
he turned her head into a mannequin.
Excited for a party.
I don't really need this shit. I told you I wasn't that type of girl. It's not that big of
Oh, dude.
Fuck! Left my wallet.
She's already moving on.
She's already moved on.
Did he just like leave her? He fucking left her. Oh my god.
Oh, maybe he's good.
Wait. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Maybe he's not boyfriend of the, or maybe he's not like worst boyfriend of the year, but he's not boyfriend of the year. You know?
Oh.
Oh, he was too late. Yo, why do we keep getting shots of that same fucking statue? Like, you notice that every single time it cuts back to the cemetery, we get that shot of Jesus.
Oh god, is it the baby?
Is the baby? Oh.
Oh my god.
What is that?
Oh my.
Barney made me do it, alright? Barney, that made you do it! What was your idea that we joined this stinking cult in the first place, man? Yeah, but you gotta tell Jesus that, man!
Why does something go to the teapot?
I don't know. I think that's just the baby flying over the house, probably.
Where the fuck do you think you're going? Man, I don't care! All I know is I'm not gonna wait around this joint waiting for something evil to come kick our asses!
Baby's gonna be right there. Yeah, there it is. Oh my. Oh my god.
He doesn't even have a wound on his neck. He just fucking stabbed the damn baby. It's not that hard. Oh, okay.
He already did. And it didn't die.
No, but I mean, just like get the baby off. Like, it can't be that hard.
Hit it with a baseball bat.
What did he even say?
You got something for me? Hey man, where the hell you been, man? I've been here all morning and shit. That's tough shit, man. You got something for me? I told you it was gonna be good, you know, but you know, I did you a favor, you gonna do me a favor, you know, like you said. Yeah, I'm gonna do you a favor, man.
I don't think he would realize that ballistics can trace, like, where that bullet fucking came from.
Yeah.
Nice transition.
Nice.
Way better than the window and tree transitions, I'll say that. No, it's the Satanist. Oh, this is where everything starts to connect. Oh, there's a fucking demonic baby and a giant walking zombie rapist down the loose. Ah!
You alright, buddy? It's a demon. It's a horrible demon. You are on drugs, aren't you? No, man. I'm not on drugs, man. Kill you? No, man. What do you got? What do you got? You got crack? No. You got smoke? No, man. Wait a minute, man. You got, what do you got? You got blow? No, it's a demon, man. It's the rapist. Don't be holding out on me, man. I'm not on you. Don't be holding out on me. Fucking trash. Fucking trash. I'll fucking kill you, man. Get out of here.
I was just gonna.
What the hell's going on, Manners? Huh? What are you doing?
This doped up maniac man, he was mumbling about demons, and then he started smashing his head on the rock. He just started smashing his head on the rock. I think he's on PCB or something.
Well, couldn't you do nothing about it? Couldn't you stop him?
What, are you calling me a liar?
Well, no, but it's not right. It just
Is that his real life fucking hair, man?
It's terrible, man.
If it's real fucking hair, Jesus. Man would just be better bald.
I think he's got a ponytail, too.
Yeah, he does have a ponytail.
The brass isn't going to be suspicious. Come on. Come on, let's go get some tacos. Come on.
He just talks him out of everything with food.
He's like, let's go get some tacos.
Yeah,
you're right, let's do it.
Let's go get some donuts. Yeah, sure. That's
you're right, let's
fine.
leave this guy here. Yeah, bye-bye.
Just left him beating up fucking demon spouting asshole the fucking
Planned Parenthood over there.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Dude, yeah.
He went in public like this! Oh, this is fucking fantastic.
Taco shop?
Dude, that is the worst Taco Bell I think I've ever seen. Look at that. Oh, shit.
What, Scooby-Doo or something?
Is he watching that while fucking drinking, like wine? Yeah. Oh, he's drinking some nice old beer.
This detective slums have a place for his unit to I have reason to believe my partner, Detective Matters, has become psychically unbalanced and possibly no longer able to perform its duties as a police officer, and possibly even a threat to himself.
So many sound effects.
Dude, that looks like the old couch I used to have.
I think it is the old couch I used to have.
Oh no, it was part of this movie?
Why do you think it stank so bad?
Ew. You know, I would laugh if the zombie took the time to rape the fucking doll.
I think that actually fun.
That would be fun.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Finally. Jeez.
He's doing all these sexual things with
it's his sense. He's a rapist.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna do the doll, isn't he? Starts falling in love. Oh god. Is the baby gonna come kill the zombie or something? Oh my god!
Oh my god! What the?
True love, I guess.
This is all he wanted, somebody to just peacefully love him. Yeah.
Oh, she's deflating.
Hopefully it's coming
All
up
these
on the...
fucking scumbags.
Hopefully it's coming up on the end, man.
This town's full of scumbags. Pushers. They don't deserve to live. Somebody with enough balls ought to come along and just wipe the filth right off the street. Fags and hippies. Scummy hippies! I think we should just toss our badges aside. And blow their fucking heads off! Scummy hippies!
Fucking look.
What the fuck are you doing, Matters? What are you fucking doing insane? What the hell are you shitting up? Have you lost your fucking mind?
I'm shooting up NyQuil, man.
It's NyQuil, I have a cold.
You're fucking insane! Hey man, it's cool, man. Yeah, it's gotta be a dream. It's a fucking nightmare. Don't worry about it, man. You fucking lost your mind, haven't you? Fuck. What the hell?
He just turns and sees that zombie running down the alley. What the fuck?
Let's go get this guy. That's actually a good alleyway right there.
Yeah, it is. The only thing I will give it is these running shots are good.
Yeah. You can see the car in the reflection.
Yeah. Is the baby getting tired of running?
Okay.
Good question. That music again. Who the fuck is, yeah, what is this painting that we
Oh, here he comes.
It's like so many people growing up from fucking high school. Oh, damn, just went right back into the baby.
Oh, you got him. He's having
Oh my God! I don't know how you came back, but there's no way you're getting away. This time you're going down for good.
Good off.
Hey, he came.
These are friends of his? No. I'm saying that's Logan. He came back from the dead somehow. What are you saying, man? What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. I'm saying he's possessed by some kind of demon or something.
He's gonna fucking kill his partner.
What are you on drugs? No, he's some kind of fucking zombie. Brave, not brave. What are you talking about? You shithead? You trying to hold it on me? You holding it on me, motherfucker, aren't you? Yeah. Get out of your fucking front. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're down, man. Fucking you're dead now, man. Fuck that.
And he's just walking around with a fucking gun in public like this? Fucking scumbags!
He's shooting now. He was cleared of all charges.
Having become interested in supernatural as a elected to quit the CIA. Yeah, I read it already. You can move on.
I read it 3 times.
He joined the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a special agent, where he was assigned to oversee the reopening of several unsolved cases involving serial killers with paranormal overtones. Due to their especially brutal and disturbing nature, these cases would come to be known as the Necro files. It's like this was just the opening. There's like a whole other movie. I wasn't expecting as much nudity and as many flailing zombie dicks as there was in this thing.
Why am I friends with you?
I question the same thing, you know. Like, out of all movies I could have shown you, this was
probably the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
This was bad. This movie was bad. But, hey, it was funny, at least.
It was entertaining.
It was entertaining. It would be a good, like, get drunk with the boys kind of night movie. Fucking watch this thing as a joke on Halloween. Yeah, but as a whole, I don't have much to say on this movie. Just, Wow. I'll see you all at the rating. Anyway, so, yeah, guys, I'm filming in here. My room is right now a total disaster, so I'm not gonna go ahead and pick it up and film. So, we're just gonna film in here. But anyways, let's hop into the quality and production of the Necro Files. This movie is really badly made, very cheaply made. You could tell it's made at home and made on like VHS back in the fucking 90s. So, you obviously know it's not a very well-made movie. The baby running around on a string, it's a the freaking hilarious mask and gloves of the zombie, the acting is just terrible all across the board, but it at least is very fucking entertaining. It is a very entertaining movie. This is like the kind of movie you get drunk with a whole bunch of friends and watch and get a good laugh out of. I truthfully think that that's the best way to watch this movie, and I think that's how the movie makers, like the filmmakers, probably intended it. So as a whole, like yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and give it like a 0.5 out of 2, just because it is entertaining, but the rest of it is, you know, objectively bad. Realism, come on, 0. And then gore score. Now, okay, we got people getting cut up, we got a nipple being cut off, we have a zombie rapist going around and raping women. Obviously, a lot of the gore is very bad, like when the baby's biting on the necks or whatever, and there's no wound, but there's like blood splattered all over their faces and whatever. The gore is very bad, but at least there is gore. Just for like what it actually is, I will give it a point, but because of how badly it fails at like sometimes showing the wounds and sometimes being consistent in like the gore of it and the blood looking very liquidy and whatever, and obviously the zombie rapist is just a joke. I think I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 1 out of 2 on the gore score. Moving on to creep factor. Bro, come on. This isn't even fucking creepy. 0. So so it's a 0.5, a 0, a 1, and a 0. That brings it to 1.5 out of 10. That is a little to be scared over. Yeah, I mean, there's little to be scared over it. So, I mean, just besides subject matter, there's nothing really to be scared over. Besides, like, I don't know, if you're afraid of rape, if you don't like seeing murder or a child being murdered, even if it's all fucking fake and you could tell. I guess subject matter would be the only reason why someone might not want to watch this, and not to mention the title itself is a pun, a necrophile. Thank you to Ryan for watching this movie with me, and I am sorry for making you suffer, but that's the name of the game with me. So, my name is Brendan Reviews, and I hope you guys have a great day, evening, night, whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this, and I'll see all you cocks later. Oh, fucking hell.
I gotta go take a piss.
Watch out, there might be a fucking dead zombie in the closet. As soon as you pull down your pants, he's gonna rip your dick off. Oh! Hey there, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing today? My name is Brendan Reviews, and I gotta say one thing. Doing the whole Iceberg Chronicles thing is kind of hard in one aspect, when some of this shit is just downright unwatchable. And I don't just simply mean the harder hitting stuff. I'm not talking about just tier 7 or tier 8. I'm talking about when the quality of what I'm watching is so fucking awful, why would I watch it? That's what tier 5 is. Tier 5 is filled with some of the most astronomically boring, bad, horribly edited, horribly acted movies I think I've ever seen, period. Is saying a lot. I have seen some really fucking shitty movies. I've seen Manos, The Hands of Fate, I've seen The Room, Birdemic, all of these fucking famous ass bad movies. But you know what? It makes half of these movies look like cinematic gold. I don't know how. The only movie that I still dislike more than the ones on tier 5 is Manos the Hands of Fate. I've never seen a movie worse than that one. But this, ladies and gentlemen, what the fuck? Here we go. Let's start talking about the tier 5 movies one by one. Except for one of them, which is gonna get their own video. So, here we go. Starting off with the movie that I just reacted to, The Necro Files. This movie is literally about a rapist who is killed by these police officers, and eventually these Satanists bring that Satanist back to life, and he's now like a zombie corpse rapist, and he goes around hunting for women and whatever, raping them. They sacrifice this baby to bring him back to life, and eventually that baby comes to life.
Where the fuck do you think you're going? Man, I don't care! All I know is I'm not gonna wait around this joint waiting for something evil to come kick our asses!
And one of the cops is losing their mind and all this and that. What a fucking riot it was. I absolutely loved this movie. I know for a fact the editing isn't the greatest. Those window transitions are terrible, and I'm gonna say this. Even if the acting is over the top, the editing isn't the greatest, and obviously the direction and actual like budget, you can tell that it was cheaply made or made at home. I got one thing to say. It is an entertaining mess the whole way through, and I absolutely love it. This is a movie that I would get drunk with my friends and watch on a Halloween night, on a late summer night, whatever. I think this movie is absolutely hilarious the whole way through. It is a fun ride that all of the charm with the overacting, the bad editing, it just plays in to the feel of the movie, and that movie is just a fun fucking mess of a ride.
Don't even think about it, fuckface!
So, guys, I absolutely loved the Necro Files, but let's start talking about the other movies on this tier. Starting off with Women's Flesh, My Red Guts. Okay. So, the story goes that it's this woman, she's eventually broken up with by, I believe, her boyfriend or her husband, whatever. The male lover in her life leaves her. And in this extreme amount of emotional pain, she starts to find different ways of sexually mutilating her that herself, not anybody else doing it to her. She finds ways of torturing herself, and she gets some sexual arousal out of it, eventually leading to her death. As a matter of fact, just to give you guys an idea, she's like cutting out her inside, she's playing with her intestines at one point, and she's like sticking a toothbrush in her, and it's, how do I even put it into words? The disturbing premise could have worked if that's just it. That it was a decently made movie, or at least if it had any seriousness to it, maybe then the premise could have worked. But due to the terrible acting and the terrible editing, this movie is absolutely boring to sit through and ruins what a disturbing premise this movie actually contains. As a whole, this movie is absolute dog shit, and I think is not worth anybody's time. I did not appreciate it. I thought that the disturbing premise was a lack of potential. Oh, it could have worked so much better in a different kind of context. If you want to see a movie that's kind of like this, but is a little bit better than this movie, I would say Cutting Moments is a better movie. Yeah, alright. Moving on to the next movie. Moving on to Ostermontag. I don't know if I can even show the fucking poster to this movie. This poster is, whoa, it's a lot. So, based off of that poster, I thought maybe this is gonna be a big, hard-hitting movie. Well, the movie's only like 50 minutes long, right? And the movie is just simply about a guy who's obsessed with this girl, and he ends up kidnapping her and raping her and I think her stepsister. Him and his friends, they torture these girls, killing them, but then he eventually kills his friends in the end. And the last 12 minutes are what makes this movie so famous and why it's on the actual iceberg, because the whole movie leading up to it is just, it's really boring, it's actually rather tame, but the last 12 minutes are what make this movie, I don't know, it gives this movie any kind of credibility, but in my opinion, the last 12 minutes absolutely fucking sucked. So, first, some things to mention is that this movie, Ostermontag, goes underneath like a ton of different names, and man, some of these names are fucking interesting. The first one that I want to mention is Snuff Holocaust. Okay, yeah, okay, stereotypical name. Snuff Massacre, like massacre, massacre, Massa
couldn't catch me, my legs long than a bitch.
That Massa, Tyler the Creator. This one title, this one gets me. I spit on your fucking grave, bitch. Okay, I don't really have a whole lot to say about this movie. This movie was terrible. It was boring the whole way through. The last 12 minutes, which has this really disturbing idea of like a guy using a knife down there and inserting it in, acting like he's having sex with this woman, and like eventually shoving a like barrel of a gun up there and like blows the trigger and it blows out her back, whatever. Like, these are disturbing ideas, but the gore was so bad, the sound effects were terrible, and like it wasn't willing to go all the way with it and like actually show anything like truly, like, for all you know, she's like, they're just stabbing it into like some like latex sex doll or some shit like that. I don't even know what the hell to say about it. I just thought it was boring. Gore effects were bad. It's tame. I didn't like it. So moving on from Ostermontag into yeah. Oh, Girl Hell 1999. Oh fuck. This movie follows this girl. She has this homeless friend, right? And she talks with this homeless friend quite a bit, right? And what eventually happens is she's like talking to this homeless friend to escape what is going on at her house, which her house has her drunken father who's raping her sister who is disabled, right? While at the same time, there are these two boys going on like a sex crazed rampage, basically, where they're raping and killing everybody that they find, whatever. And eventually they get to the sister and they kill the dad, they kill the sister, and they do rape the homeless lady. But our main character, when the maniacs find her, she's like such in shock and whatever that like they don't rape her because they get off on like actually hurting their victim. So when she has no reaction to like what they're trying to do, they just leave her alone, right? And one of them gets really mad and kills the other maniac, and then she just kind of snaps at the end of the movie and kills her homeless friend that somehow was still alive after being beaten with a baseball bat after being raped. So I don't know. I'll say one thing, this movie is more cinematic than the rest of the movies that have come prior to it. It at least has some decent attributes to it. Some of the acting's actually pretty decent, and some of the gore effects look rather realistic, and it has more of an actual quality presence to it than the rest of the movies on this iceberg, I would say. Or not on this iceberg, on this tier. But I still found it to be very tedious, and the horrifying premise just, it doesn't pack too much of a punch when the movie is rather dragged out and you can't really tell what's going on, especially with the ending where the main character, she ends up killing the homeless friend that she had, which I don't understand why she did that. I would understand maybe if it was just like the friend, like the homeless friend maybe brought up something that was like really triggering to her, but literally she stares at this doll that was special to the homeless person, saw that the doll was smashed and whatever, and then she killed the homeless person. I was so confused throughout half of the movie, and I watched it like I think twice trying to understand it, and just yeah, I'm not too fond of it, but as a whole it's better than most of the other movies. So
so really quickly, while I still got these lights set up for a big project coming this summer and fall, I got one thing to say, and I forgot one of the movies, and that movie is My Chin's Daily Life. So My Chin's Daily Life is literally about this girl. She finds out that she has regenerative abilities, right? And these abilities allow her to basically grow a limb after she gets a limb cut off, right? And what happens is she's living with this rich bachelor and kind of like this bachelor's maid, whatever. And basically they subject her to torture and allow her and basically disembowel her and continuously torture her and let other people torture her for their own enjoyment. And basically, until the end, that's the end of the movie, really. As a whole for this movie, I gotta be honest on one thing, and that is, though it has some decent attributes, as in like some of the music is good, especially the classical music, and some of the gore effects are good. Outside of that, I would say the entire movie is just a slog the whole way through. It's an absolutely slow mess. I think that the acting is absolutely terrible, the editing and the quality of it is just as bad as some of the movies that are also on this tier. It's not as bad as, let's say, further movies down the list, like The Gateway Meat or The Taming of Rebecca, but it is just as bad as a movie like Women's Flesh, My Red Guts. The actual production value seems like shit, and I don't know. All I know is that this movie didn't work for me. And yeah, moving on right back into the regular video. This guy just got my tongue in 4K. Fuck you.
Moving on to the next movie, which is, this movie is Eccentric Psycho Cinema. So, alright, I really don't have much to say on this one. It's literally just about a man with either his girlfriend or some person that he's hooking up with, or maybe literally a prostitute. He subjects her to sexual torture, and then she eventually dies at the end. This movie is very boring and is very tame for the disturbing premise, and even when it decides to get ballsy, it's too terribly acted to leave an impact, and for that reason alone, it's just not worth your watch. It's rather boring. It's really badly acted. It's really badly acted. There's a moment where she's getting like tortured with like shock, with like electricity, and I'm sitting here going, why isn't she moving? Like, she has the ties, they're very loose. She could just slip her hands out. I'm like, in real life, somebody would try to yank their fucking hands out and like push the person off of them and try to fight back or something like that. But she's just sitting there getting shocked, like, and I'm like, get the fuck out of the chair, move. Oh, bad movie. I'm done talking about it. Moving on to the next movie. Jesus fucking Christ. I really gotta talk about this one? Okay. The Gateway Meat. A man with his family. He is a Satanist and he murders people as he starts to hallucinate about people he has murdered and the child abuse he suffered as a kid. As the movie goes on, he eventually drags his family more and more into it, where eventually his family is helping him murder as he slips into madness, basically. This movie is by fucking far the worst movie I have ever seen besides Manos: The Hands of Fate. I don't think I've ever seen a movie so devoid of logic, editing, quality, fucking anything remotely that would make a movie good. I've never seen a movie devoid of it so much to the point it still gets fucking made. I cannot believe that this movie got made.
You're a fucking piece of shit. Get up off the floor. You have work to do, you moron. You have work to do. Get up off the floor. You have work to do. Useless. You're the reason she's dead.
Who sat there in the living room of this fucking man who made this movie and went, whoa, this movie's really good, dude. You should totally put this out there. I would be fucking embarrassed to put this out there. It was fucking terrible. Not to mention, the man who made the movie had the balls, the fucking audacity to bring his like 6-year-old daughter into the fucking mix and have her film in this movie about Satanists killing people. She's actually at the ending scene and is there watching her father kill people. This isn't, and I don't mean it as in like it's somebody else who's playing a 6-year-old. I mean it's an actual 6-year-old girl in a movie about Satanists murdering people. What the fuck? I've never seen something like this. This movie is shockingly bad. Not even in just premise and execution. It's shockingly bad in fucking moral taste. And that's something you shouldn't even fucking need to worry about that kind of thing. You shouldn't even need to worry about it. Like, all these these movies are clearly in bad taste. If not that, it's at least in a hilarious sense or something like that. Like it's in a joking taste. But what the fuck? I've never seen something like this. He brought his kid into the mix of the movie where there are Satanists murdering families in this movie. Why? Oh my god. I got nothing more to say on this movie than it is by far one of the worst movies I have ever seen. And I doubt I'm ever gonna see a movie truly as bad as this one was. My god. Holy shit. Moving on to the final movie I'm talking about. Okay, The Taming of Rebecca. This is one of the weirdest movies I've ever seen, especially because it's a porn movie. Just an FYI, I did not sit all the way through this movie. I basically skimmed through it because I didn't need to continuously see somebody have sex with multiple guys. I was good. Really didn't need to see that. But the plot is basically this woman, she is sexually abused by her fucking father. She tries to run away and then is continuously sexually abused by other people she meets in the movie, right? And this movie is the weirdest movie on this entire tier. And it's for so many fucking reasons. Not only is it a porn movie, and that's just weird as fuck. 2, is awkwardly edited. In 3, obviously the acting's terrible, but even by like, I don't know, even by maybe porn standards, I don't even, is there really that, okay, I guess I got a big question. Is there that good of a standard for acting in porn movies? Because if this is like the norm, who the hell, why would anyone even watch porn for like a story or some shit?
Dad? Yes.
Santa called me and she told me that the school's really nice. Dad.
Sex? With you?
The fourth thing, it uses the Halloween soundtrack, and I don't mean like it uses Halloween spooky music throughout the whole thing. I mean it uses the John Carpenter 1978 Michael Myers Halloween movie soundtrack. It uses the synth music, it uses the Halloween theme, it uses Laurie's theme, that da 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 da. What? Like, A, how did they get away with this and not get fucking sued? And 2, why would you use it in this context? I don't just simply mean like porn movie context, I mean, why would you use it for such a stupid fucking movie? This movie's easily the weirdest movie on this entire tier, and I doubt it's ever gonna get as bad as like this and The Gateway Meat did. No matter what way you look at it, it is terrible on all fronts. As a horror movie, it is laughable. As a porn movie, I don't know, there's just nothing about it that's even remotely sexual. There's nothing that you could get out of this movie if you were looking at it as a porn movie. It just fails on all fronts. It is cringy, it is laughable, and it is just as bad as The Gateway Meat, but because it's not taken as seriously, I think that this movie is just, I don't know, 0.00000000000000001% better. So that's that. And guys, this is tier 5. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm forgetting a movie, aren't I? I'm forgetting one movie. And this is the movie that y'all fucking voted for, saying that I gotta watch it. I really hate all of you. In the next episode of Iceberg Chronicles is going to be Tumbling Doll of Flesh. I've heard so many things about this movie, and I think this might be the only movie on this entire tier that might actually have a chance at being disturbing, so I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. My name is Brendan Reviews, and I don't hope all of you have a great day, evening, night, or whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this, because you guys are making me watch that movie. Okay. Fuck all of you. I will see you all next time. And if I die in that video, you guys are not invited to my funeral. That's all I gotta say. Bye! Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Fucking potato peeler to the fucking tongue! I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready to watch Tumbling Doll of Flesh. I've heard so many things about the movie, and I really don't want to watch it. I really don't. And, man, fuck, I guess I'll do it today, you know? I'll get the movie out of the way. Y'all better make it worth it. You guys better like, comment, and subscribe to shit to me. Like and comment the video, and subscribe to my channel, because please, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind over this. At least make it somewhat worth it. At least can I get a sub? Like one more sub? And I don't mean food, because I'm not gonna be able to eat during this thing. I just mean, can I just get one subscriber? Please. Please, that's all I'm asking for. Please. This is Psycho, the Snuff Reels, also known as Tumbling Doll of Flesh. I've heard a lot of things. I am horrified, and I'm doing it for you. Like, comment, and subscribe if you could. Share this video around, because this is gonna be a bad one. Without further ado, let's start this shit in 3, 2, 1. So, we got an aroma loading screen, it looks like. Loading screen. So, I know it's in Japanese, and I'm pretty sure there's no subtitles to this thing, so this is going to be a very interesting watch when I can't make out whatever the fuck it is that they're saying. What is this? Is this like one of those like shockumentaries called like Ray or a Dead Person that is showing right there? I don't fucking know. Okay, that is actually a little creepy, I'll give it that. Little flashes of like what's to come. I will say that that is actually creepy, like the flashes of like what is going to happen later. Okay, so this must be our woman who will eventually become the title of this movie. I'm guessing she's being hired right now, probably for, you know, like the porn movie. I guess I should preface this by saying I do know what the plot is about. I do know that it's about people like these two that get hired to do a porn movie, and it eventually gets really extreme, and when she says no, that's when they like torture her. I understand that that's the plot of the movie. I can at least piece together like what's going on. So right now they're probably hiring her, at least that's what I would imagine it is. I find it funny how there's just like Psycho up in the top left corner of this fucking movie. Like, it's just hanging out right there. Psycho. Okay, so this is the guy. Oh, so that's different. They gave him a script. They gave him a script to look at, or at least something. I don't know. Maybe that's like a contract. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. So I get what this movie's trying to do. This movie's like trying to film kind of like what's going on in life right now, and that's just partially because they want to give it that sense of realism. Even though there's obviously cuts, they're trying to give it that sense of realism, which I mean, it does take away from it when you do show like cuts, like, and at the very beginning it definitely does take away from it when you get that phone call and you get the shot of it leading up to the house with cuts of like what's going to happen. It does definitely take away from the realism, I will say that. I bet the people in this store didn't even like think that they would ever be a part of this fucking movie. God, imagine how fucking insane that would be. You'd be just like trying to discover like really disturbing movies, right? And you're in the middle of Japan, right? And all of a sudden you go ahead and you look up like this movie, and you're in the background. You're like, that would be one hell of a fucking day when you realize you're a part of a movie called Tumbling Doll of Flesh, or Psycho, the Snuff Reels. So Okay, well, good thing they're covered. They're already doing half my job. Whenever I do, like, a movie like this, I have to censor half of it. Which I know a lot of people are pissed off at me for, but guys, are you kidding me? You think I'm going to be able to show half of the shit that's in this movie on YouTube and, like, get away with it? Give me a break. I could show censored stuff. I can maybe play the audio, but I cannot show uncensored stuff, especially if it's somebody getting cut up or whatever this is. Well, thankfully, it's already blurred out. At least most of it is. I'm definitely going to still need to do some additional blurring myself, but at least it's actually blurred out already myself. Or like the movie has it already blurred out. And I believe that's because Japan actually banned showing like genitalia on film. So the only way they could do it is if they blurred it out, so I can't do this. I can't do this right now. I'm on fucking camera. Like, why am I watching this on fucking camera? Are you kidding me? Okay, so I'll be completely honest. So far, this movie has been really boring and really cringy, just like the rest of Tier 5. It really has been. Besides that opening where it was just slightly creepy, where it would, you know, cut straight to, like, the gross shit, like, the rest of this has been pretty cringy overall, and it doesn't help that fucking sex scene went on for literally, like, 10 minutes. God, I was just, like, watching a porno. What the fuck? What the fuck? What in God's name? Oh, there's some cats. Oh, look at the little kitties. I like cats. I really do. I'm an animal guy. I always have been. What was that? That was actually creepy. That, like, distorted freaking Japanese, like, maybe choir music, whatever. Oh, okay, so this is the bed that we saw in the flashes. So, okay. She looks like she's not into it, men. I think you guys better stop. Literally, come on. If a girl says no, and she doesn't look like she's into it, I don't know, maybe it's the right thing to stop. What the fuck is that? Okay, so that must be a vibrator, but what are they putting on her? Shit, I just realized they're on tarp. That's when I would be afraid. If I saw tarp on the ground, that's when I would run out. Oh my god, no, they gotta do wax? Like hot wax torture? Or not torture, but like, it's supposed to... Come on, guys, this is mean. This is really fucking mean. I feel bad for this actress. I don't know why, but this is just a lot worse than everything else on Tier 5. Like, this is somehow worse. Like, I don't mean as in, like, in terms of, like, quality or whatever. Like, it's a bad movie. I just mean, like, as in somehow this, like, presentation of everything, it just feels more disgusting. Like, it feels more raw than cringy. I think that's partially because they're actually hurting this actress right here. As opposed to, like, in half of the other things we've seen, it's all fake. And every other thing on Tier 5, it is fucking fake. Every single thing about him is fake. But no, this is like real sex. This is real, like, candle wax, real whipping. I'm like, this is a lot more extreme than the rest of the stuff on Tier 5, and for good reason. I mean, I understand, like, once we get to the gore parts, it's gonna be fake, but when we get there, because of this whole build-up of realism, it's gonna feel a lot more impactful than the rest of the stuff on Tier 5. They're really gonna do an enema to her. Come on. Listen, she's done. She don't want to do it. So we got about another half hour to go. We haven't really gotten anything too bad. We can obviously see that the female actress is right now really like distanced. She's upset. I mean, I don't blame her. I mean, candle wax, the whips, and enema. That's a lot. That is a lot. Oh, she's leaving. Oh no. Here we go. Okay, that was really fucking bad. That was really fucking bad. I thought it was that old guy who was holding, like, the handheld camera, right? Who the hell held that camera that just showed him and the body falling over, right? This is when movies need to realize that if you ever want to hold a sense of realism, you don't ever break your fucking rules of when shit happens. And this was an easy fix. Just have it so that way both of them are going, pulls out the camera, tells the guy hit her with the baseball bat, and does just that, and the guy's recording. It's not that hard. Doesn't help that the cameras that we're seeing right now, we have no idea where they're at. Oh, the male actor looks kind of like shocked. What the fuck? Okay, so the male guy is actually helping put her up on the bed. Like, okay, I don't know what side he's on. So she's tied up to the bed. Where's this going? Like, what's the next step here? Are you kidding me? The male actor fucking... This movie is more impactful than the rest of the stuff on Tier 5, but it is still very cringy, very poorly acted. The editing is very bad at times, but... Oh, fuck. This is what we saw in those flashes, eh? They're gonna cut off her fucking foot. She's waking up and she's literally getting she's literally getting fucking... She's getting amputated as she's getting raped. Wait, what? What are they doing? Are they trying to cut her fucking tongue out so she'll stop screaming? If I were her, I'd bite down on his hand. Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! A fucking potato peeler to the fucking tongue! Fucking far worse than any of the shit in the other movies, I'll say that much. This effect may not be the best I've ever seen effect-wise. He's biting her fucking tongue off. Oh my god. I don't even care if the effect is not that great. It's a lot better than everything else on Tier 5. The stuff that even comes close to it. Maybe the tongue scene from Women's Flesh, My Red Guts, but this is worse. Oh my god. What is that? Like some kind of adrenaline or something that'll like wake her up? I will say the practical effects in this are actually not terrible. Especially the sound effects of it. Like, that sounded like it was trying to snap through bone. Like, there's fucking fat stringing it together. Oh, damn. It's fucking nasty. He at least seems like he doesn't exactly want to do it. Oh, fuck. They don't just simply cut off the leg, they fucking tear it off. Oh, what the fuck are they doing? Man, fuck you guys. I'm literally like... Oh my god. Man, this is just... sick. Yeah, they're having sex with her insides. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, fuck. He just finished. And it's like... blood mixed with his... Oh... Oh my god, he just got hit over the head. What the fuck? I was too busy talking to you guys to even see what the hell just happened. Alright, they cutting off his dick. Thankfully, it's pixelated and I can't see what the fuck's going on, but I'm assuming that's exactly what they did. The guy is twitching. You got fucking hit over the head hard. They cut out his balls. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Ah. And that was a lot. That was genuinely a lot. A lot to handle. Yeah, that was Tumbling Doll of Flesh. We're gonna get the ratings out of the way. I really don't want to talk about it. For quality and production, I think that though it does do a half-decent job of doing the realism, it's got some like certain factors that help to play into the idea of it feeling real. It fails on a lot of fronts. There's a lot of bad editing in it, questionable editing. Some of the gore effects are questionable for sure. The acting was okay. It wasn't the worst, but it also wasn't the best I've ever seen. It was just okay. As a whole, for quality and production, I really don't have much more to say than that. Just, it's a mixed bag, truly half and half. It's got some good effects, but it's also got some bad editing. It's got some it's got some decent acting. It also is very questionable at times in terms of acting and intention and this and that. And story is very simple, so I'm gonna give it a 1 out of 2. Realism, as I said, it did feel they went for the realism idea of like footage just being recorded on a home, but it is totally sucked away from the editing where there's like shots of like some like that female actress smiling with like the creepy music over it. And then it also takes away from it when there's cuts that obviously wouldn't be made if it was like somebody actually holding the camera, or the camera's being handheld and being moved around when nobody's even there. So that definitely takes away from the realism too. I mean, besides from that, with it being ultra violent, I wouldn't say this is I wouldn't say this is very realistic. I'm just gonna give it a 0.5 out of 2. Gore score, 2. Nothing. The last like half hour, even if some of the effects are questionable, some of them are decent and actually pretty good. And that tongue, that's enough. And creep factor, the opening was actually with flashes of like what was to come was actually somewhat creepy. The parts where it was, of course, where the person is actually getting tortured is very disturbing. And those weird like distorted like Japanese like choir voices are very creepy too. So as a whole, but because the first 40 minutes are absolutely boring and it's super fucking cringy, yeah, I'll give it a 2 out of 4. So with a 1 out of 2 for the quality of production, a 0.5 for the realism, a 2 out of 2 for gore score, and a 2 out of 4 for the creep factor. That brings Tumbling Doll of Flesh to a 5.5 out of 10, which is a look over the shoulder rating. So, look over the shoulder rating, yes, like, though, because here's the thing, the movie is very half and half. The first half is very boring, very cringy, doesn't do anything to like really creep you out besides that slight little bit where during the opening, but the second half is a lot. The second half, if the second half wasn't in this movie wouldn't even fucking rank anywhere on the rating. So, because of that second half alone, it does get a 5.5 out of 10. You guys may think that's really low, but you gotta think about everything that this movie has. Yes, that second half is a lot. It is a lot to handle, but if that second half wasn't there, this movie would be absolutely terrible. Jesus, and I think that works. For tier 5, a 5.5, yeah, okay. My name is Brendan Reviews. Yeah, that's enough for me today. Hola, disgusting human beings, and I got a few things to talk about here. How are we doing today? So, I have done a few of these do not watches, right? Do not watch MDPOPE, do not watch Snuff R73, right? Mixtape films, these fucking hard-hitting sons of bitches from tier 8, right? These fucking ones filled with death, cruelty, the most disgusting kinds of depravity that humankind has to offer on film in a compilation that is typically an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours long. But why is it that this is the one that I don't want to talk about? This Genki. Oh my god. So, you look up Genki translation, it means cheer up, cheerful. What? I don't know what the hell that is supposed to mean, but cheer is definitely not how I would describe what I'm talking about today. So, guys, Genki is a series that was listed on tier 7 of the disturbing movie Iceberg. It is literally about one of the worst kinds of fetish films ever produced, and of course, it is made by the Japanese. Japanese got some fucking balls, and you wanna know what? You ever hear of the term tentacle porn? This is where it fucking comes from. So, yeah. Without further ado, let's just talk about Genki 1 through 21. Shit. Oh, fuck. So, I gotta preface this by saying there is not a whole lot actually known about the production of the Genki series. Literally, the only thing that I can find about the production of this fucking series is who directed it. Apparently, it's a guy named Daikichi Amano, and he is a photographer, pornographic photographer. He, quote-unquote, wanted to bring light to the misunderstood performance art of squid porn. This shit is only in Japan, people. Only in Japan. As I said, Daikichi Amano was the one who'd made the series, and he was also a photographer for this kind of stuff prior to actually making the movies. But besides that, there's just not a whole lot about the production of this series, and it's kind of strange given the fact that the series is so infamous. We're gonna go in this blind. I did not want to write a script for this fucking episode, so we're going to just talk about the series one by one and continue to go through and mention how there were only 3 that were truly mentioned on the iceberg, that being Genki 18, 19, and 21. Those 3 will be saved for the absolute last, but let's talk about the rest of the series. So, as I said, Genki is this extreme fetish series, which, I'm gonna be honest, I'm never going to watch this whatsoever. Not even am I ever gonna click on the files I actually may have on a drive to watch this. This is by far some of the worst shit I have ever heard of. And when I say fetish films, it involves bestiality. For those who don't know what bestiality is, it is basically sexual interactions with an animal, right? And of course, these animals you would think are maybe as simple as just, you know, a dog, maybe a cat, maybe a horse or a cow or something like that. You would think it's just as simple as that, but this series takes it to a whole new extreme. This series involves segments starting off with a dog that eventually devolve into stuff like earthworms, goldfish, frogs, eels, cockroaches, and of course, octopus. I am at a complete loss for words when it comes down to this, because I have never, ever heard of something on this kind of level, nor have I ever expected to find something on this kind of level. When I heard the term tentacle porn, I just didn't fucking expect it to actually exist. I expected it to be just some Cards Against Humanity type of joke that just never actually existed. Well, here we go. By golly, it fucking exists. As I said, this is a fetish series. People are actively interested in this kind of stuff. Now, as I said, the first installment does involve a dog. I've done careful research looking into this series because I did not want to watch any of this. But I have done careful research in order to establish the founding and the knowledge that I am about to present. So, as I just previously stated, the first one starts off with a dog. The second one eventually devolves into an eel. Third one is earthworms. The fourth is of a sea cucumber. The fifth is an octopus. Sixth is an eel. Seventh is a goldfish. 8 is an eel. 9 is a frog. 10 is an eel, 11 is a frog, 12 is a leech, 13 is a snail, 14 is earthworms again, 15 is an eel, 16 is eels, 17 is another octopus, 18 is all sorts of assortments of fish, 19 is cockroaches and various bugs, maggots included, 20 is fish again, and 21 ends with a frog. So, oh god, this is, no, why does this even exist? This shouldn't fucking exist. I don't understand why this exists. This shouldn't exist. Humans have gone too far. We need to freaking go back to the Stone Age, man. We need to have a 7th mass extinction, or a 6th, or whatever the fuck mass extinction is next. And we need to be next on the hit list from Mother Nature. Fuck. Why are we doing this? This is disgusting and... Oh god, please. Please. Why live here? So when further talking about this series, each installment is roughly around 2 hours long, and it normally involves 2 girls that actually get subjected to this kind of, I guess you could call it sexual pleasure involving these animals, these insects, these whatever they're using for the scene. And it is by far some of the most disgusting stuff I've ever heard of. Why would you ever want an eel? Why would you ever want an eel inside of you? Why would you ever want tentacles on you? Cockroaches, maggots, earthworms, frogs, fish. I'm just sitting here going, this is absolutely disgusting. And I can't understand why people do this. They must get paid well. I mean, shit. Like, fuck, these people must get paid extremely well. God. This series has gone down in infamy and has by far taken the fucking disturbing movie Iceberg and sent it into a whole new realm of disgustingness, depravity, and just all sorts of wrong. The fact of the matter is that when I was trying to do research on this series, I was looking it up on Reddit. You know, the wonderful little town that we like to call Reddit. This lovely community on the internet that just has communities for, or sub-communities for just about anything. And of course, there is a thread following the Genki series. And as I was going through some of the comments on it, there are people that are interested in this series. And I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to fucking say about that. That is just, no. And of course, me going through this, I accidentally clicked on a fucking link trying to like just scroll down through the comments, and sure enough, that link was like a website of full of what this series is. And man, what the hell? Why? I'm done talking about this. This is ridiculous. Oh my god. I'm sitting here with my mic, just open micing this, going like, oh yeah, we're gonna talk about it. No, we're not fucking talking about this. Oh my god, this is just disgusting. This is depravity on every fucking level. Like, I just don't get how people have a fetish for this. And when I try to look up how this series was even made, who is responsible for it, the actors involved, or anything along those lines, I get nothing. Nobody knows shit about why this was made, how it was made, who was involved, how much money was thrown at it, how did they get the animals, why would they make this, why would they put this out there, who wants this? Guys, I have nothing more to say than this. Do not watch Genki. Hey guys, how are we doing today? My name is Brendan Reviews, and welcome to the Tier 1 video talking about the first tier of the disturbing movie Iceberg. And so, here's the thing. I've seen every single movie on this list, or at least on this tier already, you know? I've seen every single one of them. These are normal horror movies that just do not qualify in terms of being disturbing movies. These are movies that were just made to be in Hollywood, to scare you, and have a good night at the movie theater, you know? And well, we're gonna go ahead and talk about these ones right here, right now, and without further ado, I'm going to preface this by saying that what we are doing in this video today is we are not going ahead and just talking about these movies and then moving on. These are movies that have scary potential to them. So you know what? We are going to be giving every single movie on this tier a Scariest Media rating. Fuck yeah. So, without further ado, let's hop into it and talk about the first movie on Tier 1, which is Friday the 13th. So, Friday the 13th follows this story about a young boy who drowns in a lake. He is believed to be dead, and then decades later, all of a sudden, all these camp counselors start to go missing and start to be found dead. And they believe that it may be the legendary tale of Jason Voorhees, the boy who drowned in the lake, has come back from the dead to go ahead and kill all of them, only for them to find out, spoiler, it's not Jason in the first movie, it is in fact his mother. So, his mom is the one killing everybody as revenge for how they left his son to die, how they left her son to die out in the lake. The camp counselors were having sex and were not paying attention to him as he was drowning in the water, and if they were paying attention, they would have saved his life. So, as you can see, that's where it starts off with. That is the foundation for the movie. That is the plot of the movie. And I'm gonna just say this right here. It's a classic for sure, but it does not hold up as well as it could. Like, out of all the classic horror movie villains from the 80s, such as Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, Pinhead, Chucky, Leatherface, and of course Jason Voorhees. Jason Voorhees has the worst first installment out of any of these people. Hellraiser, Child's Play, Nightmare on Elm Street, Texas Chainsaw, and Halloween are all majorly better than Friday the 13th.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
Let's go ahead and talk about the quality and production. We're just going to sprint through all of these. We're going to sprint through all of these ratings. So starting off with the quality and production, the effects are somewhat outdated, and most of the acting is pretty bad, besides the final girl and besides Pamela Voorhees. These two do a great job with each other. And with these two, they do a great job with the setting, and that brings me to my next point. It has a great setting, but it feels very cheap because the movie was made for only $500,000. Now that could be a plus to it in the sense of, like, sometimes just camps don't have that kind of money, and it is supposed to feel more rustic and just feel a little bit more down to earth. So $500,000 is a lot more civilian than it is, you know, professional in terms of movies, right? But I gotta say this, I think that the movie is severely halted by that, and because half of the acting's good, half the acting isn't, some of the effects are good, some of the effects aren't, and even though there's a great setting, it's not that good. It's not like that professionally executed. For the quality of production, I'm going to give it a 1 out of 2. Now for the realism, it's going to be based off of the situations involved in the movie. So I'm going to say this, it is very hard to get away with so many murders, especially when you're this old 60-year-old lady grieving the loss of your child. How she gets away with so many murders is beyond me, but I will say this. Of course, if a mother loses her child due to camp counselors being irresponsible and literally doing something as juvenile as having sex, and that was why they weren't paying attention to your child, I could understand why the mom snapped. The mom snapped, and now she wants revenge for her child's death. I understand that. I can actually understand where that mom is coming from and why she acts the way she does. And because of those reasons alone, the realism is pretty. It's not great, but it at least has some solid founding, you know, it has some solid ground. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 1.25 out of 2. Moving on to the gore score. I'm gonna just say this, the gore in this movie is very, very good, even if a little bit outdated. Even if some of the effects don't hold up, the kills are awesome. The Kevin Bacon death in this scene with the, or in this movie, with the arrow going through the neck from below the bed is one of the greatest kills in horror movie history. It is one of the most iconic kills in horror movie history. This was before Kevin Bacon was even famous. So this is a great, great, great moment inside of what is, in my opinion, somewhat of a lackluster movie. But anyways, as I said, it is very outdated at times, but guess what? It's pretty effective in its kills and its gore for the most part. It just has some moments that are clearly outdated and were a product of the time. So for that, I'm just going to go ahead and give it a 1.75 out of 2. Pretty good overall. Moving on to the creep factor. This is not nearly as creepy as many of its counterparts are, so it really struggles to maintain its edge that it has to the very end, right? It struggles to maintain a scary feel all the way through the movie. It just struggles to hold that feel. Pamela Voorhees is this great villain, but when you finally meet her, she just gets slapped around like a bitch. She just gets slapped around by the main character and is knocked down so easily, you almost don't feel a threat. You almost don't feel like as if she is a threat. There's nothing to really be afraid of. And because of that, it just doesn't hold over the edge. It just doesn't work. The only thing I will say is that the final jump scare in premise is scary. The idea of this drowned, decrepit, just disgusting looking boy coming up from the depths and pulling you into the water is this horrifying thought, but it doesn't work in execution in my opinion. The jump scare in my opinion is not very good. I know it affects many others. A lot of people find that scene to be the scariest scene in the entire series, and I'm just sitting here going, didn't get me. So guys, as a whole, I'm just going to give it a 1.5 out of 4. So, with a 1 out of 2 in the quality and production, a 1.25 out of 2 for the realism, a 1.75 out of 2 for the gore score, and a 1.5 out of 4 for the creep factor. That brings Friday the 13th to a 5.5 out of 10, which is a look-over-the-shoulder rating. Now, moving on to Nightmare on Elm Street. So, this movie follows a man who kills kids. After the parents of the kids that he murdered discover who he is and discover that he has killed their children, they burn him down alive inside of this factory, where he then comes back to life in the form of being this demon inside of your dreams, and he hunts down the kids of the people who killed him and continues to kill their kids inside of their dreams. So let me just explain this a little bit better. Freddy Krueger killed people's kids. The parents of those kids killed him. Now he's coming back for revenge and continuing to kill these people's kids. Got that? The quality and production of Nightmare on Elm Street, it is a fantastically made movie. It is smart. It has a lot of high tension. The acting is very good. The direction is very good. And the score is memorable. I mean, the only thing that this movie does have is, of course, though the effects do hold up very well, there are just some effects that are slightly cheap, like the ending part where he pulls the mom through the mirror. You could tell it was a balloon. So yeah, not too good there, but I mean everything else looks really good. So quality and production, I'm gonna give a 1.75 out of 2. So moving on to realism. Alright, this is gonna be a hard one, but let's talk about dreams. Dreams, anything can go, right? And everybody has had the dream where you feel like you can't run and something's charging at you, and this movie plays up on that. They play up on the idea that you can't move. You are constantly the underdog. You are the one who does not have the power inside of this dream world. The rules that they set for this movie work so well, and the tension that is built from these characters also works really, really well. I think that this movie does a fantastic job of displaying how visceral the dreams can actually get and how much they should be scared of Freddy Krueger. And for those reasons alone, besides Johnny Depp's death being very strange in terms of how that works physically, everything else I just think works as a whole. And for just because of Johnny Depp's death being a little strange and outlandish for what actually is a somewhat realistic interpretation of dreams, I'm going to go ahead and give it a 1.5 out of 2. Moving on to the Gore score. It has great effects. The blood looks very good. It has creative kills, but definitely, as I said, Johnny Depp's death is outlandish, so this also is going to get a 1.5 out of 2. Now moving on to creep factor. This is much creepier than Friday the 13th. Much, much, much creepier than Friday the 13th. Freddy Krueger as a villain is terrifying. This guy who has like knives on his fingers, who chases after you inside of your dreams and can kill you in your sleep when you are the most vulnerable, is creepy. It is a scary idea. This guy who can haunt you in your dreams is scary. Though I'm going to say this, it is not as creepy as it could be. It is not nearly as creepy as it could be. There's a lot of scenes emphasizing chase, which gives this like, yeah, it gives this tension feel, it gives this like anxiety feel, but it is not creepy. It doesn't stick with you the whole way throughout the movie because there are constant moments where our characters are, you know, of course awake. But I mean, who wouldn't be? I mean, these characters are trying to stay awake because they don't want to fucking die. So, I'm just gonna say that it's not as creepy as it could have been, but it does have its moments, and for these reasons alone, I'm gonna give it a 2.5 out of 4 on the creep factor. So, with a 1.75 out of 2 on the quality and production, a 1.5 out of 2 on the realism, a 1.5 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 2.5 out of 4 on the creep factor, that brings Nightmare on Elm Street to a 7.25 out of 10.
How's this for a wet dream?
Which is a creepy rating. Let's talk about Child's Play.
Well, John, it's been fun, but I gotta go. I have a date with a 6-year-old boy. But I gotta go. I have a date with a 6-year-old boy.
So how can I help you? Go ahead, have a seat.
Child's Play follows a serial killer who is shot dead by a police officer, but as he's bleeding out, he transfers his soul into the body of a doll, which that doll is then picked up by this mom to give to her kid for her birthday. And of course, the doll goes on a killing spree and tries to transfer his soul into the child's body so he can finally become human again. And that's what Child's Play is. Chucky the doll trying to become human again. This is a very fun horror movie, and I absolutely adore this thing. Though I do not think it is the best in the series. I think Child's Play 2 is much better. I do like the creepy doll aesthetic, even if it isn't necessarily creepy to me. A lot of people do find the creepy doll aesthetic to be very creepy. The biggest problem that this movie does have, though, is that it takes a long time to get to the point that it's trying to make. We already know that the soul's inside of the doll, but it takes a while to actually full-on show it. It takes a while for the doll to actually snap, which makes the movie not nearly as intense or as violent as it could be. It's not nearly as intense or violent as Nightmare or Friday the 13th, but needless to say, it is still a good movie. Let's start off with quality and production. This is a well-made and well-acted movie. The music is great, the direction is good, and the animatronics for this movie are surprisingly very good, and they hold up, for the most part, pretty well. It could do for a new update, but they do hold up very well. And for all these pros, let's just give it a 1.75 out of 2 and move on to realism. So, let's talk about the fact that this involves voodoo. So, taking the body of, taking like the soul of somebody and putting it into the soul of a doll, believe it or not, does have actual voodoo roots in the real world, even if it is not necessarily intentional, like as if they didn't do the research behind it, they just did it, you know? Use voodoo as an excuse. The serial killer wanting to be human, to me, does sound like a legitimate motivation for a villain, and it does make the stakes a lot higher for that reason, and it does add to the movie in at least that aspect. And of course, the kid is telling the truth. Who the hell is gonna fucking believe a kid? So that's also realistic. And the way that Chucky does use his body does actually work surprisingly well. Him trying to crawl through the vents, it makes sense. Like, if you're a serial killer, if I was a serial killer and I was trapped inside of the body of a doll, I would use every little bit that I could use to sneak through vents, sneak through cars, and try to get my victims or something like that. I don't know. I just think that as a whole, this is a much smarter movie than it necessarily may even be recognized for, but I'm going to say I don't think the voodoo aspect, even though it does have real life roots, it just doesn't, it feels more outlandish in the actual movie. So for realism, I'm gonna give a 1 out of 2. Okay, for the gore score, this movie is nowhere near as violent as Nightmare or Friday, though there is that voodoo doll scene where he is breaking the leg and arm of the guy that allowed him to cast the spell. Besides that, there's not a whole lot of kills that are just very good. No. By far, the fucking worst kill in this movie is that fucking electric shock helmet scene inside of the psych ward that Chucky puts on this dude's head and just... and his face continuously starts to turn more black and charred, and then his eyes start to bleed. I'm sorry, that was just a badly done kill. Bad effect, the whole fucking... And just for that scene alone, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 1 out of 2 on the gore score. Moving on to creep factor. Okay. The doll's creepy at times, right? Chucky may be a funny little bastard, but him preying on a child is actually creepy. It is this creepy idea. No one wants to see a child get hurt. Brad Dourif's voice as Chucky is scary and vocal and works supremely well for the movie. It does lack a lot of the creepiness due to poor execution and lack of substantial kills, but the scene where Chucky does come to life and he does turn and face the mom and says, "Hi, I'm Chucky, wanna play?" and then rolls underneath the couch after discovering he has no batteries in him. That is a creepy scene, and for that scene and for some of the other moments in this movie that are definitely creepy, I'm gonna give the creep factor a 2 out of 4. So with a 1.75 out of 2 on the quality of production, a 1 out of 2 on the realism, a 1 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 2 out of 4 for the creep factor, that brings Chucky, or Child's Play, to, of course, a 5.75 out of 10, which is another look over the shoulder rating. Moving on to The Grudge. Oh my god, The Grudge. Okay, so this movie involves two people, these two spirits that haunt this house, right? And anybody that walks inside of this house all of a sudden has this curse put onto them, and it involves Sarah Michelle Gellar's character trying to discover the curse and break the curse and figure out what the hell happened, the past behind the spirits and this and that, and yes. Well, needless to say, this movie is very creepy and creeped me the fuck out for a long time. So, let's just start off with quality of production. The ghosts are fucking terrifying in this movie. They are terrifying and make for some of the creepiest villains in a horror movie yet. It is well made and well acted. This is a great update from the Japanese counterpart that came before it. This is a US remake that we're talking about here, but the Japanese counterpart that came before it is very good too, but this updates that like cinematic scare to it, and I just, oh my god, the ghosts are horrifying. It has a good score, though it is cheesy at times, just slightly cheesy at times with some of the moments where people are inside of the house. I am saying this right now, the ghosts make this entire movie extremely effective and scared the living shit out of me. So for that reason alone, I'm going to give it a 1.75 out of 2. Now moving on to realism. So it is always creepy by what we don't see. We are always scared by what we don't see. Like, what are you more scared of? Are you scared of like this guy that you can see down at the end of this alleyway? Or are you more scared of you hear something in the corner of your room? It is pitch black and you can't see what the hell it is, but you just hear something. Your mind goes wild, doesn't it? Exactly, and that's why things are creepier when you don't see what it is. And that makes this whole thing work so well. Not to mention, the spirits are based on actual real-life Japanese ghost stories. They're based on actual real Japanese spirits, ghosts. These are vengeful spirits and actually have folklore inside of the Japanese culture, which adds such another layer to this because it makes you wonder, huh, could this fucking exist? The ghosts are scary and all of their quirks, for even the croaking, are explained well. The backgrounds behind the death of the mom and behind the death of the father and the son, it all just makes sense. It adds up to the story. However, there are stupid moments where characters just make make the dumbest decisions and they fucking die. Because why not? Whatever. And because somebody does something stupid and fucking dies, I'm just gonna go ahead and give it a 1.5 out of 2. Moving on to Gore score. We are majorly creeped out by what we don't see. And this movie definitely takes a lot of that paranoia and psychological factor and throws it in your face in this movie. There are moments where people just get grabbed and pulled away from reality and just get pulled into whatever, like maybe hell or whatever. That is extremely creepy too, and totally adds into that psychological gore horror. The fact that the main spirit, Kayaku or something like that, happens to have her croak. And the reason for her croak is that her throat was crushed when she was alive, and that was what killed her. That is horrifying too. The blood coming out of her eyes also is extremely creepy and unsettling, and just builds up this fucking just mentally, psychologically affecting horror. Though it does lack in some kills where a little bit more could have gone a long way, especially the kill where this lady just gets sucked away from underneath her bed. Yes, though I did say being sucked away is this horrible idea. It is very creepy, like, mentally. I just think that being pulled out or being pulled into your bed is, I'm sorry, it's not that creepy. Let's talk about creep factor, because all I've been talking about is how creepy this movie is. As I said, the ghosts are terrifying. The way that these spirits move and kill people are also very scary. The deaths are creepy, and the music is even very creepy. Just a few more moments where the dread could have been prolonged and we are leaving left more to be desired, you know? I just think that the movie does have a few moments where more is desired. And it does take time to get to the dreadfulness of it. It does take its time with the story, but thankfully it does have a satisfying conclusion and it pays off in the end, and for that reason I'm going to give it a 3 out of 4 for the creep factor. So with a 1.75 out of 2 on the quality production, a 1.5 out of 2 on the realism, a 1.5 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 3 out of 4 on the creep factor. That brings The Grudge to a 7.75 out of 10, which is another creepy rating. Moving on to Insidious. Plot is that a family moves into this house, right? The boy, their oldest son, falls and hits his head, right? And they believe that that's the reason for why he goes into this concussion, right? All of a sudden, spirits start to show up into the house, and they move out of this house thinking the house is haunted, while their son is still in a coma. They move out of the house, and they go into this new house, where all of a sudden the spirits are still there, right? Their house that's haunted, it is the son who is haunted. And it's about them trying to go into this astral world to pull their son's soul back to his body because of astral projection. So yep, and do I like this movie? Yes, it's a very good premise and it has a unique twist on it with astral projection. Though I will say this, the jump scares in this movie are terrifying at first, on first viewing, but after that, because you now know where they're placed at, they're no longer as scary because you're anticipating them and you know where they are. And here's the problem, is that it really sucks because this has such a good premise and it stacks up so well, but because of it's just jump scares throughout the entire movie, after first viewing, it just adds up to nothing more than a scary premise, which really sucks because it is such a good premise. Well, let's start off with quality and production. This is the best made movie on the tier so far. It has the best acting, the best direction, the best looking camera work, and it has some of the best creative scares in the movie, or in this tier. James Wan directs the movie very well. Guys, I'm just going to give it a 2 out of 2. Great all-around production-wise. Now moving into realism. Astral projection does have some scientific ground. And the fact that the parents do everything in their power to like help their kid and try to figure out what's going on with their kid, it just shows that, you know, these guys are realistic parents. They're doing everything for this child to make sure that their child is okay and figure out if they can get him awake and this and that. The scares do make sense in the context of the story. They're not just like random ghosts fucking with you because they can. It's literally ghosts who are trying to torment you and your family so that way they can, you know, get to your kid. get to your kid's body, and by the more they torment you, the more further, or the closer and closer they get to actually getting to your body, which is just this creepy idea. And here's the thing. Everything up until this moment has been pretty realistic until we bring in the mediums and paranormal investigators. At this point, the movie does falter in terms of realism, and it doesn't add up. And because of these characters alone and their inclusion, their realism, it just tanks at that point. So I'm gonna go ahead and give the realism for Insidious a 1 out of 2. Moving on to Gore score. Yeah, there's nothing really much to grasp onto this one. As I said, there's jump scares, but it's nothing more than that. The psychological horror of it is literally just demons, and that's it. And to me, it's just not enough to pack that much of a punch. And yeah, just a 0.5 out of 2. Sorry, guys. Moving on to Creep Factor. As I said, it's very scary and very creepy on its first watch, but it does not hold up nearly as well on repeated viewings. It is a very good horror movie, but it is only as good as that first viewing, and after that, it is just downhill from there. It is never as scary as that first viewing. It is never, like, it never relives up to that thrill that you had the first time watching it. So in that way, here's the big problem with that is, like, you watch it the first time, you're very scared, and you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna watch it another time because that was so good, so scary. And you watch it and you're just fucking disappointed. You're fucking disappointed. It is not as creepy as it once was. And this is because it's just scary at first and then not at all, because you just anticipate the scares. And because it's scary at first and then not at all, I'm gonna give it just a perfect 2 out of 4. Great scares, but after that, not really scary. With a 2 out of 2 on the quality and production, a 1 out of 2 on the realism, a 0.5 on the gore score, and a 2 out of 4 on the creep factor, that brings Insidious to a 5.5 out of 10, which is a look over the shoulder. It's just a normie horror movie. Average horror movie, slightly above average. That's why it's 5.5. It's got at least some creepiness to it. Just in terms of concept and all that, but just as a whole, it doesn't really get to me after first viewing. So, moving on to the next movie, The Conjuring. I've talked about this movie a fucking lot. The Conjuring 3, I'm just gonna go ahead and spit the numbers up on screen right here, which is also a 6.5 out of 10, a slightly unnerving rating. Yeah, I've talked about this movie a lot. Moving on. Moving on to Annabelle. Well, we're gonna move right along from Annabelle, 0 out of 10 for this movie. And then we're gonna go ahead and talk about The Ring. Okay, talking about The Ring. So, The Ring is about this cursed VHS tape. Anybody who watches the tape gets this curse placed upon them. They get a phone call saying that you're going to die in 7 days, right? And it's about this woman. She watches the tape and she tries to break the curse, and then her son watches the tape, and oh my god, it's freaking out, and yeah, you gotta break the curse, right? I got a controversial opinion here, people. The movie's overrated. It is so overrated. The movie has its moments, but truthfully, I just never really got the hype of the movie. I never did. I never saw why people liked this movie so much, and I just don't believe it is nearly as scary as people make it out to be. So, yeah, let's talk about quality and production. So, the movie is very slow at times, and it is dragging at certain moments because there's just little going on. I mean, sure, yes, you have the story of the curse, but the curse to me isn't that scary. It's just this fucking girl who is gonna do something with you. She kills you. I mean, that's the thing. I just don't know what to be afraid of. Be afraid of this girl. If I don't fucking watch the tape, I'm fine. So in my opinion, these characters are stupid for fucking watching the tape. The movie does have some good scares, and the cinematography is very good as well, but I just gotta say, I don't think it adds up as a whole. Naomi Watts does a good job. The production value is very high, but I'm not particularly entertained by this movie. So for quality and production, I'm gonna give a 1 out of 2. Moving on to realism. This movie is a long shot in terms of realism. There's a lot of what ifs and coincidences. The movie's spirit is based on like the same kind of folklore that the Japanese spirits from The Grudge are based on. but there isn't enough of a grounding in this kind of context to actually say what spirit is truly based off of. It just is this evil spirit correlated with this fucking tape. And for that reason alone, 0.5 out of 2. Gore score. There are some creative deaths, I will give it that. The coming out of the TV scene and the death that follows is very effective. I will give it that. That is the one scene that does get to me and pretty much gets to everybody. The look of the spirit is definitely creepy, but in my opinion, not nearly as creepy as the Grudge girl or even the child from the Grudge. But ultimately, I am distracted by the story for it to continue its intensity, for it to continue that tension, that gore, that psychological horror. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't work as a whole because the story is the center focus of it and it's more a thriller than it is a horror movie. So yeah, I'm gonna give it a 1 out of 2 gore score. And creep factor, guys, I am just not scared by this movie. There are moments in it that are definitely creepy, but the tape doesn't scare me at all. The girl doesn't scare me really. There are only a few scenes that work for me, and just as a whole, I don't find this movie very good. I'm sorry, and for that reason alone, I'm gonna give it a 1 out of 4 on the creep factor. So, with a 1 out of 2 on the quality and production, a 0.5 out of 2 on the realism, a 1 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 1 out of 4 on the creep factor. That brings it to a 3.5 out of 10, which is a Goosebumps rating. Hey, a Goosebumps rating. No, I'm sorry guys, not my thing. Just has never been my thing. And guys, that leads us into the final movie of today. Brings us into the final movie on this tier, which is Scream. So I have talked about this movie before also, and this is literally just about teenagers. Somebody's going around dressed up as a ghost face, killing people inside of this high school, and it has something to do with horror movies. It plays up on the horror movies rules. It's a satire of horror movies, and I absolutely love this movie. So for the quality of production, it's a well-made movie. The satire is very funny. The characters are good. Though I will say this, the movie is not nearly as scary as many of the movies on this tier actually are. This movie is a lot more entertaining, but it is not as scary as some of them. Though some of the kills in this movie are definitely creepy, like the opening Drew Barrymore kill is very effective. It just isn't as scary as some of the other ones on this list, and for that reason alone, for the quality of production, I'm going to give a 1.5 out of 2. Moving on to the realism. The characters in this movie are smart for the most part. I mean, there are moments in it where character decisions are somewhat questionable, but yes, it for the most part does add up and works as a whole in terms of how smart the characters are. There are 2 killers, which is not normal in a horror movie. There are 2 killers, and this definitely adds into the mystery of who the killers are, because yeah, you're trying to figure out like who the killer is, and like why is this guy our prime suspect in jail while the actual killer is running out right now, right? Well, there's 2 of them, and that makes for repeated viewings also very rewatchable, because you're trying to figure out who's trying to attack who. Who's the more clumsy one, who's the more tactical one, who's the one who's like a little bit more precise, who's the one that's like a lot more like visceral and guttural and whatever, right? And it makes for an overall better repeat viewing, because you're trying to figure out who is who attacking who, right? The plans for the killers to injure themselves does make sense, but it is a long shot and pretty unrealistic. Like, all it takes is for DNA and lots of other shit and like witnesses to just say, okay, how did all these bodies get here? And you 2 are the only ones alive? Huh, weird, right? Why are your fingerprints not only on the knife, on the gun, on this and that, and just like, huh, okay, and not to mention the tape that was inside of the house, like that's proof right there showing who the killers actually are. So, and the murders do make sense and are very visceral. They are extremely brutal. They are very realistic killings, if that makes sense. And just, yeah, as a whole, for realism, I'm going to go ahead and give a 1.5 out of 2. For gore score, this has some extremely violent kills. The Drew Barrymore kill, it is not over-embellished, nor is it too little. It isn't too much, it isn't over the top, and it also packs enough it brings enough to the table to leave that impact without being too cartoony or whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and give the gore score a 2 out of 2. Moving on to the creep factor. As I said, this movie isn't very creepy. It is creepy during the kills. I will say that. It is creepy during the kills. But the rest of the movie just isn't scary, but it is fun. It is a fun movie. The Ghostface mask to me isn't very scary. It's not that really scary of a mask. The movie, however, does have great tension towards the end and has these great moments of fear and paranoia and all of this dread, right? But because there's hilarity thrown into the mix, it does break up from the tension and it does help to relieve some of that tension, which isn't necessarily a good thing because the tension is already so average that when you belittle it, it doesn't help to effectively make any other tension or any other scenes with tension that scary too. It just takes away from the tension as a whole. I mean, just as a whole, not very creepy. It does have some good moments of tension and creepiness, and yeah, that's that. So for Scream, the creep factor, I'm gonna go ahead and give a 1.5 out of 4, with a 1.5 out of 2 for the quality of production, a 1.5 on the realism, a 2 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 1.5 out of 4 on the creep factor. That brings Scream to a 6.5 out of 10, which is a slightly unnerving rating, which, yeah, I'd say that's about right. It's slightly unnerving, kind of gets underneath your skin, but it's not enough to truly be this hard-hitting fucking horror movie that, let's say, The Grudge is to me. At least The Grudge has an impact. So, yep. Guys, there you go. That is tier 1 of the disturbing movie Iceberg. I had to get out all these movies in one freaking video because they're all movies I've already talked about, and the ones that I've talked about already like multiple times, I just didn't want to talk about. And of course, I'm not talking about Cannibal. That movie was absolute dog shit. Yeah, guys, well, there you go. My name is Brendan Reviews. I hope you guys have a great day, evening, night, whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this, and I will see you all next time.
Subscribe to Brendan Reviews or else I'll come to your house and eat your kids.
Oh my god! Oh! Holy shit. Hola, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing today? Oh, my name is Brendan Reviews, and well, I just recently did a poll a few days ago asking what movie you guys wanted me to do next for the Iceberg Chronicles. And yeah, I knew once I put this movie on that as a fucking option, it was probably gonna get the most votes, and sure enough, it did. That movie was Salo. 120 Days of Sodom. I've heard a lot, man. I've heard a lot about this movie. Not looking forward to it just because it's supposedly based in some sort of fact. Like, apparently this is kind of based on a true story of 4 guys during the end of World War II who just kidnapped a whole bunch of men and women and forced them to go through all this sexual torture and shit just for the fuck of it because their country was about to be fucking taken over. And well, here I am right now waiting for the movie to complete downloading and then we're gonna watch it. So oh fuck, Salo, 120 Days of Sodom. Who the fuck even made that name? I don't even know what the fuck Salo even means. Actually, I'm gonna look that up. What the fuck does Salo even mean? When you look up what Salo means, it means fucking bacon. It means bacon or lard. Alright, I'm waiting for this lard ass of a movie to fucking load. Back at it again. Cannibal Holocaust was tier 3, Salo's tier 3. We're just gonna call tier 3 the McDonald's tier. Fuck. Not bacon. I love that square dry egg. That sticky warm cheese. That meaty bacon. And those buttered biscuits. Guys, I fucking cracked myself up. Oh my goodness. 3, 2, 1. Boys, I'm so excited. Alberto Grimaldi, un film de Pier Paolo Pasolini. Salo or I feel like Captain America dancing with Peggy Carter right now. This is kind of like another one of those Cannibal Holocaust situations where like the music starts off very nice and calm and debatably beautiful, and then it just launches you head first into a complete depravity, basically. Oh man, I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. Fuck, this is fucking cold. I waited too long to start filming that. This is fucking cold. Pier Paolo Pasolini. Pasolini. So these three boys on their bikes all of a sudden just like stroll up upon their house, and they know that these fucking soldiers are after them. Who the fuck is that? He's already fucking dead. Whoever that is, at least I think. Maybe he's dead. I don't know. Whatever. So, okay, we just got shown that a whole bunch of men have been taken. Oh, this is beautiful. Wherever the fuck they're filming this. Is this Germany? Is this actually Germany? And damn, that was a fucking thick-ass loogie he just, like, spit in her fucking face. Here we go. So I guess the president's daughter is getting married to the, I don't know, one of the other guys, and then their daughter's getting married to the president. And just for context, all four of them are like the something. Like one of them's the president. Is one of them like the priest or what the fuck? Alright, so we got the bishop, the president, the duke, and the magistrate.
Non sarebbe il caso di osservarli un po' meglio. Spogliatevi.
Oh shit. Should we examine them closer? Dear God. That's a lot of happy faces for some, what I presume to be male genitalia. Are we actually going to see it? Oh God. Oh God. Oh fuck. Awesome. God fucking hell. Oh, why do all these movies have to show, like, somebody's dick? Man, some of those boys look super young, like fucking 10 years old. Look at that fucker over there in the back, it looks like a damn gnome. Why does that guy constantly have, like, a cross-eyed, like, shit-eating grin? He's always like... I think that's what that thing. So far we've had only boys, maybe a few girls, like, actually taken. Oh, I guess now it's the girls' turn, never mind. Man, how much do these actors get fucking paid? Because we're not even, like, 15 minutes into the movie, and we're already getting, like, people just undressing completely. Oh, he's making a break for it. Go, 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 go. Get out. No. Honestly, from what I know about this movie, he probably got the best death. So far, this movie, for being made in 1975, actually, like, just from a filmmaking perspective, so far is actually pretty good. Like, the cinematography looks good, the acting is so far pretty decent. I'm, like, surprised, actually, that the movie actually has as many decent attributes to it as it does. Like, it's not as amateuristic, it's not as, like, old feeling as I was expecting, you know? God, why the fuck are those boys in the back looking like gnomes? What the fuck? I can't get over that. They look like fucking gnomes walking up the damn stairs. Ew, so they bring these women in to fucking tell stories? To quote-unquote stir up the imagination. You know, for a movie called 120 Days of Sodom, I'm not really seeing any sodomy. Fucking hell, I'm gonna probably kill myself after this fucking thing. Whoa, whoa. Hey, that was a bit excessive. Even she knows that was a bit excessive. Any man found having sex with a woman will be punished by the loss of a limb. The slightest religious act committed by anyone will be punishable by death. Damn! Alright, man. No fucking Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, Buddhism, Islam. Like, none of it. Bye-bye. Oh, this is one of those stories, ain't it? He takes some monstrous penis out of his pants. Oh, God. Does not desire a woman's anus. Oh, God. Swallowed my piss to the last drop. I just like the sudden bursts of nudity every now and then. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, the president's a fucking creep. Dear God. Dear God. I did not need to fucking see that. Is it a problem to say that I'd rather see a fucking kid get slaughtered than these fucking just complete disgusting human beings have sex with each other and flash their like asses and dicks at each other? I don't even understand how the hell that just happened. Like, what the hell does the song have to do with anything? So they're gonna learn how to hold a penis. So that girl killed herself, or whatever, she's dead, fucking slit throat. So this bitch has just been through it all, like, fucking hell. I just am so fucking confused on what the fuck is going on. I don't even know at what point where I just went, huh, something's not adding up. So what, the two of them are getting married? Or becoming a couple? Yeah, look at that. And they're all fucking naked, wow. God damn. He's just all over him, for what fucking reason? Ugh, I don't like this. I don't like any of this at all. God, he's just gripping anybody and everything. Fucking immensely, like, turned on. Jesus. I mean, I used to make a joke saying that the manliest thing you could do is like men. But, dear God, this actually takes it to a whole other level. What's going on? Okay, so they seem to be undressing. So the two of them are going to be forced to fuck. So virginity is reserved for them. God damn. Every fucking time something goes down, somebody's got to start sticking, like, their dick in somebody else's butt. Oh my God. Oh, another fucking one of these stories. Dear God. What the fuck? Well, this just kind of came out of nowhere. What is going on? They're all acting like fucking dogs? Why are they even feeding them? Can't even tell, like, the thickness of it. Like, I can't tell if it's, like, meat or something. Damn! Oh, fuck. So are the two of them taking a liking to each other? I mean, that's what it seems like, at least. I can definitely see why this movie is controversial, though. Especially for 1975. I mean, like, being gay at the time was so taboo. Being, like, having homosexual feelings for another male. Yeah, it was so taboo at the time. I mean, nowadays, you see it, you know, it's quite, like, if it's not that it's quite common, it's that, like, you know, like, homosexuals have come out and that's a lot more commonplace. And, like, I'm just, like, surprised at, like, how much of it is in this movie, because, like, you just you didn't see shit like this in 1975. I mean, that was literally after the tail end of the civil rights movement. It's a little interesting, like, thing to point out, because it's certainly different, and especially since this movie takes place in 1945, it definitely feels a little bit different. It feels a little bit more, I don't know if I'd say, like, authentic, but it feels more, like, genuine, because of course, like, like, homosexuals did not fucking exist only in, like, the modern era. They've been around forever. As soon as people started developing feelings and sexual tendencies towards each other, yes, of course. And, yeah, it's a little just thing I noticed about this movie so far. What, is it her turn to start telling stories now or something? Man, what? Like, this is what, the 5th fucking story so far? And I was thinking about doing, like, like another cock counter, or doing, like, another, like, maybe butt counter, or, like, I don't know, anal counter. But I think I should just do a story counter because of how ridiculously, like, the ridiculous amount of stories there are in this. She fucking shit and swallowed it, and the guy that she had dressed up like a diaper fucking came to... Why do I have a feeling like I know where this is going? Let me guess, the next scene in this movie has to do with something with our kidnapped individuals doing something with shit, like maybe rubbing it on themselves, or I don't know, fucking eating it, drinking, all of a sudden I can taste the McDonald's in the back of my throat. Oh God.
Mamma che stai piangendo, piccola cara. Vieni, vieni che ti consolo. Vieni, vieni da me, poverino. Vieni avanti, piccola. È pronto. In ginocchio, però. Va.
Before it's too late. No, don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
Don't even think about it, fuckface.
No, I don't want to see. Thankfully, I'm not, like, able to, like, gag or anything, because I can tell it's fake, but just the idea of it is still fucking disgusting. That's it. That's the line. Yep, they're gonna fucking eat shit. Oh, God. Oh.
Nulla di peggio che un alito privo di alcun odore.
Oh no, a coffin in the center of the fucking room. So, did she fuck a dying man? And then once she was done having sex with him, she buried him, or no, put him into the coffin, and then the guy had also said to her that once he's put into the coffin, she can do whatever he wants with her. Or whatever she wants with him. Marvelous ass, he cried. I have no words. Damn. What makes you think I'd kill you? We'll kill you 1,000 times. So this makes now the 7th story. I'm kind of getting sick of the fucking stories. Like, really sick of them. Oh my God. Circle of Blood. What the fuck? Are they all dressed up in dresses? Or these kinds of gowns or whatever the fuck they're in. Why are they dressed up like that? This fucking movie's batshit crazy and I don't know what to, like, truly think about it. Playback. Play that accordion. Like, the goat heads on the shoulders are actually very creepy. I just don't need to be seeing this right now. God. Somebody has a fucking photo under their pillow. Oh my god, so everybody just has a secret about someone or something. I know she keeps a photo. I know that these two are fucking. I know that this soldier goes and meets with the black maid. Oh my god! Dear God. Holy shit, they just unloaded on him. Oh, are they gonna kill the maid? Holy shit. Things just got real very quickly. I'm so fucking done with these fucking stories. So the first thing, like, I noticed in this part is, like, obviously there's only, like, a few of them left alive, or left in this room. My guess is that the rest of them are fucking dead. What determines... So now it's all about death, I'm assuming? To kill as many as possible? I don't know. I don't know what the hell the... I don't know where this is all going. Just genuinely... Oh my god! Oh! Holy shit. So all of them are being condemned to just this awful fucking death. Oh no, they're all getting a chance to, like, fucking be an observer. Oh, fuck. They scalp it. Oh, that's the opening music. Something. That's all I really gotta say. That was something. I guess without further ado, let's just hop on into it. So starting off with the quality and production. So there's actually a lot of good attributes to this movie that I will give it right off the gate. So I'll say that the director, Pasolini, did a pretty good job with this movie. I would say that the movie very well made, very well shot. The acting's decent. Honestly, like, it's not that bad of a movie, just simply in a filmmaking aspect. The story is somewhat, like, there, and a lot of it is, of course, for shock, but, I mean, at least all of, like, what happens kind of has to play into, like, the dehumanization of everybody, because the continual breakdown of everything. Yeah, but my biggest fucking main complaint, though, that is definitely gonna hit hard on the quality of production is how many goddamn stories there are. This is a fucking ridiculously long movie because of the stories. This movie's fucking 2 hours long, and there are 8 stories. I'm enthralled by just the amount of fucking stories that are in here, and because by the end of it, I was just done. I wanted the movie to get done. I wanted the movie to fucking finish. For the quality and production, I'm gonna give a 1 out of 2. Seriously, I fucking hated those stories. Moving into realism. So, from what I can see online, the fucking movie isn't necessarily based on any true story, but it is based on a book. So, we have to look at it as a fictional thing. Could this thing ever fucking exist in the real world? Yeah, I could see something like this going down. I mean, think about it. Human trafficking is a fucking thing, and whores and pimps do exist in today's world. It's not like as if it's some fictional fairy tale, some urban legend that you hear about American culture, any culture out there in the world. This shit actually does exist. Human trafficking does exist. So it doesn't surprise me about the idea of somebody kidnapping a whole bunch of men and women and holding them in their house and subjecting them to sexual torture and various different kinds of psychological warfare. And yeah, it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. I mean, overall, the fucking realism, I mean, it's not too great. Like, I can't imagine that there'd be this many people complying with it. Like, really, you're gonna get women to come in here and tell you stories to get you all aroused so that way you can do shit to these people later on? Yeah, I mean, all that seems pretty unrealistic to me, but, I mean, as a whole, it's just, it has some sort of grounding. Like, I could see it working. I could see it actually happening. So, overall, for realism, I'm gonna go ahead and give it like a 1.25 out of 2. Like, it's possible, but it's a little bit outlandish. Anyways, moving on to Gore score. I mean, what the fuck do you expect? It's a 2 out of 2. Just the amount of just disgusting shit that goes on in this. And I don't even mean like anything along the lines of like sex or whatever. I just mean like the shit, piss, whipping, the shootings, the scalping at the end, the fucking branding of the nipples. God, yeah. Moving on, 2 out of 2 for that. And creep factor. So, is this really that creepy? It's shocking. It's definitely shocking, but honestly, I feel like this movie would be a little bit more creepy if some of the events were a little bit more intense and there was music over top of it. I feel like if there was that, like, it would help to set in better, but honestly, the lack of music at times does play to its favor because it does make it feel like, you know, a little bit more realistic. It feels like as if you were somebody spectating this room and just watching it go down. And of course, some of the shit that does go down is extremely heartbreaking, extremely unsettling, and it gets to you. And I mean, honestly, this movie is more unsettling than it is not creepy or whatever. It really does achieve its goal at being a very sick fucking movie. It's not the worst I've ever seen, but it is pretty bad. I'm gonna go ahead and give for the creep factor a 3 out of 4. So with a 1 out of 2 on the quality and production, a 1.25 out of 2 on the realism, a 2 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 3 out of 4 on the creep factor, that brings Salo 120 Days of Sodom to a 7.75 out of 10, which is a creepy rating. And I mean, overall, I mean, I wouldn't say like this movie is the most creepy movie I've ever seen, but literally it does pack a punch. And yeah, this movie is gonna stick with you for a little bit. I feel like this movie's gonna stick with me for probably the next day, just like, damn, that was like a lot to take in. It's not slightly unnerving, it's definitely unnerving, but am I majorly scared by it? No. So I think creepy just is the best, like, line that we can place it at. Best placement for it. That's Salo, the 120 Days of Sodom. Do I recommend it? I mean, if you're a sick fuck like me, sure, but for the just average moviegoer, I definitely do not recommend it. It is a lot to stomach, even for 1975 like effects and all that. Yeah, it's still a lot to stomach, and there's a reason why the director was killed for the release of this movie. So yeah, anyways, my name is Brendan Reviews, and I will see you guys next video is going to be the guinea pig movies 1 and 2, because those are the only 2 that like really matter overall in that series. So my name is Brendan Reviews, and I hope you guys have a great evening, night, whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this. And Mr. Krabs, take it away.
Subscribe to Brendan Reviews, or else I'll come to your house and eat your kids.
Whoa, fuck. Alright, fuck it. So, this is gonna be one of the most notorious titles. These two movies that we're watching today, we're doing both of them in one fucking video. These two movies are gonna be some of the most notorious movie names on the entire iceberg. Guinea Pig 1 and 2, Devil's Experiment, and Flowers of Flesh and Blood. These two movies are extremely popular in terms of the disturbing movie realm. Everybody knows about them. And well, I guess I'm late to the party. I haven't watched these movies, so I've seen them. At least I know the first two are the only two that like really matter in terms of like being disturbing, because the rest of them are just movies. And I guess without further ado, let's see why, at least with Guinea Pig 2, why Charlie Sheen thought it was so real that he called the FBI, leading to them making a making of Guinea Pigs 1 and 2 in order to show that it was fake. Got that? Alright, 3, 2, 1. So far it's nothing but silent Japanese text, which obviously I can't fucking read it. Man, what is it with all these foreign horror movies and whatever, just not having any fucking subtitles to them? Like, I was lucky to find some for Salo, but I was not able to find any for Tumbling Doll Flesh, and of course, like, with these two, guess there's no subtitles either. So, let's have fun. I guess that would be kind of cool. A blind reaction. No, not even really understanding what's going on, just watching. This kind of does already remind me of Tumbling Doll of Flesh because of the way, like driving up someplace and it's flashing to something. Is that, like, the lady's dead body? Is that the Devil's Experiment or whatever? Oh, or is it the... Oh, they literally captured her in a fucking net, I'm assuming. Right? Right? No? No? Captured him fucking George of the Jungle style. That music. Guinea Pig. Alright, we're already getting right to it. Ooh, that was gritty. Ooh, okay. Okay, violence on women is really bad. Ooh. Wait, what the fuck? That one was fake. Well, wait a minute. I can't exactly tell. I think most of these are fake. Like, all of these are fake. But there was one that was, like, really bad. Oh, 10. Oh, so yeah, they're gonna see basically how much pain the human body can go through. So that first part was 10 hits. Let's see. 50 hits? I would have expected her face to be, you know, fucking raw or whatever, or cut. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's definitely raw, it's red, and they just rubbed salt in it? Man, just non-stop. Oh. That was bad. Come on. Only now she's bruising? And even then, it's not that slight of a or not that bad of a bruise, it's just, you know, oh man, are they gonna hit her with that? Fucking bag full of coins? I like how that one guy in the background is just fucking drinking, like, nah, that's some entertaining shit. 100? 100 hits. So she did 10, 50, 100, so that's 160 so far. I was really fucking, like, I don't know, chunky, jello-y, fucking jelly for it to be, blood. It was like a blood clot that you, like, fucking, right out of your fucking nose. So they're just kicking her around? No? Listen, I'm not laughing because I like seeing women get abused or whatever, because obviously I don't. But I'm sorry, this is fucking laughable. It's like, this is her face and they're just going, eh. And when they're kicking her, like, you can just tell they're just, like, tapping her with their foot. It's like, eh, eh, eh. I mean, it's hard to watch when, like, sometimes the hits look real. It's hard to watch when sometimes the hits look real. But I can tell that 50, 60% of them are just not fucking real. And I guess that's the problem with doing such an amateuristic guerrilla style of filming, because you can't really prepare this shit to make it look as real as possible. Like, in order for it to be authentic, it literally needs to be authentic. You tell them what to do, and then they just do it, as opposed to like planning out every little nook and cranny, how the hits are gonna land and this and that. Like, when's the moment they're gonna go down to the ground? No, I get it's just hard. It's really hard to do something like this. I get, but at the same time, it could have been done better. Man, I feel bad. I feel really bad for this actress. Oh, so they got her fucking tied up like that? That's all she has to say about that is just slight moaning? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, come on, that fucking... Talk about the fucking worst snake bite you've ever fucking felt. Your friends can't do better than that. Jesus. You know, if I just took away the clip, what do you think I'm listening to? Oh, so they keep her out there, I'm assuming. Eh? Is that what it is? I mean, if they're going for the realism factor, of course, like, just like Tumbling Doll of Flesh, they don't stick to their rules. I don't know about you, but like... I mean, obviously, after a while, of course, you're gonna get fucking sick, right? And, like, want to throw up and this and that. But, like, genuinely, I mean, that's not the worst torture I've ever seen. 200, so 350 fucking times she has been spun around now. She's throwing up, there we go. Man, that barf looked a little too real. Like, that looks like genuine, like, barf. Not like, you know, the chunky little mess that they always have in movies. Like, that looks like genuine, like, liquid saliva. Ugh, the saliva, too. Dripping out of the mouth. Yeah, that looks like actual vomit. Oh, it's egg yolk. Like, yolk. Egg yolk. See, the worst part is not what's actually being done to her, it's her reactions to it. Like, those screams are so much worse than anything that was in fucking Salo. I'm sorry. Like, those screams just really sunk in. That was like, ooh, like, this ain't fucking around. What are they doing? Trying to, like, rip her... Oh, are they, like, testing out, like, what it's like to rip out certain parts of the body? Just get it over with, man. Stop. So now it's stuff like that that makes it lose its edge when it just fucking freeze frame. Cut to the next scene. 70 degrees Celsius. Is that boiling? I don't know. I mean, I think it's at the point of boiling it for sure, but I didn't know if it's specifically the boiling point. Oh, I don't like the look of that. 150? Are they gonna dump it right on the same fucking area? Ooh, yeah, that looks nice. Ugh. Ah, seriously, they're gonna sprinkle maggots on that? Like, man, this actress really better... She really should have been paid well, because... These things are just crawling around in her. Literally, that's a shot of them going down into her fucking hair. One of them's literally in the corner of her fucking eye. I just don't understand what's the point. Like, it's obviously not hurting her. She's not fucking waking up to it, at least. Like, what the hell's throwing meat gonna do at somebody besides just, you know, fucking annoy them and maybe disgust them? Throwing guts at a fucking... I mean, it's disgusting, but it's not... At least that ain't that scary, no. Oh, I mean, the cut looked actually pretty real, if I'm being honest, but that didn't look so real. The hitting of the hand looked a little bit too spongy. Like, I know that when you're gonna get hit with a sledgehammer, like, obviously your fingers are gonna recoil and whatever, right? But that looked way too fucking spongy. Okay, so after slapping her, pushing her around and kicking her, spinning, drowning her out with alcohol, white noise, burning liquid to the fucking arm, maggots, flesh being thrown at her, and a cut and a sledgehammer to the hand. What's next? I see a saw right there. Ah, fuck. The smaller details like that definitely... It's the smaller details like that where you like see the fucking eye pool with blood that makes it a lot more disturbing than most other shit. Oh, fuck. Needle right through the fucking eye. Oh, shit. She's back in the fucking net. Is she still alive? Or what's going on here? Are they gonna finally kill her? Like, what's gonna be the grand finale? Like, in terms of killing her? Like, you know what's something that shocked me a lot and that would make me feel especially bad and that I think would be super cruel? It's not like shooting or dismemberment, which dismemberment's probably gonna be exactly what happens or whatever. But, like, what if they just left her there and, like, an animal came by and, like, mauled her and then fed on, like, used her as food? Or nothing. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, when I said I wanted something shocking, I wasn't expecting, you know, just to cut away from it. What the fuck? Okay. So I guess I really didn't think about this. I didn't really think about how I was gonna do the rating because I'm talking about two movies. I think we're just gonna go ahead and do Guinea Pig 1 right now, and then after that, we'll do Guinea Pigs 2. Or Guinea Pig 2's reaction. Let's go ahead and talk about Guinea Pig Devil's Experiment. So starting off the quality and production, I mean, it's got some good stuff to it. The effects look pretty good, and sometimes like the lack of music and like the lack of voices to it, besides like, you know, just the moaning and groaning and the laughing, like the lack of music and all that stuff definitely adds into like making it feel good, making it feel like more realistic and like a little bit more scary in the long run. But ultimately, it can't commit to its own rules, A, and B, some of it is just super fucking cheesy. Like some of the hits definitely did not land, you can just tell, and some of the shit is just a little bit weird. Like, I just don't really know like why they freeze framed on like the guy going ripping out the girl's nail or whatever. There's just some stuff in here that I'm like definitely isn't needed in terms of like trying to make this overall scary. And I think they could have done a much better job, but they obviously get half of it right. So for quality and production of Guinea Pig Devil's Experiment, I'm gonna go ahead and give a 1 out of 2. Moving into realism, as I said, they cannot commit to their own rules, which isn't a good thing. But in terms of everything else, like, let's talk about like just being held captive and being subject to all this shit. Like, I mean, besides the fact that the girl really doesn't, you know, scream as much as I would have thought she would, I would have been screaming if I got my fucking forearm like turned like that. Shit. Like, I would have been screaming if that happened to me. But obviously the screaming to like the guts, the screaming to the white noise, obviously it shows that more or less the psychological terror is what gets to her as opposed to the physical pain, I guess, if that makes sense. Like the fucking with her head and all that is what gets to her in the long run. I mean, overall, it's somewhat realistic. It's got some good moments, and obviously the gore is pretty good. The gore is pretty good too. The effects are actually decent. And once again, it gets half of it right, and it gets the other half of it wrong. So for realism, I'm just gonna give it 1 out of 2 as well. For gore score, I mean, just like Salo, like, what the fuck do you expect? Like, this is fucking brutal. And like, the screams alone get to me. The eye scene, the fucking pouring of the boiling oil and the maggots, like, yeah, those are alone enough to constitute a 2 out of 2. Moving on to creep factor. I mean, at first it's not creepy. It just comes off as more funny because obviously you can tell some of the hits aren't landing. As it goes on, it definitely, this is more like a knife, just slowly but surely creeping in. And of course, like with most of these movies, it's gonna steadily get worse as it goes on. But like, this is like just the tip. Like at first you're like, haha, you're not actually gonna do it, but then it goes in, and before you know it, it's through your whole fucking like arm, your hand, and you're just like, oh my god, like it actually went through with it. The only thing that I wish it did, which definitely would have left a really like sick punch to the gut with me, is if we actually saw what they did with her as opposed to just leaving her there. But that could kind of play into like, let your imagination run wild. Like, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna just shoot her? Are they just gonna bury her alive somewhere? Are they gonna, you know, cut her up or whatever? Or say exactly what I thought would be extremely cruel and like feed her to like some kind of animal or whatever. Like, that would be fucking awful. But for what we do see, it does a pretty good job of like sticking like its ground and actually like being able to provide like somewhat of a punch, right? And I think it does a good job of making you feel just awful for this woman. And so in the long run, guys, for creep factor, honestly, I'm feeling a 3 out of 4. You know, it's a very, I would say this is like a very sick and just, it sinks in by the end of it. Creepy. It's a mildly creepy film. So, guys, with a 1 out of 2 on the quality and production, a 1 out of 2 on the realism, a 2 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 3 out of 4 on the creep factor, that brings the total for Guinea Pig 1 to a 7 out of 10, which is a creepy rating, same as Salo, and I think that's about right. This is a creepy movie. Because of some of the things that it lacks, just in terms of like realism and in terms of like basically making it feel more authentic. That's that. We're not done yet. The video's not over. Let's talk about, or I guess let's just go ahead and pull up Flowers of Flesh and Blood, the one that Charlie Sheen reported to the FBI. Let's see if I'm gonna report it to the FBI. In 3, 2, 1. We got that opening scroll again. Got that text letting us know like what we're in for. Yep, I can read it. I definitely can read it. Oh, so this movie actually makes a lot of sense right now. Yeah, this explains a lot. Here we go. Well, this definitely starts off differently. Like, it sets it right into the atmosphere of like what I believe to be Japan, right? Like, this is Japan, not China, right? Is that our main character right there? I take that as a yes. She's just now, like, turning back. Oh, okay, she's speed walking. Some of this stuff, of course, is, like, fake. Like, that shot is obviously fake. But the shots of, like, him actually chasing after her with his camera in hand, that's really creepy. It just is. It's a lot creepier than this right here. I wish that it actually would have stuck with the found footage idea going around like the second time. Like, let's actually have it so that way the killer's holding the camera the whole fucking time rather than just this imaginative fourth, fifth, whoever, this other person in the room who's like actually, yeah. Oh, are we gonna get a title screen? Yes, we are. I like that. I liked that. I mean, so far as the opening for this is a lot better. Obviously, it's still breaking the rules that, like, you know, it sets, but let's see how well this actually goes down. Let's see. Blood on the walls.
Something tells me that this isn't this man's first rodeo.
What's she trying to do? She's trying to... Yeah, so obviously she's trying to get out. Could she not, like, get her arm to her mouth to, like... mean, I'll be honest, like, in terms of, like, actual, like, setting the atmosphere goes, like, this is doing a much better job, like, the sharpening of the knife, the blood on the walls, the way that he just kidnaps her and, like, has already strapped up, like, it's game on. The acting this time around is also a lot better, I'll say that. Oh, no. No, 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 no. I don't want to see you kill this chicken. Come on. Please, no. I mean, I could tell that was fake, but still, like, who the hell wants to see that? So, obviously, the as I was getting to, the acting is better because, obviously, we have a woman who's screaming from the start. She's not like, I was wondering why he was so pale. Okay, I could see now that it's like he's like doing what I think is like an actual like war technique that like samurais used to do back in the day. They'd like paint their face white so that way they appear as like spirits of the dead and strike fear into their enemies or something like that. What's even going on? Like, what is he doing? Is he like trying to feel like for the right spot to stick it? Well, I mean, I should have seen that one coming. Like, I mean, I'm thankful the fucking first one didn't have any nudity, but is this one gonna have nudity? Oh, maybe not. Hopefully not. I don't want to fucking see any nudity, because it makes my fucking job so much harder to censor that shit out in order to put it up on fucking YouTube. Yeah, what the hell? Where the hell is he gonna put that? So, I know that, like, what he just pulled out of her had a needle head. So was that, like, some kind of, like, I mean, I know that he obviously has been injecting her with something. Was that also another drug? I mean, I'll say it, so far this movie, like, sticks, besides, like, not sticking to its rules, like, seems to be a much better movie, like, betterly made, and, like, the effects seem to be better, the characterization, hell, even the story is better. Like, I'm more interested in this one than I was the other. Like, this is a quality, for the most part, scare. Let's see. Oh, and, like, the sound effects, like, what it sounds like. And he's like sawing through bone. Ugh. Yeah, that's a gross detail. I mean, oh, that's a fucking gross effect. Oh, that is such a gross effect. That is awesome. What the fuck? So I take it that the drug he must have given her must have been some kind of like painkiller, so she doesn't feel what he's doing. Now, this isn't even just a better looking movie too. Like, effects are better looking overall. So quality-wise, it's got a lot going for it. Just besides it just not, you know, sticking to the rules, like. And so I like that too. Like, the lights that are in the scene aren't like there for necessarily like cinematic effect. Like, it's not like this here where the lights are just set up for like the sake of being set up or whatever. Like it's not just for the audience. Like, he obviously sets it up that way because he likes it that way. Oh, man, those sound effects. Just the... Man. Fucking nasty. He can't saw through the bone, so what? Is he gonna, like, fucking... That's a gross detail, man. Can't saw through the bone. That's a neat little fucking detail too. Every time like the heart pumps, you see the blood churn out of the arm a little bit more. Wow. That's a fucking cool effect too. Like her trying to flex her shoulders or stretch them out and like she can't. Because they're literally fucking cut off. Yeah, this is like an effects display and I really like it actually. I'll tell you this, the saw going into that leg looks a lot fucking better than the one it did in Tumbling to All Flesh, I'll say that much. Man, just having the hardest time with those bones. I must say, I'm much more impressed with this one than I am the other one. I'll even say, like, it's just a little creepier, too. Like, this guy's fucking weird. Just the way he admires the limbs, why he's dressed up as a samurai. And I mean, I understand that, like, it breaks its rule, right? But at least this time, it doesn't stick so hard to the rule. Like, it doesn't, like, make it the gag. Like, this one focuses more on being a legitimate movie with like found footage guerrilla-esque style tactics somewhat to try to authenticate it a little bit. I'm still incredibly impressed by this one as compared to the last one. I think this one's much creepier. Just the effects are a lot they're a lot more nasty, and not to mention they're a lot more realistic too. I think the quality definitely has been upped. Yeah, I think this one's gonna have a higher rating than the last one for sure. You're telling me she hasn't died from blood loss yet? I mean, I'll tell you right now, that blood splurt right there, like that blood looks a lot better than the blood that was in Devil's Experiment. Oh, here we go. Got some guts. Oh man. Oh, I really don't like that at all. At first the effects looked a little cheesy, like of course their intestines, right? But seeing how all of them are attached to each other and some of them are fucking green and yellow and all that, yeah, that makes it look a lot more realistic. Ugh, fuck. Oh, God. God. Oh. Is the eye in there? Yeah, definitely not his first fucking rodeo. Oh, he's decomposing the body in acid? Is that what the title is supposed to mean? Flowers of flesh and blood? Like, he uses this stuff for even his plants? Back to it. Yeah, that one was a lot worse than the first one. I guess let's just hop into quality and production. So, for the quality and production of Guinea Pig 2 Flowers of Flesh and Blood, it's much better acted, the effects are better, it looks better, and it's a much more interesting movie. Obviously, it still breaks some of its rules, some of it's still a little illogical with, like, I can't tell if it's supposed to be found footage or not, or if it's just that, like, he's speaking to the audience, like, showing his collection, as opposed to speaking to somebody behind the camera. I mean, besides from just it being a little unrealistic in terms of camera placements and found footage aspect, I mean, this is a much better made movie. For quality production, I'm going to give a 1.5 out of 2. For realism, as I said, I know it's not really going for the found footage aspect, it just is there to kind of help give it more of an authentic feel to it. The gore effects are a lot more realistic, I'll say that. They are a lot more realistic and a lot more visceral. In terms of even the psychology of it, like the psychology of somebody who actually like collects mementos and whatever, like, this reminds me a lot of Ed Gein. The psychology of it does, for the most part, add up. Like, somebody who admires their work, like, also collects stuff, yeah, I could see them going to this extent. Maybe not to the extent of dressing up like a samurai. That is really outlandish, but still, like, it's creepy. It is fucking just, it's a little out there, but it's not too far out there, because you definitely have heard of people who dress up as someone or something and then kill someone. So, for realism, I'm going to give a 1.25 out of 2. For gore score, 2, moving on. Creep factor was really fucking creepy. That ending was really fucking creepy. Really unsettling. That alone is going to stick with me for the next day or so. That, holy shit. And like, just the gore alone is so visceral. And like, I understand that some of the effects, like the head hitting the wall and the chicken getting its head cut off, like, yeah, I understand those effects are a little cheesy, and some of the slow-mo shots that like hit the ground and it's super slow frame rate and zoom in. Like, I understand that stuff is like cheesy, but then let's talk about the fucking just ending and all the other effects that do really work, and the sawing into the bone really just... I mean, I think the samurai gimmick is a little funny, but besides that, yeah, I'm gonna give for the creep factor a 3.5 out of 4. Or this is definitely creepier than the other one. And yeah, so guys, with a 1.5 out of 2 on the quality and production, a 1.25 out of 2 on the realism, a 2 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 3.5 out of 4 on the fucking creep factor. That brings our total today for Flowers of Flesh and Blood to 8.25 out of 10. Do I think that's a good rating? Yeah, I do. I think, like, this is... I definitely got more from this one than I did Salo. And just that creepy fucking song over top of, like, showing what the hell this guy has done with all the bodies, and just like the pictures of the bodies, the skinning, and like all the worms and the maggots and the blood and the hydrochloric acid that's melting all the bodies. Like, yeah, that was a lot. So 8.25 out of 10. Majorly Scared is definitely the rating to be for this one. So if you stuck throughout the entire video, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. This was a lot, especially the second one and back to back. Do I recommend anyone watch them? I mean, no, not unless you're into disturbing movies or you're like trying to get into the Iceberg. I would say this has probably been the worst movie I've seen on the Iceberg so far since maybe I'd want to say maybe since Cannibal, Holocaust, and August Underground. That's that. Like, Tumbling Doll of Flesh doesn't even come to this, because this is a much better made movie than Tumbling Doll of Flesh, even though the last half hour Tumbling Doll of Flesh is a lot. See, Tumbling Doll of Flesh was like the runtime of this and was just about torturing that woman. Maybe then could it have ranked higher than I think a 5.5 out of 10 I gave it. This is a lot better though. This is what I think Tumbling Doll of Flesh was trying to do, so yeah. Alright guys, my name is Brendan Reviews, and This is literally gonna, like, take a while to settle. Oh, God. Alright. Thank you guys for watching, so, yep. Bye!
Subscribe to Brendan Reviews or else I'll come to your house and eat your kids.
I don't know why I'm fucking around with the camera. It's stupid.
We are going to talk about Snuff R73 today. We're going to talk about, is it real?
Oh yeah,
and what is it exactly?
This does. But as soon as someone would mention R73, everyone would shut up. There were people in the comments of the original question like, you can't talk about that. Do not talk about that on the ClearNet. Only talk about it on a Tor browser.
And here we are, Snuff R73. This shit is talked about more than a Kardashian controversy.
Production stuff made for it. In other words, people with money producing it. And by a lot of people who do sort of mention on the ClearNet, they imply this may be the worst snuff film out there.
I didn't think I'd be making another video quite like this one, but here we are. So, did a video a few months ago called Do Not Watch Snuff R73. And in that video, I proceed to talk about kind of the myth that surrounds the actual mixtape of Snuff R73. That is that there's another version of the mixtape containing stuff like CP, CSAM, and a whole bunch of other illegal content that you can't find anywhere on the internet without doing a lot of illegal digging. Well, here I am. Is there another version with CSAM, CP? There's a different version out there. I was wrong about Snuff R73. So, what do I mean? After making the What is Snuff R73 video and discussing the history on the mixtape, I suddenly discovered that, well, I was wrong. There is in fact a harder version of the mixtape that does exist named... But does this mixtape include the sickening and illegal Daisy's destruction? Well, to best answer the question, no. So, what does this mixtape even represent? What truly is Snuff R73? Well, like some of the other mixtapes that have been brought to my attention, it's a mixtape of child abuse and death for anyone to watch. The mixtape contains footage of children who have been either badly injured or dead from the War on Terror that lasted from 2001 to recently ending in 2021. However, though, what makes this especially sad is with the final clip of the actual mixtape being that of a toddler being violently assaulted by a man in the streets of China. This one clip has managed to gain some extreme publicity about it, given the fact of how violent the actual occurrence was, and not to mention, who would even do this? And here's the worst part about the mixtape. It was made to actually be used in fetishes for these kinds of things. The people who are watching this are probably more than likely watching Daisy's destruction. The fact that this video even exists and was made for the sole purpose of fetish is disgusting, vile, and absolutely revolting. Holy shit. What's even worse than this existing along with Daisy's destruction is that these two are not the only one of its kind. Mixtape showing the abuse and death of children seems to be extremely more current and normal the more you do some research into it. As of this moment, there is one mixtape more infamous than Snuff R73 that has been sort of the catalyst for people to dive into this sick rabbit hole. Horrifyingly named Amber Alert is currently one of the most infamous, if not the most infamous mixtape out there on the clear web. Not to mention, it has been widely regarded as one of the worst mixtapes to have ever been made, period. When people discuss these topics, the topics of crime on the internet, and more specifically child crime on the internet, at some point in the conversation, mixtapes like and Amber Alert appear in the conversation. What makes the existence of this mixtape so mind-boggling is how did we even get to the point of there being two versions of the mixtape and why the runtimes are so shockingly different. In order to establish the information of the runtimes, I did have to do some of my own research into this topic. The original mixtape, the famous one with all the myths behind it, clocks in at 1 hour and 30 minutes and 24 seconds. Now, for the video, the mixtape clocks in at a surprising 10 minutes and 55 seconds of the worst kinds of footage on the fucking internet. It is awful that we as a society have come to a point where this stuff even exists, but the reason for these two mixtapes being so drastically different is that originally the man who made Necro had planned to release the mixtape as is, a nearly 11-minute video of depravity. But when he sent it around to his friends, they said it was too short and that in order to gain the fame that he wanted, he would need to make one longer and more, I guess, mainstream. He would then go on to watch MDPOPE and would proceed to take over 85% of the footage from that mixtape to create what would be now known as Snuff R73. But this is where the situation goes from weird to fucking ludicrous. I had previously stated how there was some sort of drama in the mixtape community with the creator of Snuff R73 and Thomas Gore, which actually caused somewhat of a drama in the mixtape community. Thomas MD Gore was absolutely pissed when this mixtape came out because it was a copy of his MDPOPE series. But what makes this so awful is the result from the feud to begin with. With the release of Snuff R73, Thomas Gore was extremely offended by the release, talking about how much of a copycat the mixtape was. This prompted Thomas to find more information on the creator, leading him to discovering the 11-minute mixtape. His response was horrifying. Thomas wasn't disgusted nor shocked by the 11 minutes. As a matter of fact, he felt inspired by it, because Thomas wanted to be known as the most sick man alive, he stepped it up to the next level with MDPOPE II. Even longer mixtape of the worst the internet had to offer, and I do mean the worst. But we can't talk about this one. Not yet. Ultimately, what I was wrong about with my previous video on the mixtape was the idea that there was no other version of the mixtape containing harder and more disgusting footage including children. I was wrong because there is a mixtape containing the abuse and death of children that's around 11 minutes in length. But what there is not is a mixtape containing content from Peter Scully, the worst man currently alive. There's nothing containing CP or CSAM content in the mixtape, so this is officially not real. The mixtape of the illegal Snuff R73 has now been explained and officially debunked once and for all.
Well, guys, there you go. That was me officially putting a rest to the actual true story behind Snuff R73. Did I really expect to make this video? No.
As I said, there is no version out there that I know of that has CP or CSAM. But I do know of, well, what we just spoke about, and shocking. It really is. This little whirlwind of shit that this series has taken me into, has pulled me into, is something I really didn't account for. But guys, I'm done speaking of Snuff R73. It's over. Something foretold in time is that everything comes to an end. And in that same instance, new beginnings will arrive. Today marks the end of an era, me being below 1,000 subscribers. I have made a deal with a man who I haven't seen to watch a movie that will supposedly push me all the way to my desired goal. He talks about this idea of discovering a true reaction, and that I am the spawn of such an idea. Everything I have done has led to this moment. Only time will tell if it was a good idea or a severe mistake.
What the fuck happened? Where the fuck am I? I think I know where I am. Fuck. What the fuck's going on at home?
Hey everybody, how we doing today? My name is Brendan Reviews, and yeah, so I wanted to watch this wonderful fucking movie that's right here. Yeah, you see it? Yeah. I definitely wanted to watch this, so I have downloaded it and pressed and save. Yeah, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, so that way I can earn my 1,000 subscribers, this is a Serbian film. Revolver Entertainment. Damn it, where the fuck is my revolver when I fucking need it? Serbian film. Here we go. Let's do this. The Filth Club. Oh, Jesus, we're already getting straight to it. Here we go. Whoa, what the hell? It's just a kid watching porn. What the hell? We're off to a bang up job. So, he's a porn star. And let me guess, he's like trying to relive his old days or something like that. Like he needs a job or something like that. Let me guess, they don't have the money. Okay. So, who the hell was that guy? Oh, whoever that guy was. See, we're already scoping him out. Is that a penis? Vukmar. So he's Milosh's, I think that's his name, Milosh's brother? I mean, I'll admit it, like, this is much easier to watch than Tumbling to All the Flesh, Jesus Christ. Because that, I believe it was real. I believe it was, but censored. And yeah, I didn't need to watch that. Ugh, that was terrible. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. This is the only lady I think I've ever seen that is turned on by watching her husband. Yeah. What is it with these movies, man? I mean, what do I expect? It's a disturbing movie, Iceberg. What did I expect? So he did say yes. Alright, and let's see what happens here. You know, I'm gonna be honest, so this movie is like very messed up already, and this movie's got a lot going on with it, but I'm gonna say it. I think that it does a good job cinematography-wise. It's actually a very good-looking movie. So far, it's pretty well acted. So far, it's pretty well acted, and honestly, it's overall decent. I'm kind of surprised. Okay, so these guys know what's going on, know the script and all that stuff, but the other two do not. Oh, God.
Treba samo da staneš pred kamere, izvadiš svoj kurac.
Fucking tell it's raw.
Otko znam.
Desperately needs you.
Nisi valjda odbio.
Normalno.
I think it's intentional that we do not know how much he actually did that, or how much he actually was offered to sign on to this thing. And I think the reason why for that is the director's deliberate attempt to ask the audience, how much would you have to be paid in order to be a part of something like this? Like, what is your limit? What is your standard? Okay, I'm gonna say it, the music in this movie is also very fucking good, too. He's checking out his fucking brother's wife. Jesus Christ. How is this, like, made to be, like, some heartwarming gesture between father and son? Was that seriously a tender moment between father and son about how to masturbate? When the son is, like, 6 years old or something like that? I'm at a complete loss for words. Look at that, immediately. Into the building, relaxed. I'm serious, man. The music in this movie is actually very fucking good. I do not know where this is going. So it's at a home for orphan children. This is so fucking weird. Product placement. Product placement. Product placement. What the fuck? So she was sucking his, and while that little girl was on the screen in front of him, eating a popsicle, and he can't, okay. Why are you guys making me watch this? This guy is fucking weird. Watching his brother doing this stuff, this is just weird. In so many different ways, like, this movie's got a lot of good things going for it, but at the same time, is like, completely fucking diabolical. We're just gonna act like that was casual. Fuck animals for art's sake? Okay. Interesting transition. Liked that. Sunglasses at night.
I wear my sunglasses at night, so
What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh fuck. Bravo. Magnificent. Bravo. Jesus Christ.
Vukmir. Vidiš, ime mu je prezime, to je jako zgodno.
So this guy's a real fucking nobody. Like, nobody really knows where he is. What the fuck? You know, I wonder if the poor kid actually knows what his dad is doing. Why the hell does this guy like working with kids? So, like, I don't know what he's getting on about. Victim is the priciest cell in the world. Victimization, I think he's getting at. What the heck?
Boy, novi standard, newborn, born.
I can't believe that I just watched that. That was fucking sickening. I don't even get what's going on right now. What the hell? What the hell even happened? Wait a minute, so it's been 3 days? What the hell happened? So that's not his car. So the cell phone was at the house. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god. The fuck is going on?
Viagra za volove prema specijalnom receptu koktela naše drage doktorke.
I do not know where this is going. This is insane. Like, how does this connect to his wife yet? I can't even believe that. Viagra for bulls? Oh my god, look at him. He's like a freaking rabid dog. After the fucking newborn scene and then this is... Oh my god. I just can't believe where this movie's going. This is out of fucking control.
Sad si sve upropastio, ti si uništio projekat. Molim ja, kako to? Šta ti znaš o zanosu? Ovo nije umetnost. Ti više nisi umetnik.
So they knocked her fucking teeth out. I do not like where this movie is going at all.
Brige više nema. Ona hoće.
So he wants him to fuck the kid.
Sad ću ga odsečem.
So he had enough self-control to be able to repel against doing anything with the kid. Ah, shit, here comes the guys. Ooh! What the fuck? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, Jesus. Looks like shit. So now he's at wherever the hell. This was very fucking anxious, I'll tell you that. Jesus. Oh, the sound effects. Oh, Jesus. He obviously had a hard time getting it in. What the fuck is that? No. Oh my God, no. That's... Jesus fucking Christ. I have no words. Oh my God. Oh my God. The hell? Oh, is their son dead? They're just at home in the basement? This is by far one of the most sickening movies I have ever seen and probably will ever see. Even though he's a porn actor, you actually feel sorry for him. How much more is this? 8 minutes. That's probably with credits too.
Ajde. Kreni od malog.
I can't believe you fuck decided to give me and watch this. Fuck your reaction. You know what? Fuck your analysis. For quality and production of a Serbian film. The acting's good. The movie looks good. The story is interesting. And overall, it's a well-made movie. So the acting's a little off at times, though. 1.75 out of 2. Realism, though, there's a lot of horrifying things in the movie that I'm sure do exist in the real world. That's how dark this world can get. It feels so over the top and so outlandish that something like that could even exist. And because it's over the top and really unrealistic at times,
I feel like it's a 1 out of 2 on the realism. Gore score, why do I even bother trying to analyze that? It's a 2. Creep factor. Overall, the movie is very unsettling, very disturbing, especially the second half. Creepy, definitely gives you a very unsettling feeling after watching the movie. It definitely leaves an impact. I would say the movie overall has a good impact on the viewer. That should not be mistaken. It still gets to you. I'm going to give it a 3.5 out of 4. I said no more!
Yeah. You know what? Here's a little bit more. I'm not even tied up. You drugged me so hard that I didn't even know.
You are still drugged. You don't even fucking know. So stay there.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do a goddamn thing
No,
right now.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
My God. I won't fucking come any closer. I said.
No, don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Why shouldn't I fucking shoot?
Because
I am you. What in the fuck? So don't shoot, please. How the fuck is this possible? Please don't. I'm sorry for what I did. Let alone I know you don't work alone. So how the fuck is this possible? I mean, you're not wrong. I'm not the only one of me or you. There's a lot more out there. Listen, Listen. No, please.
Ain't this just... This is the true art of a reaction. You finally experienced it. You're about to kill me in cold blood over a movie so diabolical in name. You can't help but explode in rage. of a true reaction. Whatever you're gonna do, fucking do it. Fucking give me it.
I fucking watched Serbian. Sir, we have an agent down, and a subject down too. He's dead. Affirmative. Bring in subject to life. Don't worry, sir. The only thing that he will remember is that movie. Everything else, his memory will be wiped. Over. And down. Well, before this video even begins, I'm going to provide a massive trigger warning, and viewer discretion is advised. Because today we are talking about another mixtape with some serious history behind it. A lot of the things that were brought up in the
in either of the Snuff R73 videos will be brought up again today, this time in a different light, different context, and full warning here. If you choose to continue watching the video, that is on you. I am not at fault for your decision. In the meantime though, this is without a doubt probably one of the hardest topics I've ever had to discuss, and that's because of the reality of it. Without further ado, let's talk about why I'm telling you, do not watch MDPOPE II. In my last video mentioning a mixtape, we had mentioned Thomas Cinema Gore and his feud that came with the release of Snuff R73. I also then mentioned that after learning about this very mixtape, he would go on to release MDPOPE II, and with this release, I had said that there was more to the story. This is that story. The story begins with the release of Snuff R73 and the anger that fueled inside of Mr. Cinema Gore. His anger summarized in a series of comments and posts about the mixtape where he praises his own MDPOPE creation as an American masterpiece, where he then exclaimed how much of a copy the original mixtape was. He then goes on by finishing talking about how lame and pathetic the mixtape was. Thomas, having proclaimed himself as the sickest man alive, went on to premiere a trailer for MDPOPE II, where the audio in the video sounded a bit suspicious. This is where I must talk about the infamous nature of these movies and why they are so infamous to begin with. It has nothing to do with the content on screen, given that many of the clips are so frequently used in other mixtape of this kind. Genuinely, of course, these clips are horrifying and disturbing to watch, but when compared to other mixtapes, they are one and the same, a piece of hay in a haystack. It's nothing any more important than the rest. What makes these movies so notorious is not due to their content, but rather the man behind it. Thomas Cinema Gore has been outed as a pedophile, along with being one of the most disgusting individuals alive. This reputation began with the release of MDPOPE II's trailer, which contained audio that is too disturbing to play here, even if I could find it, and sounded super suspicious. This audio was described as having loud, almost childlike screams and other noises set against screams to help disorientation set in for the listener. But whose screams were these, and where did they come from? They were Daisy's. Yes, that Daisy. The trailer was released, and it was confirmed once and for all that Thomas Cinema Gore was not only a pedophile, but a sadomasochist, one who would defend the hardcore genre in this comment here. I wish this was where it ended. In the original planned release for MDPOPE II, Thomas had sent his cut around to people in his direct circle for critique and advice. It was a revolting mixtape for sure, but the ending will go down in infamy for being one of the most disgusting uses of internet media known today. At the very end of the mixtape, according to the rumors, was the entirety of the saddening hardcore video Daisy's Destruction. Now, this is a rumor, but based off of the audio being confirmed as the supposed Daisy's Destruction, not to mention his defense of the hardcore genre, it wouldn't surprise me if something like that ended up in the mixtape made by a man who uploaded the audio to the public confirming they had access to some form of the video. It's scary to imagine that people like this actually fucking exist, and are so hugely hell-bent on being the most disturbing people of all time. These men and women who enjoy the displeasure and shock value that these types of videos bring is nothing less than disrespectful and shows a lack of mental stability. So when I sit here and say, do not watch MDPOPE II, I'm not saying that because Daisy's destruction is in it, because it is not. Thomas Cinema Gore was actually pressured to remove that portion of the mixtape and to leave it dead in the dust. So with Daisy's destruction officially out of the mixtape, you could technically watch it, and here's why you should not watch it. Not only does it still contain the worst footage found on the internet, ranging from bad medical conditions to fetish pornography to animal abuse and then to murder, but it is also a creation of a man who doesn't care about himself, you, or anyone else. He has a sick mind and his ego shows a clear lack of connectivity, remorse, and sensibility. This is the creation of a man who has outed himself as a pedophile and a hardcore enthusiast. So, do not watch MDPOPE II, not only because of what it contains, but Thomas Cinema Gore does not deserve your time or your viewership. He deserves to be forgotten and his mixtapes disregarded. This is why I'm telling you, do not watch MDPOPE II. Do not watch MDPOPE II. Oh. Oh. God damn, I was like holding in that sneeze throughout that whole fucking take. For all you guys out there who have literally said to me before, like, how the fuck do you mentally get through this stuff? Well, it's pretty simple, actually. It's called, you learn to expect the worst and prepare for it kind of deal. You learn to expect the worst and prepare for it. And two, know that basically anything in the world that you have thought of, you are not the only one who has thought of it, therefore meaning it probably exists in some way, shape, or form. And just, that's why I'm not so disturbed by this stuff. I know a lot of people say, like, I got a comment one time saying something about getting a gold medal for mental gymnastics, right? I'm telling you right now, it's just called, you gotta go into it objectively. And yes, this stuff does affect me. I think the two things that actually do affect me is anything to do with children and sexual violence. I guess look at it as a learning experience. Look at it as a, this is something that exists in the world, and that by me bringing attention to it, it could possibly ignite some sort of change, or at least bring awareness to it. I'm not trying to desensitize people to it, but at least bring awareness to it. Because when you start bringing awareness to stuff, that's when shit starts getting changed. And ultimately, I know that these topics are hard to listen to. And hell, they're actually hard to talk about. But ultimately, I'm glad it's me that is doing it, and not somebody else who can't distinguish, basically who can't separate themselves from it, you know? I'm able to separate myself from it, and I think that's what ultimately makes me talking about this stuff a lot easier, is by me being able to separate myself from it. Because if I wasn't able to, I would be deeply affected by it. But because I'm able to separate myself from it, I'm able to look at it as a pure, basic, like, almost journalistic, nothing more to it, no feelings getting involved besides just like the basic principle of like what I'm talking about is absolutely fucking disgusting and deplorable. Yeah. I just thought it's about time I finally mentioned how I, like, mentally am okay with this stuff. And I don't mean it as in, like, mentally I'm okay that there are people out there who are doing this shit. I mean it as in mentally I am able to face it and be okay. I'm able to look at it and be okay. And look at, like, the topics. I mean, I'm not actually watching these fucking mixtapes. I'm definitely not watching them. Because that would deeply strain me, but just simply talking about what these things even are do not necessarily get to me, because nothing is more scary than what's right in front of your face. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you guys for watching this video. Please like, comment, and subscribe, because man, the more of you guys that subscribe, the more of you guys freaking motivate me to continue doing this stuff, because yeah, I mean, there's only so many times I can talk about the same shit, but I know that there's a little bit more, at least to this story, and that's why I continued on with it. So guys, thank you for watching. My name is Brendan Reviews. I hope you guys have a great day, evening, night, whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this, and take care. Stay healthy, mentally, physically, emotionally, and I will see you all next time. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you may know that a lot from tiers 6 through 8 remain untouched. But here we go. We had just explained why you should not watch MDPOPE II due to the content, but more specifically the creator of the mixtape. Now, here we are. What is Channel 309? Well, if you are all ready for some bizarre Satanism rituals mixed with sexual foreplay and acts, then strap on as we dive into the history and break down the Channel 309 series and why you should not watch it. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, but some of y'all need a reminder on why not to watch shit like this? Okay. So, Channel 309 sounds cryptic, but what is it that you imagine when you look at this? If you are disturbed, even slightly, I do not blame you. What this series exists as is an experimental collection juxtaposed with satanic images, stock footage of bugs, and rapidly decomposing animals, along with industrial noises, bondage play, and various forms of sexual extremism to upset the viewer. There are 9 episodes in the series, all of them centering around Melodia, named after the main creator of the series, Marco Melodia, and his various sexual escapades that involve all of the above topics. Produced by his company VLF Laboratories and made somewhere between the years of 2014 to 2017, these are all often filmed in industrial buildings, warehouses, or someone's house apartment where the scenery looks abandoned, dirty, and dimly lit. It normally contain a fisheye looking lens warp to obscure the vision of the viewer and disorientate them further. As I said previously, this is a collection of videos with satanic imagery, making it extremely scary and disturbing for many viewers who have heard of this series. The covers you see up on screen are the covers of the series DVDs where they were released by Black Lava Entertainment, and yes, if you fucking wanted to, you could go to the website right now and buy them. Please don't. Just please don't do it. Please don't fucking do it. Brendan Reviews does not hold any responsibility over the personal actions and behaviors of those who buy the series and are disturbed by it. You made the choice, so please don't do it. Next is my knowledge on the series episodes, starting with episode 1. This knowledge has come from certain other YouTube channels, such as Cinema's Underbelly and Unboxed, Watched, and Reviewed. Go watch these guys' channels if you are looking for more content like mine about disturbing horror movies. Their links will be in the description. The footage you are about to see on screen is disturbing, and yes, any moment of nudity, violence, and sickening imagery will be blurred for my editing pleasure and your guys' viewing experience. Also, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get paid for this, so yeah. Channel 309 Volume 1 contains episodes 1 through 3, and it's the beginning of the series chronologically. Episode 1, simply named A Causal Broadcast 1, follows our main character of Meladia, who is engaging in varying different sexual acts set to footage of nature, dying insects, and industrial noises with droning music. Meladia is wearing a pig mask or sometimes a goat head and performing these various acts where the women are often obscured with a ski mask or have their faces wrapped in duct tape. This sort of stuff continues on into episode 2 entitled Baptism, where the opening is sort of a cult-like ritual. This then eventually divulges back into the same stuff mentioned before, with various acts of sexual depravity, this time including fetishes such as urolangia and emetophilia. This episode manages to take things up a notch by having someone completely wrapped in plastic wrap, and as the ending goes, it involves vomiting into a dog cone used as a fucking funnel. Oh my god. Jesus, I'm serious, this is fucking atrocious. This might be the series that makes me wish I never started the Iceberg Chronicles to begin with. Jesus Christ. Episode 3, entitled Rejuvenescence, is basically the same shit, but now we have Meladia also acting as a doctor and making shallow cuts in the stomach of a human. Don't worry, I think the human is fake, at least it looks fake, yeah. But yeah, episodes 4 through 9 are literally the same thing with no real narrative and the same sort of actions you have seen from the previous episode. Describing the first 3 was only to help set up what the series is, because according to these 2 channels, the series isn't much more than this, with none of the episodes having any furthermore titles and the rest of the series basically following the same formula for the entirety of the collection. Channel 309 is not the only thing that is by the production of VLF Laboratories, and I'm going to take this time to talk about the other series they made, known as the Motel Files and Other Random Cuts. This movie is essentially the same stuff as Channel 309, minus the hardcore satanic imagery. This follows the same sort of fetishes as before, also acknowledging fetishes such as coprophilia. By far, these movies are some of the most disgusting and gross pieces of media I have ever heard of. Do they deserve your money? No. Do they deserve your time? No. Do they deserve a click to watch it? No. I am telling you now, do not watch Channel 309. This series is a sick fucking mess of everything wrong with humanity and pleasure. This series with its nature and pleasure and pain makes the Cenobites from the Hellraiser series look like the goddamn Care Bears compared to this shit. I am horrified, I am disgusted, I'm sickened, and I'm telling you all now, do not watch Channel 309 or the Motel Files. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing today? My name is Brendan Reviews, and guys, I promised that I would do something special for the 20th episode of Scariest Media, and well, after that last video that I just made, yes, this is technically a tie-in to the iceberg, but at the same time, it's not on the iceberg, so I am truly giving the Iceberg Chronicles a break, but also tapping into something that may or may not have already been on the iceberg, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is this. American guinea pig. Bouquet of guts and gore. Look at this fucking cover art. Look at that cover art and tell me that this is not just one of the most badass horror movie covers you have ever seen in your life. But I bought it based off of the cover. I haven't seen it. That's what we're doing today, boys. We are going to be tapping into the American Guinea Pig series. Given the fact, you know, I've done the first 2 guinea pigs for the Iceberg Chronicles. Given the fact that those are the only 2 that actually seem to hold any real weight to them in terms of disturbingness. But I am going to cover this one. Because, oh my fucking god, look at that fucking cover. Oh my god, look at this. Look at that. You don't fucking see that shit. And so guys, I'm pulling it up right now. We are going to watch American Guinea Pig. American Guinea Pig 1. Bouquet of Guts and Gore. Alright guys, I have it pulled up. This is the 20th episode to Scariest Media. Let's hop into this. 3, 2, 1. Okay, alrighty, we got some interesting noises here. It sounds like someone's like squishing something, like... Okay, we've been on this red screen enough. Let's keep it going. Do not open. Okay, so they're just scoping these 2 girls out, because I know what this is supposed to be. I did a little bit of looking into it. I know that this is supposed to be the tape that inspired the director of Flowers of Flesh and Blood to actually make Flowers of Flesh and Blood. Supposedly the story being that the guy who made Flowers of Flesh and Blood, so American Guinea Pig 2, was delivered an actual snuff movie. This is supposedly that snuff movie. So this is like adding on to the urban legend. Obviously this movie's fake, but I'm ready. So these 2 people are getting into their car, but they're not paying attention to the fact that there's obviously a creepy dude with a camera just hanging out in front of the car.
What the fuck is that guy doing? I don't know.
What's that guy doing? I don't know. Uh-oh. Nobody in the car. Now there's smoke, and now it's all gassy. Sound design wise, those coughs sound incredibly freaking fake. Come on. And what the hell is that supposed to even be? Like tear gas or something like that? I've felt tear gas before, so I don't get the point. American Guinea Pig. Bouquet of Guts and Gore. I want what's on the front cover here. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see some fucked up gore. That's a lot of tools, man. That's a lot of tools. That goat head mask is so cool. Seriously. Okay, here we go. So is this like a director and actor sort of situation? Like where he's gonna be directed and being told like what to do? Oh, this is already just so creepy. Like, this goat-headed mask dude. And that's obviously a real knife to be cutting the shirt open like that.
Always on the left, never on the right.
What the hell does that matter? Always on the left, never on the right?
But slower. I want you to make me fucking hard.
Make me fucking hard. Huh. This sure as hell is interesting, I'll tell you that. I mean, so far this is definitely, like, unsettling, definitely, like, I don't know, like, it's definitely creepy. It's definitely got some very creepy undertones to it, and just, like, it, you know, it makes you feel off-put, right? And it just, like, so far it's not really disturbing, more or less, is it just, like, you know, like, it's unsettling, you know what's coming, so it's very suspenseful.
No! You never start on the right. Always start on the left.
Jesus Christ, what the hell does that matter? I mean, if you're gonna butcher these girls anyways, I don't get it. I don't get this shit. Always on the left, never on the right. Fucking stupid pieces of shit. I'm getting hard now. Ooh. You wanna watch this? Huh? You gonna watch this with me? Man, this is just so screwed up. This whole, like, just this whole get up they got here. I mean, so far this is definitely creepy, but we're already 12 minutes in, so we're already like close to 20% done with this movie because it's only an hour and 12 minutes long. So we're already close to 20% done with this movie, and nothing really much has happened just besides cutting off some clothes. I mean, given 15 minutes is a relatively short period of time for most horror movies, but still, like, just saying, I'm ready. I want something to shock me here. Okay, so we're dosing them with a sedative. Okay, so this is where that inspiration of like the samurai drugging his victims come from. So I bet he's gonna dose them with something to either keep them awake or like keep them from falling asleep.
You're gonna wake your mother. I'm going to help you. This is for your own good. It's okay.
Shit, I got 20 feet left. We can do this.
Alright, here we go.
Alright, give her some more of that special sauce.
That special sauce. This is fucking weird, man. Like, the lines and the line delivery are very cringy. Give her some more of that special sauce. Yeah. Give it to her. Oh yeah. Make me hard. Oh, is she about to wake up? No. Crucifix. Okay, is she about to get dosed up too? Whoa. Man, that was terrible. That was really bad. I can't do it. I can't do it with the special sauce.
Do this just as we rehearsed. They're completely immobile now. But they need to understand what and why this is happening. They need to know.
It's really cringy. Really cringy. They need to know what happened to them.
1,500 micrograms of LSD has been introduced into your system.
LSD. So what, are they putting like needles in their feet or whatever? So these people are being sacrificed to Satan, is what I'm getting out of this. Alright, so here we go. Frickin' 20 minutes in, almost a third of the way done with the movie, and we're finally getting to the title. Alright, I'm ready. Here we go. Right in the wrist. Here we go. Okay, those special effects actually look pretty good. The skin tone of the hand being cut and the texture of it is not the same as the skin that's like on her thigh. That's right next to her. I mean, so far, this is a very interesting movie, to say the least. It's very upsetting. Yeah. She's a fucking animal? Okay, here we go. They cut away from it, really? I mean, now, obviously, they didn't cut away from it, but the initial cut, they did. Alright, here we go. I just changed the setup because of that damn light hitting me. From now on, anytime I film in this room, it's going to be right here. Right. Uh-oh, we got some boobies. Uh-oh, can't show that. Ah, boobies, ah! He's having a hard time sawing through the bone. Oh, ugh. He can't even cut through the bone. Oh my god. There we go. I say there we go like as if I'm cheering him on. Oh my god. Oh. Fucking nasty. Man, this movie's just so fucked up. Oh my god. I just don't like the look of it. Ugh. Fuck this, he's going big. Oh shit. Ooh. So the bone's just too thick, eh? Oh. Jesus Christ. Those gore effects are actually really good. Like, the guys who did the gore, the fucked up chef's kiss to you. Mwah. Oh, he's just ripping it. Oh, God. Oh, shit. That was nasty. Oh, fuck. He just ripped it off.
Our producers are watching.
Whenever they talk, the movie just goes from here to here. Every time they talk, they just drag down the whole movie. We have your kids. We have your children. Your performance depends, or no, your children depend on your performance. We are here for a reason. No. No, the eye shit. Oh my god. Oh, this is what the fucking movie was. Or this is what that cover was. Oh. I mean, that head's not the best looking I've ever seen. Oh. I've never seen that in a horror movie before. Just what you have to do, like, for like when you're doing a dissection, just the peeling back. Oh my god. Those sound effects. Oh fuck, they're gonna cut open her stomach too. Oh, it's, they're driving their fingers in. Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, they're still alive. They're still alive. How are they still alive? The fucking mouth was just moving. Man, this is so much harder to watch than Devil's Experiment or frickin' Flowers of Flesh and Blood. This is so much worse than even Tumbling Doll of Flesh. Like, the last half hour of Tumbling Doll of Flesh, though, was definitely disturbing. The effects in it were mild at best. They had some decent effects, don't get me wrong, but the tongue moving around. I don't need to see that. Thank you. Oh, they're gonna cut the tourniquets. As a special effects standpoint, that is actually awesome. Special effects wise, that's actually pretty fucking cool. Like, just the timing of that, cutting all the tourniquets and then all the orifices bleeding and all that. As a special effects standpoint, that's really good, but as a gory detail, it's a lot. This has so far been a lot. The acting, though, is what keeps this movie from actually being, like, people think the Saw movies are what is torture porn, or like Human Centipede is torture porn, but this is literally torture porn. These ladies were brought here to be tortured to death. I'm gonna say it, like, the cameras that they're using for these shots look much better than the digital camera, like, because that's a digital camera that we're looking through right now. Those look like, it makes the effects look a little not as good, but when it's through the actual, like, when it's through like the 8mm style cameras, all of a sudden the effects actually look pretty real. They actually look very real. So those shots make the effects look just a little bit worse. Come on.
You're doing a good job. I had to change my underwear.
It's every time they talk, they ruin the movie. Every time they talk. You're doing a good job. I had to change my underwear. Razor to the arm. For anybody that is having, like, depression issues, suicidal thoughts, the movie's definitely not for you. Razor to the forearm. Oh, that's what they're doing? Gerald's game shit. They're de-skinning her. Or they're skinning her. De-skinning. They're skinning her. Oh my god. Props to the special effects guys. Seriously. Oh, no. They're gonna skin the chest. Maybe this is the part that got to me. This is the skinning. This part is getting to me. That... Oh, fucking hell. I mean, I know I did this effect for the Serbian film review of jabbing my thumb into a, like, doll's head. That's one thing I'm happy about. I haven't heard them talk. I haven't heard them talk in a minute. I hate the sound effects. But that's one thing I'm a bit surprised, like, this movie doesn't take up on as much, is sound effects. Like, a lot of the things that we see don't have that much sound to them. And I think that a big thing that this movie could have used was a little bit more sound design with the, this, like, scene right here reminds me a lot of the movie Opera. That one scene where the girl, like, gets knocked down to the ground and, like, is forced to, like, swallow a necklace, and then the killer cuts open her throat and pulls the necklace out. And, yeah. Her heart is still pumping. How? The body should be in so much trauma right now. Oh, man. Man, that throat slit was fucked. There's no way that heart would still be pumping. It should be done. See, those shots look a lot more scary than the other ones. Wait a minute. Wait. I gotta go back. Did that just say Charlie Sheen? I gotta check that out. Did that just say Charlie Sheen on the damn package? If it said Charlie Sheen on the damn package, I'm about to laugh my ass off. No fucking way. Did that actually just say Charlie Sheen? Oh my fucking god. It does. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. That was fucking... That's great. Because Charlie Sheen thought that Guinea Pig 2, Flowers of Flesh and Blood was a real snuff movie. My god. Oh, that's actually awesome. That's hilarious. Charlie Sheen. Jesus Christ. That's fucking great. That is actually fucking hilarious. Okay. So what's this? Is this the credits? Oh my fucking god. This is really disturbing because they actually had to get a baby to be in the scene. A living baby to be in this scene. And I bet that baby was scared shitless, was actually crying because a goat-headed dude was right in frickin' front of her. Like, that ending hit more, not in the sense of like, oh my god, they're gonna do it to a baby, but more or less just the thought of like, the fact that that baby actually is probably traumatized as hell from being in this movie. I'm gonna take a minute to think about the ratings for this. Yeah, I need it. My god. So guys, that was American Guinea Pig, Bouquet of Guts and Gore. I thought about it, and I'm gonna get the ratings done, because, man, that ending hits a little bit in the heart, just for the sake of, I feel terrible for that fucking baby. So, here we go. Starting off with, alright, here we go. Starting off with quality and production. So, the quality and production for American Guinea Pig, Bouquet of Guts and Gore, it looks really good from certain camera angles, and the acting is terrible, but the main standout is the special effects. The special effects are fucking phenomenal. And though the sound design definitely could have used a little bit more sound effects for like the actual cutting, the dismemberment, and all that stuff to really add in a little bit more of a punch, I think that the sound design for the ambience in the background and all the noises and shit really does work. It absolutely works and helps to disorientate you, make you more disturbed, make you feel off-put and all that. And so 1.5 out of 2. Moving into the realism. Gore effects look really real, for the most part. But I feel like it's trying too hard with some of the dialogue between them. Like, get her like this, my man. I want to get hard. Give her some of that secret special sauce you got there. And I'm just like, it's trying too hard. And the realism is totally sucked away from it. And for that reason alone, it takes off a little bit. But realism, like, I know that this shit does exist somewhere. It has to exist. With everything else that exists in this world, there has to be something like this somewhere in the world. Like, it's basically Channel 309, but with murder. So, yeah, something like this has to exist somewhere in the world, and that's why for the realism, I'm also going to give it a 1.5 out of 2. Yeah. Gore score, you can't beat it. It's a 2 out of 2. It's fucking phenomenal. Moving into the creep factor, the special effects are fantastic, which really help to unsettle you. That ambiance in the background is also very good. But here's the issue. The biggest issue with this movie is the acting and how much those guys, their dialogue takes you out of the moment. When they shut the fuck up and actually let the movie be a goddamn movie.
Never on the right, you fat fucking dumbass!
It actually is pretty tense. It's pretty suspenseful. It's pretty creepy. And that final part, though I'm creeped out for a different reason, for the creep factor, I think I'm going to give it a 3 out of 4. So guys, a 1.5 out of 2 on the quality and production, a 1.5 out of 2 on the realism, a 2 out of 2 on the gore score, and a 3 out of 4 on the creep factor. Guys, that brings our total for American Guinea Pig 1, Bouquet of Guts and Gore, to an 8 out of 10, which is, in fact, a creepy rating. And I think that's fair. I think it's definitely a creepy, I definitely think it's a creepy movie. I think that it's very unnerving, it's very unsettling, suspenseful. It's not a very easy watch. It is not an easy watch. If you guys want to support the channel more, here's my Patreon page. I'll leave it at that. Modern Music, thank you for being my very first patron. And guys, thank you guys. See you all next time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for this one. So, with the disturbing movie Iceberg, it would be wise to understand just what you are traversing through. Remember that Tier 1 is horror movies, Tier 2 is grindhouse movies, 3 is exploitation films, 4 is extremism films, 5 is pseudo-snuff movies, 6 is Mondo films slash that's a fucking tongue twister. 6 is Mondo films slash shockumentaries, 7 is disgusting adult films, and 8 is mixed... Man, we're off to a good start. 8 is mixtape films. Something I haven't really specified is that with the ranking of Do Not Watch is not just for tiers 7 and 8, but it's in fact a rank or a badge of infamy that any of these movies can obtain. This brings me to tier 6, where the films begin to bridge the gap between a normal 1 to 10 score and a Do Not Watch. With all the movies on tier 6, one of them is named Faces of Death, which I promise we will do one day, but for now, we are focusing on one of the many other films that came out which were directly inspired by it. There are many films trying to cash in on the surprising success of a film like Faces of Death, which contained some real but mostly staged attempts at showing life like death on screen. There are many sequels with this series all because of its success. This then led to copycats such as The Faces of War, Faces of Gore, Faces of Torture, Faces of Voodoo. Thank you Cinema's Underbelly for that one. And today's series in question, the Traces of Death series. The Traces of Death series is one of the earliest and most notable examples of a shockumentary, which is a documentation of media that is meant to disgust, upset, and disturb the viewer. These films contain somewhat of a narration, with the narrations being most prevalent with the first entry in the series. I will of course blur the images and video on screen, but just so y'all can get an idea for how weirdly macabre and sick this series is, here is one of the narrations.
Like the living room of this poor soul, who decided life wasn't worth living. So he put a shotgun to his face and sprayed the ceiling with the blood from his temporal lobes, sending his brain flying across the room in a glistening spectacle of gore, which bounced him around the freeway like a red, meaty ball. Ever wondered what the inside of a leg would look like, sprayed, splayed, and filleted like a side of beef? Well, now you know.
Tonight on Soy Warriors, 2 miserable virgins duke it out for ultimate leftist supremacy.
The narrator is a man named Damon Fox, someone who has a deep love for the horror genre and would form the studio Fox Entertainment Enterprises, and this would then lead to the creation of the Traces of Death series. However, Damon Fox would not stay on as narrator, as by the third entry in the series, he was then replaced with Darren Ramage, also known as Brain Damage. This is who is most known as the face of the, well, of sorts, of the Traces of Death series. The 5-part series is somewhat of a holy grail for those getting involved in the Mondo film and shockumentary craze that some people are definitely a part of. But what is the point of the Traces of Death series? The point is to document death in its purest form, showing all the ugly details and varying different ways someone can perish, cut together with the narration, fast-paced edits, and death metal once the second Traces film came out. These films are meant to disgust the audience by showing the raw and uncensored videos of actual death. The aim is to bring reality to reality TV, and holy shit, I think it does. As someone who has seen images I'd rather not have seen, and seen clips of violence that make my stomach churn, when I say do not watch this series, I absolutely mean it. Do not fucking watch Traces of Death. This series is a contorted and mangled mess of blood and guts that shows medical autopsies and surgeries on top of crime scene photos, automobile accidents, executions, assassinations, suicides, homicides, police brutality, religious circumcision, sex change operations, animal abuse, and even a disformed child that was born by the 4th entry in the series. So yeah, that's Traces of Death. Now, normally this is where I'd end this type of video, but there's so much more to talk about that I haven't even brushed upon. As I said, this is a 5-part series with all of the further sequels having subtitles and a continual decline in runtime and even stuff like validity. The second one is Traces of Death, It Just Got Deader, the third one being Dead and Buried, the fourth one being Resurrected, and the fifth one being Back in Action. As I said, this is considered to be the holy grail for these types of films. but it manages to not be entirely credible in what it seeks to do. This is because that some of the footage in these films are not theirs or simply is not real. It's time to dismantle the credibility of a series that proudly proclaims itself as the first true shockumentary. Traces of Death, despite having some of the most graphic and unsettling footage any normal person would ever see, has many of the scenes that gave the series infamy lifted from other movies, real or fake. One of the most graphic scenes in any of these movies happens with the first film when we see a literal pig roast and the scientists burn this pig alive. This scene, however, was not originally showcased in Traces of Death 1, but rather a film that came out 6 years earlier named True Gore in 1987. Another one of these scenes is a sex reassignment surgery, which came from the documentary Shocking Asia. Then there's the piece that actually may indeed be fake, taken from a movie called Savage Man, Savage Beast, where a pack of lions maul a man to death. Some of the autopsies are taken from the Army training video Basic Autopsy Procedure, and finally, the documentary Dream Deceivers provided footage of a man named James Vance who attempted to commit suicide by shotgun in a church playground. Traces of Death 2 mostly contains its own footage that hasn't been previously shown in other documentaries. This entry brings in the death metal music, fast editing that the series is known for, but it can be assumed that this series is not the first one to set these disturbing images against metal music. Traces of Death 3 further cements authenticity, with the series providing different types of footage, mainly dog and chicken fighting rings, and the annual mass slaughter of dolphins in Asia. There's also the circumcisions of boys and girls in different tribal communities across the world. At this point, we see the series starting to create their own metal soundtrack where people deliberately made music for use in this project. Traces of Death 4 dismantles this authenticity by continuing to use other films' footage in place of finding their own. This one relied mainly on the Mondo films being distributed in Eastern Asia. One of these examples is the deformed baby, which was born with a serious birth defect. This scene was lifted from Death File Red, along with various other automobile accidents from the graphic driving educational video Signal 30. Other notable clips are a bloated corpse that was pulled from a body of water, originally from Death Body, also a corpse with a mangled leg in Death Press. Traces of Death 5 is a real slumper of a final entry, given the lack of real graphic footage that the series is known for. This is because a majority of the film focuses on a type of backyard wrestling where individuals do their own WWE type moves and beat the living hell out of each other. This is the only entry I can confidently say I watched part of because, oh my fucking god, seeing these young adults beating the shit out of each other in a makeshift WWE ring is so fucking funny I could barely contain myself. The only real part that makes any of these scenes somewhat bad is in some of these makeshift rings, there are broken shards of glass and shattered beer bottles for someone to get slammed down on. But aside from this footage, they steal other people's footage once again, with scenes being stolen from Barack's Human Oddities film Mute, the Death Farm series, and scenes from Rare, a Dead Person. This series has managed to maintain its infamy to this very day, with certain countries such as Australia and Great Britain labeling the film as obscene or without purpose or journalistic intent, effectively banning these films from their countries or making them illegal to distribute. These films also have the notoriety of a little story from Pennsylvania where a woman rented the film from a local video store and was so shocked by the material that she refused to bring it back for fear of children seeing this type of material. Overall, Traces of Death is a distinct little oddity, but the credibility of this franchise is somewhat derivative given the fact that a decent amount of these films are stolen from other films. It's one thing to find the footage and use it first, but to steal it from another film is just plain lazy. I mean, what the hell did I expect from something where literally the fucking title is a steal? Guys, do not watch Traces of Death because of their content. They are sick and messed up for even some of the true crime enthusiasts out there. Even for those who are reality death enthusiasts, this might be too much for them. So I'll say once and for all, do not watch the Traces of Death series.
Grab his dick and twist. Grab his dick and
twisted. Whoa. Boom. Keep the label away. Oh, sorry, this is Jerome's throbbing heart. Hi, my name is Brendan Reviews, and welcome to another video, Iceberg Chronicles. I'm here with Ryan and PCBasics. I got him here for a specific movie that comes from Tier 4 on the disturbing movie Iceberg. It's called Where the Dead Go to Die. So it came out in 2012, and it's basically this really poorly animated horror movie with some very screwed up stuff, and it reminds me a lot of Xavier, Renegade, Angel.
Welcome to the U.S. Army. How can I help you?
I need some of that disease you guys invented.
Here. Someone left this in the lost and found.
Frittata.
But before we even keep talking about this, we gotta at least watch it. So, without further ado, let's hop into it. Oh God, what does that say? I can't even fucking tell you what that says.
Something films.
I'm actually like...
Wait, it's animated?
Yeah, it's an animated...
Oh, heck yeah, I'm actually excited. Oh, I'm not excited, bro. I love the animated stuff. It's so goofy and weird.
It's so stupid is what it is. There better be an M&M. Oh, so I'll explain that there are different... This is like an anthology, so there's like different stories in it.
Oh.
I do know that much.
Hey, Mom! What is it, Tommy? Where did babies come from?
Thing in the well again. Aren't you gonna handle this?
Babies? You want to know about babies, dear? An old pleasure derived from sexual intercourse.
I must know when we're coming for our whole marriage.
That's it!
Your father and I need to split up when we're getting a settlement.
Alright.
I love this really happy music.
We must kill him, Tommy. I don't know,
Labby?
You told me the devil lived inside the barn.
Fucking name is Labby. It's a demonic Labrador. Labby.
There's breasts. And breasts only have
what the fuck?
one baby. Then
glowing red eyes. Whoa, what the hell just...
Godro from Black Ops 2.
Oh my god, yo. I'm just waiting for like Richtofen in the background to go, fetch me there, son. Whoa.
I seen these shadows under my mother's bed. I know you have, Tom.
Really?
Fucking dog! What the fuck? You turn my wagon! You're eating my dick!
Oh my god! I can't get over the like really bad blood.
Why would he tell the kids to do this?
If this was even 25% better, just better edited and like had better effects to it, it might actually be somewhat disturbing.
Is that my brother?
I guess so. Yo, what the hell? I might need to give people a photosensitivity warning before I show them any of this shit.
Honestly, this doesn't make sense.
None of this makes sense.
Son, what's with all these random questions we have today? You and your mother just...
Whoa.
That sure look good.
Don't you want a cookie, Tommy?
Oh my god.
You love them!
I have like no words.
I honestly don't even know what the whole plot is.
I don't know either, man.
I don't even know if there is a plot.
I don't know either.
Daddy, He's the one who makes things go off in the night and the sun.
Oh no.
What's that?
I can barely hear him, but I know what he said.
What did he say? Oh!
Yeah, he can give him his wish for his one small sacrifice, his virginity.
Oh my god. This was him just getting lazy. He just took pictures of everything. Is it a guy or a girl, that kid? I don't see a penis. I just don't even know. I don't even know how to describe what even just happened. The kid, like, gets convinced to kill this person. These people. Liquid memories? Liquid memory.
Are they all animated by the same guy?
Yes, they're all animated by the same guy.
Oh.
I don't know if that's Jesus. It's just somebody.
Oh my god, they're
Oh my god. Oh, so this is what liquid memories mean. He sucks out some brain juice when people die, and boom, he has their memories. Fuck.
It's an octopus.
Oh no. Squidward. Squidward, go home. It's after work. Go home. I think this might be one of the lowest rated, like, movies in Iceberg Chronicles, man. I'm not even kidding you right now. I'm right now feeling a 0. I fucking mean that. I'm right now feeling a 0.
Where did that just come from?
I don't fucking know, man. What is she? She's stroking his, like, his peg. Peg leg. That was like a SpongeBob transition, man.
General Thunderbolt Ross, dude.
Is that an emoji on a dude's body? Oh my.
That's a fucking meme if I've ever seen one.
Oh, finally some action.
Yeah, man. That's what I came to see. Whoa. Oh, dude, cutting out his eye. All I can hope is that it's going by fast. What fucking time is it?
4:15.
Oh fuck! I think we're only 20 minutes in. Whoa. Memories, not emoji-faced demons attacking this dude. Ooh!
Good shot.
Good shot. Excellent kill. This is dog shit. Oh my god. Nothing connects.
Man?
Yeah, but
then what the hell is this?
Okay, I think she's crawling back to the troop for this.
And she's gonna be a sacrifice? Oh yeah, look at that. I don't know.
Look, he's wearing bricks.
Yeah, he's wearing bricks for a shirt.
that's the sun.
I don't know what it is. I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess
That's your job.
I am not wasting any longer than I have to on this freaking thing. I'm only doing this because it's on the iceberg and I'm a completionist. Maybe that is Jesus? I might give this a do not watch just because of how fucking bad it is. Oh my god.
Was somebody serious when I made this? I'm trying to make an actual scary thing.
I have no idea, man. This is terrible. I was expecting this to be like so bad it's like good.
Yeah.
But this is like so bad it's bad. It's just terrible the whole way through. The subject matter is horrifying. Like, you know, this like these satanic demons mixed with like fetuses being sacrificed and lots of like sex and stuff. And yeah, I get how it all like is disturbing and whatnot. But like, when it is literally rendered with like a PS1, it just doesn't really do much for me, man.
I was like taking a piss to get out of this place.
Get out of here, man. This is thing, man.
It's so boring.
This is boring, unfun, like not scary, unfunny. Oh no, Ryan just missed him getting eaten. There's a boxing match between the two of them.
That's so dumb.
I don't blame you, man.
They just had a boxing.
Yeah, the fucking, like, one of the, like, Cyclops Black Demons, man, just freaking had a boxing match with the main character. The main character just goes, and then they're like,
the main character versus Mike Tyson.
oh no, the shadow monsters from under the bed.
It's already out of the under the bed. Why is it still flicking prone?
Are you guys with me on this one? I might just, like, stop watching.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm fucking done with this fucking
We could skip to the very last 5 minutes and see if it
takes off, yeah.
That was absolute dog crap.
You know what? I'm not even gonna say let's hop into this because there's nothing to hop into. Just straight up, ladies and gentlemen, this movie is a 0 out of 10. Completely unscary,
It was just demented. It was just demented. That's all it was.
It's demented, but like it's not well made. It's not realistic in any way, shape, or form.
Couldn't hear a lot of the people talking.
When it gets gory, because of how cartoony it is, and because of how over the top and poorly edited, it leaves no impact, and it's just completely unfucking scary. There's no tension to it at all. The only thing you could get out of it is maybe a disturbing topic. These are disturbing topics to talk about. But nobody's gonna watch this movie unless you're 5 years fucking old and walk away from it being like, this is one of the scariest movies they've ever seen. I could never imagine that in a million.
12 and under, it might be scary.
Yeah, like
that's pushing it, man.
It might scar a kid. But
yeah, well, if you're young, you're gonna be like,
yeah.
oh my gosh. I mean, I was watching, I was like, ew. That's about it.
It's literally disgusting. It's not scary. It's not even disturbing. It's just disgusting. Yeah. Worst movie on the iceberg yet. It's terrible. I'm so sorry for subjecting
although we
you guys
skipped
to this
like
shit.
probably 40 minutes worth of it, but I can't imagine there was something good.
If anything, man, I would go back and like briefly skim through it just to see if there was anything to miss. Thank you guys for watching. Oh, fuck. Here we go. So, I've been hearing a lot of stuff about Tier 8. And with Tier 8, there's one mixtape film in particular that a lot of people have been like passing around that everybody says is the hardest to watch out of all of them. The absolute worst to stomach, the absolute worst in content, and for the love of God, even Cold Raven's Nest said on his channel that he was saving this one for the very end of Tier 8. So when he's done with every other mixtape on Tier 8, he was going to save this one as the final one to cover. I got one thing to say. I just got one thing to say. It's terrible. It is absolutely terrible. So I'm talking about the lovely mixtape that is Fubar. What does Fubar stand for? It stands for fucked up beyond all recognition, right? And I'm here to disappoint and let you guys know that when I say it's terrible, I'm not saying it's terrible because the mixtape is so hard to stomach, you can't watch it. Oh my god, eye bleach. No, I'm telling you it's terrible because it's actually terrible. It's actually the worst mixtape out of any of the ones I have covered, which is kind of weird. Like, I never thought I'd ever get to a point where I'm actually judging the quality on some of these things. So with MDPOPE I and II, right, and Snuff R73, these big ass mixtapes that have this horrific mythology, this whole drama behind it, right? And with Fubar, you get this big status, like this is the ultra dog, this is the one you do not want to fuck with. Yet it's probably the most stomachable one out of any of the ones I've like skimmed through. Let me explain what I mean by that. So first off, Fubar still does have some of the most fucked up footage on the internet. It pulls together footage of car accidents, you got footage of animal abuse, you even got in there a little bit, which is absolutely disgusting and deplorable. And then you also got stuff like murder and suicides and just crime scene photos and autopsies and all that stuff. But you also got happy tree friends. Yeah, you also got footage from normal horror movies in this mixtape too. You also got memes a little bit too, and the music in it is not like the over-the-top like heavy metal stuff that you would hear. It's like cartoon music. And I'm just gonna say it, it's the most obnoxiously weird, unique, and stupid thing I have seen come out of Tier 8, and I absolutely fucking mean that. I am sorry to disappoint, but Cold Raven, you are wasting your time with this one, and I mean that. So I've heard from Tier 7 is basically the same thing as Fubar, just minus some of the actual like gore of it. There's not as much gore in the series as there is this one, but with this one there is barely any gore in it to begin with. From like what I could skim through, it's mainly just fetish. It's mainly just fetishes, right? And there's even like a moment where it's showing footage of a guy who defecated on stage during like a concert. It also has footage of a guy who's doing like this weird artsy thing in front of a crowd of like 100 people or whatever with like panes of glasses and whatever. And I don't get it. I don't get the hype behind this one. What is the fucking issue with Fubar? And like, just to give you an idea, the creator obviously didn't give a fuck with this one. He just didn't care to actually try to find footage that would disturb the audience more than like the general premise of some of the stuff. Like, the opening of it has this like circus showman basically saying, "Come here, welcome to my house of horrors, welcome to the freak show," basically. And I'm telling you, what this ends up leading into makes for one of the most stupid fucking things I think I have witnessed on this entire Iceberg. So, as I said, there's Happy Tree Friends episodes in this thing, and I don't mean like as in there's frames of Happy Tree Friends or something like that, or it's only the gory bits. Like, they'll have a full fucking 4 or 5 minute episode inside of the fucking mixtape. They'll also have footage from horror movies. So for example, I recognized one of the clips as coming from August Underground. I recognized one of the clips from also coming from Slaughtered Vomit Dolls. And I'm like, why the fuck are these in this? This is not the type of mixtape that I would expect to come from Tier 8. This honestly feels like something that should have more come from like Tier 7, given the fact that actual like gore, autopsies, car accidents, and all that stuff. That stuff is like not really all that prevalent in this. There's some of it, but it's not that prevalent. It's nothing like the MDPOPE series where it starts off a little tame with like this guy who is a big ass nutsack, but it then devolves into that gory stuff. This, just right out of the gate, is just basically fetish stuff, and then every now and then you'll get something with some sort of like messed up footage of like, you know, car accidents, as I said. And I just am like, this is boring. This is really fucking tame compared to everything else. Like, some of the footage looks like it's pulled straight from the Traces of Death series from episode 18. I think that there's even like a whole clip that is genuinely from the Traces of Death series. There's literally a scene where it's just, you know, I believe it's in Spain or Mexico, where they have these bulls running down the streets, and you know, the people try to dodge the bulls, right? Try to get out of the way of them as the bulls are running down the street. And of course, you see somebody who, you know, gets fucked up by one of the bulls and whatever. But like, it was pulled from the 90s, and I can just tell, and I'm betting money it's from the Traces of Death films. And I think that overall, this mixtape is absolutely not worth the hype.
I don't get why the fuck you guys even care so much about this mixtape.
Fubar, fucked up beyond all recognition, and truthfully, where the hell did it get this reputation from? Cold Raven, I'm telling you right fucking now, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time with this fucking mixtape, man. Do not save this one for the very end, because it is absolutely a complete waste of time. It's not worth anything. There's nothing of interest in it. Everything is just so tame compared to everything else. The only thing in it that, as I said, is probably very hard to stomach, and it is for me too, is type stuff. And it's because it's pulled straight from the Genki series, and that's why I'm doing this one as episode 20. And it's also an open mic one, because episode 10 I open mic'd the Genki series and just was just talking off the top of my, or just talking out of my ass. And that's exactly what I'm doing here, man. So when I did that video, right, when I did the Genki video, I ended up finding the covers for all of them, and so I went to your guys' pleasure and my displeasure. I downloaded all the covers and I blurred them all so you guys could at least get a sense of what like each one was, each installment, whatever. But with this one, oh fuck, with fucking Fubar, I actually got the chance to like see a frame of it at a time, because it was like the kind of thing where I would I would like move forward in the timeline, right? So that way I could, you know, just like, I'd be like, all right, I saw this part, I'm gonna skip 10 seconds in, and boom, I'd be in the middle of one of those things, and I'd just be like, fuck. Disgusting! Oh, fuck. And I'm like, that is the only thing about this that even gets to me. But here's the thing, it is not anything that it's basically just a compilation of other stuff from the disturbing movie Iceberg. To me, it looks like footage from Tier 4, footage from, basically it's like Tier 2, you got your Happy Tree Friends. It's like Tier 4, you got your vomits, your slaughtered vomit dolls and fucking August Underground. You got your Tier 5, which is like your kind of staged and whatever. You got your Tier 6s and 7s, which are your fetish and your like Traces of Death shit. And then you got very minimal of Tier 8. So Fubar is like an amalgamation of everything from the disturbing movie Iceberg, but with none of the impact that any of the other videos I have done have like actually been able to sustain. Like August Underground, man, deeply fucked me up for about a few days after watching it. It deeply affected me, and that's why I've pushed off Mortem for so long. But I think Mortem is probably going to be within the next 5 videos. Yes. And also, it's another reason why I would say that covering like Tier 7 with Channel 309 and covering Tier 8 with MDPOPE and Snuff R73, it has become very, very hard. Or they left these huge impacts on me. Just simply trying to cover the mythology behind them, simply trying to cover like the reputation and what has gone into like just the community around those mixtapes in particular. Like, I didn't know that the MDPOPE creator was hated until I started doing research. And when I finally figured that out, it just started to like, all the synapses in my brain started to connect, and it made for a very like, wow, like breathtaking experience, just trying to hunker down and get all the information that I could get. It was very hard and impactful to get through some of the stuff that I've covered on Tier 8, but with this one, motherfucking Fubar, it's just an amalgamation of everything from the Iceberg without any of the impact. None of it. Absolutely none of it. So guys, don't watch Fubar. Cold Raven, don't fucking waste your time and let this one be the final one from tier 8. I mean it. This one sucks dick. It is absolutely terrible. It is one of the worst things I've seen on the Iceberg. And for tier 8, it is surprisingly, I mean, it still sucks. I still wouldn't recommend you guys watch it. It is still very hard to watch, and that's why I skimmed through it. I'm not actually gonna waste my time and watch it. But yeah, don't watch it. Do not watch Fubar. On that note, my name is Brendan Reviews, and I hope you guys have a great day, evening, night, whatever the fuck time you guys are watching this in. Yeah, I'll see you all next time.